Well, a very good morning from the Utilita Bowl ahead of the start of day 2 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Durham. The state of play as we head into day 2 is that Hampshire overnight will resume on 336 for 4 in their first innings, with Tom Prest resuming his innings on 65 and Liam Dawson on 33. These two so far have put on 81 for the 5th wicket. Your commentary team today is slightly different. A little later we'll hear from former Zimbabwe A batter Stanley Marissa. He's back with us for the first time this season here at the Utilita, but it's I'm afraid it's the same old for the first 20 minutes, half an hour or so. It's myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Newcastle, or Newcastle as they say up north, Martin Emerson. Martin, good morning.
It's Newcastle, isn't it? Noocarsell. Is that
down
how you
here,
spell it?
Down here it's Newcastle. You guys obviously say it in a peculiar way up north.
Yeah.
So
anyway,
what do you reckon? What do you reckon?
What I reckon is this partnership's developed into quite an interesting one. 81 runs and 139 balls from Tom Prest and Liam Dawson. Durham need quick wickets today so it doesn't just drift away from them. It was a hard day yesterday in the heat. I don't think Hampshire did run away with it though at 3.5 and over. They weren't going miles ahead, but if they just bat nicely again today and just take it on, you know, up to 500 runs or whatever, then Durham have got a lot of work to do to get back in the game. But I think to me it looks like a track that has plenty of runs in it at the moment. It's not a spinner's paradise, is it? We've seen a little bit of spin, but nothing to get overly worried about at the moment. No,
at 12:15 yesterday, when Fletcher Middleton was bowled by Callum Parkinson, an absolute beauty that did turn, we thought, oh, hello. Could be an interesting day for the spinners, but it didn't really turn out like that. And on the whole, it was a pretty good day for the batters, and Ali Orr certainly cashed in with his first 100 for the club. But here's Tom Prest to face the first delivery of the morning from Ben Rain, and that turn to mid-wicket. And there is no run, so we are underway. Day 2, sunshine out once more. Promise of more warm weather. It was beautiful yesterday. And we'll enjoy it while it lasts, because I think there's some rain forecast for some time on Monday.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit different next week. Could be interesting in a marquee in Blackpool at the back end of next week.
Oh dear. Never been there for cricket.
I've only done half a game there 2 years ago. It was a T20 and this thunderstorm came in right on the halfway mark, and that was the end of that. It was a really hot and humid night.
Rain runs away from us with his right arm medium paces, and Prest is playing forward nicely. Again, he's gone out towards mid-wicket, so 336 for 4. Hampshire, by far and away their best day of the season so far. Just about all the batters got in. Fletcher Middleton making 18, Nick Gubbins 31. Wickets either side of lunch there. And then Ali Orr for 126, James Vince for 41, the 2 wickets that fell post-tea. 3 of those to Callum Parkinson. Here's Ben Rain, who's yet to pick up a wicket. As Prest moves forward, and that goes up to mid-on. One or two of the players were saying that the pitch, even though it's a little quicker for this game than it was for the 2 previous, we're still saying that it's a little on the slow side, but I think generally we saw the ball carry nicely. There wasn't a lot in it for the seamers, but a much more watchable day than what we've had recently. Ben Rain comes in again, bowls to Prest. Prest is forward. It's gone out to short extra cover. Pretend throw there from the fielder there, who's in that position for quite a while, almost expecting somebody to back up. Don't think anybody was really believing he was going to throw there. It's one of those where fielders do that from time to time, just posture and stay there for a while, have a bit of a laugh. Prest to face Rain once more. Comes in and bowls. Prest a little swish at that one. Not a great shot. Just trying to play that on the up. Hit it through the covers. He was quite a long way away from that one. Just watching that on the replay. It came back a fraction, but he's not in a great position to play that shot. You can pick us up on the BBC Sport website and app. You can pick us up on the live picture feed via the Hampshire Cricket website and also on the app, which is free to download. And we're live around the ground via earpieces with a lovely pink ribbon. There comes Rain, bowl, slightly fuller. Prest is playing that neatly out on the offside. First over is a maiden, and that is the 97th over of this first innings, the 17th over with the new ball. Second new ball, 3:36 for 4.
I've got a polo shirt that colour.
The pink?
Mm-hmm.
You don't wear it. Tell me you don't wear it.
I do wear it.
Do you really?
There was a Links Wrecked video that went viral at the Tour de France a few years ago, with all the spectators doing this Dutch dance at the top of a mountain. And
right.
I posted a video of us and the family doing it in a garden at a place we were staying in Bridlington, so I was wearing the pucy pinky top in that one. And it then made the highlights reel at the end of the year, and it was the Beefeaters Tour de France posse of English cyclists who go out there and set up a sound system at the top of these mountains every year, and all dressed as Beefeaters. And they did a highlights show reel at the end of the year with some of the professional riders doing the dance, and then bits of us mixed in as well. Here's Parkinson, left arm round from the pavilion end, and that's the first run of the day from Liam Dawson. Plays it out into the cover area. I have to say, talking of pinks and reds and greens and swirls and blues and yellows, missed out on a spectacular natural light show last night. The Aurora Borealis, seen right across Europe, except not here. I was in the car park at the hotel staring at nothing. Driven this one by Prest out towards wide long off to Clark for 2. And my wife and daughters went up to Suter Lighthouse on the northeast coast and sent me some photographs, because normally if you see the northern lights, they just look like a bit of a sea fret, and when you see all the pictures of all the lovely colours, it's Parkinson balls again here, that's defended. They're normally done on a sort of slow exposure of 30 seconds or more. You don't really see those colours with the naked eye. We were in Lapland a couple of Christmases ago and we were watching them, but again they looked white. But last night the sky was red, and this is slapped. Where's that gone? That's out through the covers, and Clark is busy cutting it off at the far right hand corner of the ground at wide long off once again. 2 more to Prest, and and just normal camera phone pictures, beautiful reds and greens in the sky. And spoke to my daughter this morning and she said she got so emotional, it was so incredible, she actually started to cry with all the emotion of it. So, and it's 21 years since we last had a geomagnetic storm from the sun that hit the earth in such numbers as it did last night. Parkinson in, balls, and this is played out through towards deep point for 1 by Dawson. So I'm wondering if that's it for the next 20 years, and if I missed out for being too far south.
Well, it was unfortunate timing on your part. You needed a home game for that one.
Yeah. Oh, Parkinson's coming to run in here, but Dawson wasn't ready. He is now. Parkinson, left arm round, bowls. And this is played away. Just gently on the offside by Dawson for a single. So nearly a run of ball that over. Just the third delivery was a dot. 7 runs from it.
It's interesting opening up with Parkinson there. Early morning. Might have been worth having a couple of overs of seam, but I think another over like that, I think we'll have seam at both ends. Pretty smartish.
Yeah, there wasn't much pressure on the batsman there, was there really?
88-run partnership currently between Prest and Dawson. It's been several decent partnerships throughout the Hampshire innings, which reflects what looks to be a pretty good batting surface out there. 343 for 4. There's Ben Rain He's ready to bowl his second over of the morning. 15 overs, none for 41. Dawson waiting. Ben Raines doing something, I don't know, he's trying to put first slip a bit finer. There we go. I was wondering what he was doing. First slip's got a fraction closer to the keeper as he comes in. Bowls. Dawson's edged through to the keeper as he... There's a shout from behind. Ben Raine can't believe it. Not out, says the umpire.
Well, he was celebrating. He didn't think he needed to appeal there, and then couldn't believe it when there hadn't been any decision.
Well, it's difficult to tell. The replay's on the screen if you're watching the live picture feed. Wasn't much foot movement there from Liam Dawson.
Might have clipped his pad on the way through, his back pad maybe.
Was there a thin outside edge? Difficult to tell, we're a long way away. Certainly Ben Raine was convinced. Dawson is now still there. Comes in again and bowls. Let's nip back, that looks close. And he's out. The umpire's got his finger up there.
That took a while.
It did really, didn't it, really? I have to say, after the ball before, I did worry about that one. Just watching that live again, and that's nipped back, and he's playing slightly across that one, and that looked a good delivery. Ben Raine has his first wicket. Dawson's gone for 35.
Both deliveries there, Raine gave the impression that he believed they were cast iron, and he was stunned when the first one wasn't given, and then turned to appeal. Couldn't believe it hadn't been given. And then the second one again there, he's celebrating, and it took an age for the umpire's finger to go up. So Dawson departs. He's out for what did he get? 35.
Yeah, added 2.
Yeah, so 88 the partnership was in the end.
See, when you see a couple of balls like that, you do wonder why there hasn't been seam at both ends, really. And I'm just wondering if that may have persuaded Scott Borthwick to actually have, just for the first 20 minutes, just, there might be a little bit of moisture around. It's still reasonably early in the morning. I know it's been lovely weather yesterday, and overnight it's fairly warm, and this morning, but I don't know, it'd be interesting to see if Callum Parkinson, especially with a new batter, continues. Alan Groves has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com as we wait for Ben Brown to make his way to the middle. He says, hi, let's hope our openers can really flourish this season. This is the Hampshire openers, of course, who both now have hundreds to their name, following Ali Orr's 100 yesterday. How I long for the days when I was a boy and Hampshire had the best openers and the best partnership in the world, i.e. Barry Richards and Gordon Greenidge. Did you ever get to meet them personally, says Alan. Yes, I did. I got to play with Gordon on several occasions, and still see him from time to time, although I haven't seen him for a while. Barry Richards, I did a small function here in this hotel.
He was on air with us the last time I was here, I think.
Was he really? It might have been that time when he was here, as Ben Raine bowls to Ben Brown, who turns that away towards mid-wicket. Yeah, I did a little function.
I'll tell you when it wasn't up here, because we were up here in 2016. In 2015, when Chris Rushforth got his hat-trick, we were over the far side and he was with us in there.
That's right.
Yeah.
And it might have been around that time that there was a little function in Beefies, and I was sort of comparing it, hosting it, and Barry Richards was sort of answering questions from the diners and the people that were there that paid some money for a ticket. So yes, I have met him, and I've met him on a couple of other occasions as well. Here's Raine, length ball to Ben Brown. He's playing that back to the bowler, but again, I haven't seen him for a while. I also did a radio thing with Barry Richards years ago on Radio 5. I think it was some outdoor venue. Of course, this was a while ago. Phil Tufnell was there. Myself, Barry Richards, and it was with Nicky Campbell.
What, off Radio 5 Live?
Yeah, that was a long time ago, I think. But yeah, so our paths have crossed several times. But I certainly didn't play with Barry Richards. He was before me, in case anybody
I am right in thinking it was him on air with us here.
I think he has done something on air with me. Yeah, you're right, and it was a long time ago, and that probably sounds that year you're talking about sounds about right.
Yeah.
Raine comes into Brown. Brown gets a length ball, plays that out square on the offside. So Ben Raine has 1 for 41 now. his figures, coming towards the end of the 16th over of his. Good delivery to get Liam Dawson in this over, nip back. The one before, he thought he had Dawson caught behind, just held its line, looked a good ball. Brown gets one that, again, tucks him up a fraction, plays it back to the bowler, end of the over. Good over from Rain. 343 for 5. Durham have picked up their first wicket of the morning. Nine overs, so there are 11 overs left for bonus points for both these sides. Currently Hampshire have 2, Durham have 1.
It's Parkinson who will continue. Left arm round from the pavilion end. Bowling to Prest, who defends that first ball, just plays it back to the bowler. Next ball is bowled. That's gone to backward point to Potts. Next ball comes in, he bowls. It's a quicker delivery. It's played this time by Prest out into the covers. Borthwick's there. He has it back to the keeper, but they get a quick single. Ben Brown got 163 against Durham for Sussex and a draw at Hove in 2014, and it's ingrained in my brain due to the simple fact he added the minor number of 335 runs for the 6th wicket with Luke Wright, who made 189. That is turned off towards mid-wicket. No run. There was shouts to catch it, but it wasn't really in the air very long. I think that was a Sussex record 6th wicket stand, and I think it was a record 6th wicket stand against Durham as well. So he's got 754 runs against Durham, a century and 6 half-centuries, as he defends this one around about off stump. So he's enjoyed playing them over the years.
Yeah, he's another man looking for his best form. Last season he was down on his runs.
Parkinson bowls. He takes a couple of steps forward there, as if he's in a real hurry to play that one. Like a dancing forward, like a fencer there, wasn't he?
Itching to get on.
Yeah. End of the over.
I'm just interested why Callum Parkinson is bowling. I mean, I know there's been a little bit of turn from time to time, but I don't know, just seeing that last over from Ben Rain, I don't know, just can't help thinking that it might be just for 2 or 3 overs worth having a seamer from that pavilion end. But it's not to be as yet. So Ben Rain.
100 overs gone.
Picked up his 7th wicket of the season with that wicket of Liam Dawson. As he comes in and bowls to Tom Prest. Prest comes forward. Nice clunking sound on the bat there.
This is fairly visual, but this is a tweet from Joe Joster. My photo, brackets borrowed from a Facebook page, seen in Twyford near Winchester.
Ooh, that's not far.
So not too far south to see them. You might get another chance tonight, and that's a lovely green streak of the Aurora Borealis above a church steeple.
Okay. Well, that's not too far away at all. No. So obviously, if you were obviously in the wrong part of this region.
Yeah.
Rain bowls, Prest is on the back foot.
I went out and had a look, and firstly you could see all the stars. It was a clear sky above where I'm staying. A girl working in the bar in the hotel had just received a photograph from a friend, and that was from Portsdown Hill. And you could see lots of greenery in the sky there, but again I don't know if those pictures were on time lapse or not, sort of 30-second exposures or.
Well, I've never seen anything like that. Prest comes forward, goes up to mid-on. So you've seen something, haven't you, in the past, just not last night?
We've been lucky enough to have been to Lapland twice around about Christmas time, and there was one day we were on this coach trip, and we'd been down to the ski slope at the bottom in the town in Levy, and all the lights had been turned off. It was about 9, 10 o'clock at night, and this guy was sitting on this bus, and he was showing me all these photographs of the aurora, green streaks in the sky. And I said, where did you take those from? And he said, oh, bottom of the ski slope last night.
Rain in again to Prest. Ooh, Prest gets one that keeps a little low. Fortunately, he's playing nice and straight. Gets away with that one, goes out to short extra cover.
And I said, what time were you there? And he was there the same time as us. And I said, well, all I saw was what looked like a sea fret. And he said, that was it.
Okay.
And he said, but I took these pictures with a camera on a 30-second exposure. And he said, that's where you generally get all the greenery.
Okay.
But last night, the thing was last night, it was with the naked eye, all the colours.
Yeah. All this talk about seeing all that down south, it's very rare, wasn't it, in the past? Here's Rain. Prest is forward. Goes up towards mid-off, 3:44 for 5 currently.
Well, I think on Twitter last night there were people saying they could see it in parts of Portugal and across Central Europe, which is a real rarity.
What is going on with the atmosphere?
Yeah.
I'm sure somebody's got some theories. If it's anything to do with climate change, keep them to yourselves.
It's not. It's to do with geomagnetic forces from the sun.
That's
That's what it is.
I should have known that. Prest is push driving that one out to short extra cover. That's the end of the over. 344 for 5. Martin Emerson is going to continue, and then alongside him, former Zimbabwe A batter Stanley Marissa.
Yes, it's not climate or anything like that. It's these magnetic particles that are sent from the sun in mass waves, and they can actually damage satellites and interfere with communication systems. So it's Parkinson who's going to continue here from the pavilion end. Just been included in a tweet from Dave Bracegirdle of Radio Nottingham as Parkinson comes in and bowls. It's played back to him by Brown. And it's 7 years ago today, apparently, that Brace and myself were commentating on a Durham game at Trent Bridge against Notts in the One Day Cup when Ryan Pringle was bowling. Here comes the ball again, that's defended, and Alex Hale smashed a 6 straight through the window of our commentary box up on the 3rd floor. And that's the photograph I took, you can see it there, of Brace holding the ball while we're on air. Parkinson in, Ben Brown plays this up to mid-off, no run there. I didn't think the ball was going to reach us. He kept saying in the commentary, that's coming for us, that's coming for us. And then it disappeared out of sight. And there's a camera gantry above us, an overhang. I thought it was going to clip that, and then suddenly it came through the window. That's in the air, but it's away safely. It's gone past short extra cover and wide of mid-off, and it's away for 4. He's placed that nicely there, Brown. Scott Borthwick in that short extra cover position, diving across to his right, but was nowhere near it. Precision. So there you are, Stanley. The window, I have to say, was open, and I didn't cast my weapon down in the face of the enemy. I grabbed my laptop and dived out the road as the ball smashed into the table and hit the wall behind us.
Wow. Yes.
So it made pick of the week on Radio 4.
Did it?
Yeah. Parkinson in again. Brown taps that short on the leg side to Beddingham, no run. He was about to throw the ball back and said, hang on, I've got to get a picture, because otherwise nobody would believe us.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Was live on telly at the time as well, so. Parkinson once more to Brown, that's gone behind point to Potts, and that is a dot ball. That is the end of the over here on the BBC Radio Solent. BBC Radio Newcastle, Hampshire 3, 148 for 5. So there's still 8 overs to go for bonus points. So the next wicket would net Durham their 2nd bowling point, and 2 runs away for Hampshire to get their next batting point. What have you made of what you've seen so far in terms of the deck and the conditions?
Well, good morning, Martin, and yeah, good morning to everyone. It's great to be back at the Utilita Bowl, and so far so good, I guess, for Hampshire. They're in a very strong position as Ben Rain comes in to Tom Prest. And he bowls, and that's another false stroke actually. Tom Prest going for a drive and getting a thick inside edge past the stump. And that is that bonus point that you talked about. And as you can hear, some warm applause appreciated by this growing crowd. That's another false stroke though for Tom Prest. And Ben Rain's been pretty good this morning so far, Martin. He's bowled the ball in some decent areas and put that pressure on the Hampshire batters. As he comes in again, running away from us towards the pavilion end, from this the hotel end, and wide, and Tom Prest looks to go for an expansive cut shot, but no run. 350 for 5 Hampshire now. Tom Prest continuing his good form so far in this county championship. He's going to look to kick on. He's had a couple of scores in the 70s and 80s. No 100 as yet. But he's got a really good opportunity here. As he faces up to Ben Rain. Bowls and just defends that. Back to the bowler. What have you made so far then, Martin? From a Durham perspective, how do you feel that they're...
I just think it's hard to get wickets. It's a decent batting track, and they've got to really work. Hampshire seem to believe that this wicket will take a lot of spin, hence the lineup they've chosen. As we were discussing earlier today, was it Callum Parkinson's third ball yesterday? Came back in and took the middle stump, and you think, yeah.
Ben Rain has changed of field actually, and he goes for a short ball. Tom Prest ducking underneath that one. Scott Borthwick moving himself into a straightish sort of mid-on, I think, or sorry, mid-off actually, just in front of the batsman's eye, just to try and, like you said, there's not a lot of pace in the pitch, and you've got to be inventive with your fields and try and get wickets in, I guess, different ways. So just the one slip left, point, catching cover, and a short mid-off. As Rain comes in and bowls to Tom Prest, who drives and gets a thickish inside edge again, and that goes into the onside, and fielding done by Bryden Coss, it looks like it is. They scamper through for a single. So 351 for 5. Just the one wicket to fall this morning, the one of Liam Dawson, adding a couple to his overnight score. Here's our LBW to Ben Rain. Ben Brown is the new batsman. He's on 4 off 13 deliveries. He faces up with a short mid-wicket actually in place. Ben Rain bowls and left alone by Ben Brown, and that's the end of the over. 351 for 5 Hampshire have moved on to.
Are you playing any club cricket? Has your season begun?
The season has begun.
Yeah. You managed to get games in?
There's a game in today actually.
Right. So the weather's not played too bad apart down here yet then, or?
Not just yet. I myself have actually just got back. I've been out of the country traveling.
Right.
I was in Zimbabwe for a little while and spent some time in Bali in Indonesia.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so I've actually only just been back a couple of days. So there is a game on today, I do believe. But again, with my work schedule, I'm not entirely sure how many Saturdays I'll be able to get in. Yeah. Hopefully I can maybe get some midweek cricket in.
They delayed the start of the Northeast Premier League season because the weather was so bad. As Parkin starts anew over here. That's played by Prest across towards deep point for one. The groundsmen just couldn't get on the fields to cut the grass, and my local club, they hadn't been able to get on the square, and so the season was delayed by at least a week. And then I'm trying to think, it was last Saturday, it might have been last Saturday, where all fixtures were lost, certainly in the top division, to the weather. No, nothing like it really. Although I am reminded from my Facebook timeline today that 12 years ago, in 2012, we were going through the wettest summer on record. Bowler comes in again, and this is pushed away.
Just seems to be getting wetter and wetter, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
It just makes it so
I
difficult.
posted something on my Facebook page 12 years ago today saying it's a good job we've got this rain because the garden's brown. This is a dot ball, goes up to mid-off. I said, oh, hang on a minute, that's mud. The garden washed away weeks ago. When is this rain ever going to stop? And that 2012 became the wettest year on record.
Yeah.
Parkinson round the wicket, and that's played by Brown to point to Potts, no run. So you, how far are you from here?
I'm not too far. I'm just up the M3 in Farnborough, so...
Oh, Farnborough.
Yeah, so not too far. Nice drive, actually, just down the motorway.
Goes on the back foot and cuts this. 1 run. To Brown, and that is the end of the over. So there was a single at the start of it, a single at the end of it, and Hampshire are 353 for 5. Farnborough's not too far from Farnham, isn't it? Is that right?
Yeah.
They're next to each other, so...
Yeah, pretty close.
Years and years ago, I stayed in a hotel in the centre. I think it was in Farnham rather than Farnborough, called the Bush Inn in the centre of Farnham.
I know that one.
That was a nice hotel.
Yeah.
And I was travelling around the area for a week during the summer holidays and met up with a mate, and he took us to a little village called Tilford to watch a game of cricket on the village green.
Beautiful.
It was a beautiful location.
Yeah, beautiful location. There's a stream actually quite close to Tilford as well.
You drive over the stream on a little wooden bridge to get to the village green, and they hang the tins on one end of the... I'm sure they were on the end of a tithe barn at one end of the village green, and the road around the green was the boundary.
Yeah, really pretty area. It will be Ben Rain to continue into his 4th over of this morning, and bowls to Ben Brown and defends that into the onside. No run. 353 for 5 Hampshire so far this morning, adding just shy of 20 runs, so 18 runs this morning. And I guess the order of the day for Hampshire will be to try and bat as long as possible and pile on those runs, and I guess make sure that they bat themselves into a commanding position as Rain bowls to Ben Brown, and a little bit of width offered, and Brown on one knee trying to go for an expansive cut through the offside, but no run, and he moves, well, he actually stays on 5. So yeah, I think from a Hampshire perspective, it's just try and make sure that, I guess for them, maybe just have 1 innings and try and bat themselves
well, that would be the plan, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I'm not sure this is a 1 innings type of wicket though.
As Ben Rain bowls again, slightly fuller this time, and Ben Brown just jabs that down into the offside.
Paul Wilson has emailed, hi Marty and the gang. Greetings from a sun-kissed and warm Costadale Hartlepool. Hard work for the bowlers on this track. Should be with you for most of the day, apart from nipping out of the chippy at around 11:30. And then back with you until about 6ish before going out to watch a quality rock band called The Force at Hartlepool Workies Club.
Sounds like a strong day for him. And Ben Rain bowls to Ben Brown, who pushes this into the onside, and no run. Yeah, sounds like a good morning for Paul. Chippy and bit of cricket.
I always think he goes to the chippy a little bit early, but I suppose by the time you get there and you've queued, it's going to be midday, and then you've got to get the chips back home and probably warm them up again in the oven.
Smart thinking. I'm sure he's done it a few times, so he's got a nice little routine.
Are you a fish and chips man, would you?
I don't mind fish and chips. I don't mind fish and chips. Yourself?
Yeah, partial to them occasionally.
It's on today's menu actually.
Is it?
Ben Rain bowls and short actually, and this is going to be the boundary for Ben Brown.
Too short, wasn't it?
Ben Rain went for a shorter delivery and just seemed to sit up on the pitch, and Ben Brown just rode that nicely, and fine leg is actually a little bit squarer, so he had no chance, and a welcome boundary. 357 for 5 Hampshire now. few field changes going on, so a couple of mid wickets, just suggesting that wickets are not that easy to come by, so you have to try and think outside the box slightly as Ben Rain comes in and bowls again short this time. Again Ben Brown plays a false stroke, goes for that short pull again, and they scamper through for a couple. So maybe a certain tactic going on here, Martin. A couple of short balls in advance. That ends the over. 3:59.
Slow bouncers to try and hook them, lure them into the hook. Billy's mullet, or Biley's mullet, says if you use the camera on your phone, you'd have seen the northern lights. It picks them much better than the naked eye. There was absolutely nothing in the sky where I was last night. I could see the stars. There was nothing else. But yeah, I mean, the systems they've got in these phone cameras now are incredible.
Yeah, really good.
That phone in my the camera in my phone is far more powerful than a digital camera I bought about 20 years ago. That cost about 300 or 400 quid.
Did you get to see the lights last night? Or
No, I didn't see a thing. No. Had a look, but there was nothing there. Prest plays this first ball of a new Parkinson over, left arm around the wicket from the pavilion end up to mid-on for 1. There's impressive photographs all across social media today and on the BBC website and whatnot.
I don't know if it was at a certain time.
Well, it was definitely after 10 o'clock. And here's the thing with the difference in how dark it gets here compared to in the northeast at this time of year.
Right.
This is defended by Brown from Parkinson, and ball rolls back to him. So I came out of a restaurant and I was walking down the high street and it was dark.
Yeah.
And I was looking up, couldn't see anything, could see the stars, but at home it was still quite light. Parkinson bowls. This is played to Borthwick in the covers, no run. So my wife went to a lighthouse on the coast just to the north of us where there's not much light pollution. But they were there about 11:30 when they saw what was going on. Next ball is a dot ball, rolls out to Borthwick once again, just on that offside. Graham Onions down below us, walking laps of the field. Durham bowling coach. The next ball is pushed away out through the covers for 1 run. This reminds me, actually, it's a similar sort of vantage point at the commentary position at the Sheikh Zayed Stadium in Abu Dhabi, and somebody once when I was commentating there said they'd measured the distance from the commentary position to the middle of the wicket and it was 175 metres.
Wow.
It's a dot ball to end that over. 2 runs from it, so the score's 361 for 5, and Hampshire have had 106 overs, so just 4 overs left now for bonus points for either side. Commentating there, and Graham Onions had gone out to play for Durham against the MCC side, but had really bad blisters and couldn't play. So he spent most of the 4 days just doing laps of the stadium. Me looking down on him from quite a great height.
Looks like it's going to be Ben Rain to continue again. It looked for a moment that Peter Siddle was going to take over. He had his cap off. Was about to hand it to Alex Wharf, the umpire, and I think it was just this last-minute change of decision, and Rain will run away from us and bowl to Ben Brown. And down the leg side, and no run. Ben Brown punches his bat. Maybe felt like he missed out there, actually, because as we mentioned, the deep square leg is really square, and there's no one down at fine leg, so any sort of bat as we speak, it looks like Scott Borthwick is moving that man slightly finer, actually, into potentially a more orthodox long leg position. 2 mid wickets, a slip. Rain and bowls and wrapped on the pads. Just asked.
Stayed quite low, that, didn't it?
Asked a question, but it looks like potentially just angling down the leg side as we watch it on the replay.
Maybe doing a little bit too much.
Yeah, maybe a bit high as well. But with the field as it is, it just suggests that, excuse me, that Ben Raine and Durham potentially see that the wicket is going to come from a false stroke and try and bowl as straight as possible as he comes in and bowls back of a length to Ben Brown, who pushes this into the offside for no run. If you're just joining us this morning, 361 for 5, Hampshire. Only 1 wicket to fall this morning so far. Liam Dawson out LBW to Ben Raine, who's been accurate, asked a few questions. So sort of quietish morning for both sides. Just that first hour always, Martin, just as both sides try to get themselves into the day, and Raine bowls and Ben Brown pushes in a quick single, caught through in the offside, and nicely done. .362 for 5.
Partnerships now 19 from 50 balls. And the boy James will be jumping back into the hot seat in a mo.
Yeah, feels like those 50 balls have gone pretty quickly actually. If you think it wasn't that long ago that Liam Dawson was wrapped on the pads and out LBW. Tom Prest, 76 not out. As he faces up to Ben Raine and leaves this one alone. Through to Ollie Robinson, the keeper. No run. Big innings for Tom Prest. He's had a very good start to the championship this season. A couple of scores, 85 in the first innings against Lancashire, 45 in the second innings of that. And now 76. He'll be desperate to get those 3 figures. Add to that solitary ton that he had last season against Essex, and he cuts. Ben Raine offers a little bit of width, and that is the one place that you do not want to bowl to Tom Prest. He's so strong on the offside, and he picks up 4 runs and he moves on to 80. That's the end of the over. 366 for 5, Hampshire. Just a little bit of width offered from Ben Raine. He'll be pretty disappointed with that, but really appreciated by this crowd. Good crowd actually that's come in. So they're settling around the ground, spread out. Nice warm day here at the Utilita Bowl. Clearish skies. A few clouds scattered around, but generally perfect conditions to watch cricket. Will be Callum Parkinson to continue from the pavilion end. Left arm around the wicket, bowls to Ben Brown, who looks to drive this through the offside and gets an inside edge. So a couple of times we've actually seen the batters go for expansive shots through the offside and getting inside edges, so that might suggest, in fact that definitely suggests that the pitch is slightly slower. Parkinson bowls and Ben Brown back and clips this into the onside and picks up the single. 367 for 5.
Morning, Stanley.
Hello, Kevin. How are you?
Yeah, good to see you again.
It's good to be back.
Yeah, first time this season for Stanley. He's back with us tomorrow as well. Oh, you're right, Tom Prest. It'd be lovely to see him get another 100. Second to last game of last season, his maiden championship 100 against Essex at Chelmsford.
As Parkinson bowls and bowls to Tom Prest, who pushes into the offside for no run. Yeah, I think Tom Preston the side is, you know, it'll be really good for him just to, I guess, shore up that position in the middle order. Definitely know that he's got the talent, and rocks back and pushes this into the offside, and they potentially look at 2, but they just get the 1. Moves on to 81.
Yeah, I was talking to somebody last night at the Chris Wood testimonial dinner just below us in the ballroom. Well, not just below us, but 3-4 below us. So felt that finally Hampshire's youngsters were starting to really push through.
Parkinson bowls. Ben Brown just defends. Into the onside for no run. Yeah.
Ali Orr with his 100 yesterday. Fletcher Middleton with 100 here a week or two ago.
Parkinson bowls and getting back of a length, and Ben Brown pushes this into the offside, and that will end that over. 369 for 5 Hampshire now.
And Tom Prest, as you mentioned earlier, started the season pretty decently. He was averaging 40, mid-40s coming into this game. And here, 19 runs away from 3 figures. So, yeah, maybe things are starting to move in the right direction for Hampshire on the batting front. 81 to Prest, 15 to Brown. Dawson out this morning for 35, only adding 2 to his overnight total. He's one of the older statesmen, though, isn't he, Liam Dawson?
Yeah. Bags of experience there. He's been
34. Gosh, I can remember years back. I think he got his first 100, Liam Dawson, at Nottingham. 2000 and, well, it's a bit of a guess really, 2009, something like that. Youngster. And now here he is, 34 years of age. Change of bowling, and we've got the veteran Peter Siddle, 39 years of age. Right arm over, and he's bowling to Ben Brown. It's wrapped on the pad, nips back. That looks a little high. They just have nipped back a fraction as well. I know he's not the tallest, Ben Brown, but if you're watching the live picture feed, we'll get a replay here. No, we won't. Just as he was running in, the picture cut. 369 for 5. This second new ball is into its 29th over. Siddle's in. Oh, it's cut away. Ben Brown into the gap, 4 runs. Bit of a loosener there from Siddle. May just be feeling the effects of being in the field yesterday in the hot sun. I know he's been used to it over the years. Doesn't get any easier as you get older, eh?
No.
Stanley, you would have been in the hot sun in Zimbabwe.
Yeah.
Over the years. That can't be easy, being in the field all day.
No, definitely not. And especially when you're in this position, what, 100 overs, 108 overs that you've been in the field, it's a long time. And we know Siddle actually didn't play last week, I think it was. He just to try to get that workload up, so he'll be feeling it in his legs, I'm sure.
Yeah. Siddle bowls. Well forwarded there is Ben Brown. I've just got a message here actually to say why we didn't get a replay there. I pressed the wrong button.
Ah.
The TV man,
Wes.
I shouldn't actually have named him really. I shouldn't have said that. I should have just said TV man and just left it at that.
It's nice.
Easily done.
Yeah.
We press many a wrong button. Well, I do. I press many the wrong button over here.
I tend to stay away from the button pressing, to be honest, Kev. I'll kind of leave that to you.
Well, that's very kind of you. Yes. I can only blame myself. I can't blame anybody else. There's a few more buttons this year than there was last. Down the leg side. That's a good diving stop from Ollie Robinson. Good athleticism shown by him. But no, you're wise. That's a wise move from you, Stanley. Just talk rather than worry about all the various buttons.
There's quite a few.
There is a few. Fortunately, most of them don't really need. You don't need to worry. Like most things, really, with kit. You know, most of them you don't really need to worry about. But the important ones, for sure. But there's a few more with the ground commentary that we got this year. What have you? Here's Siddle. Forward is Brown. He's got 2 men on the drive on the leg side.
How's the feedback from the ground commentary going, actually?
I think it's been pretty good. Yeah, it's been pretty good, I think. I'm just sort of having a very quick look around at the moment to those spectators at the northern end of the ground. I can just about peer over the gantry. I can't see too many with them in. Maybe they've had enough of our commentary already, Stan.
Already
they're saying, "Oh." Perhaps they're banging on the shop door saying, we want our money back. I don't know. Some days you look down and there's a few, and other days not so many. Brown's on the back foot, bit of extra bounce there from Siddle. That goes up to mid-off end of that over. Siddle's first of the morning, 16 overs, 1 for 38 for the Australian. Hampshire 373 for 5, having resumed this morning on 336 for 4. Prest, who was overnight 65 not out, has moved on to 81. Ben Brown is 19 not out. Got a couple of emails here which I should read out. You get the emails, don't you, as well? Do you not?
I haven't logged in. I should log in actually. I will do.
Okay, well I'll very quickly read one of these before we move on. This is from Stephen Clark, solentcricket@gmail.com if you want to get involved today. Another glorious day to enjoy the cricket before a sleepless night, spotting the aurora later. Oh, because there's more aurora tonight, isn't there?
Was there?
Apparently so.
Callum Parkinson to continue from the pavilion end, bowls short, and Tom Prest just clips this into the onside, and they trot through very leisurely for a single. 374 for 5. Some more lights tonight.
Apparently so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I missed everything completely last night. I was out till about 10ish, and then I came in and I was just on social media, and all of a sudden I saw all these lights, and I was like, "Where's this?" Like this.
Did you?
Yeah, I couldn't make sense of it. And I looked outside and I couldn't see anything. There's Parkinson bowls to Ben Brown, who clips this into the offside, and they come through for another single.
So if you're in Farnborough, you wouldn't have seen anything. Was that where you were last night?
Yeah. Is it in certain places then, or was it in certain places?
I've seen all sorts of... I know Martin was down sort of Gosport way, and yet I've seen a social media post this morning that suggested somebody not far from there could see it. So
Parkinson bowls to Prest, who pushes this into the onside, and they trot through for the third single of the inning of this over. I beg your pardon. 376 for 5. Hampshire have moved on to.
But like you, I didn't see anything. I was at the Chris Wood dinner last night, as I say, got home midnight-ish. I didn't see anything. Not that I was looking up.
No. As Parkinson bowls slightly fuller this time, and Ben Brown pushes this back to the bowler. Looks like mid-on and mid-off have come up. Maybe just try and put a little bit of pressure, because those singles were maybe just a bit too easy for Scott Borthwick's liking. And Ben Brown, they pushes into offside, and they just scamper through for a quicker single. They had to run a little bit faster than they have previously in this over, but they pick up another single. So 4 singles off this over with 1 ball remaining.
Yeah, good running. Keep that scoreboard ticking along. Still, this is the last over for bonus points as well, isn't it? So I don't think Hampshire are going to get any more.
Parkinson runs in towards us and bowls back of a length and dabbed into the offside, and no run. Ends the 109th over, I think it is. 110 overs, 377 for 5.
Yep, so the bonus points stay as they are in this innings. Hampshire 3 and Durham 1. Stephen Chalk goes on to say, yeah, he's looking before a sleepless night tonight, spotting the aurora. So I think if you missed it last night, which sounds like several people did and several people saw it, then there's another chance tonight. Alan Bryan, says Stephen, hinted at a challenge for me to see how many times I can interrupt your proceedings by getting mentioned today. Right, okay, we'll have to look out for Stephen Clark emails throughout the day. Don't worry, he says, I won't go overboard, because you choose whether to read my utterances or not. That's correct. There is some sort of filter system goes on here. It might not sound like it at times, but there is. Stanley's going to be head of quality today.
That's fine.
As Ian is Siddle, and that's worked down to fine, very fine, towards the pavilion, and that is 4 runs off the bat of Ben Brown. Yeah,
Sorry, no, very good from Ben Brown actually. It's happened a couple of times that he's missed out on the leg side there, and he'll be pretty pleased. Again, that the fine leg's been a little bit squarer, so any sort of bat down there is going to run away.
Certainly did. Looks like they're having a chat here, Scott Borthwick and Peter Siddle, about placing that fine leg fielder. Want him a bit fine now. Square leg's going out deep as well. Got an email here from Simon Jones of the Hampshire Cricket Board. Morning to you, Simon. solentcricket@gmail.com. Don't forget, as forward is Ben Brown. Goes up towards mid-off. Simon says, hope everything is well. Just a quick shout out to all the recreational players, club and league volunteers and officials starting their Hampshire League seasons today. 302 men's teams, 27 women's teams, plus 40 more in the Southern Premier League, which began last week. The First Central Sussex League, the world's largest, in question mark, also starts today. 370 teams. So they're the ones to catch. As forward is Ben Brown, so it sounds like Sussex have got an awful lot of teams starting today, whereas Hampshire have got just a lot of teams that are starting today. So good luck to everybody. It's a good day to be starting your league campaign, that's for sure. You wouldn't want to have started a couple of weeks ago, would you?
Yeah. This is as good as it gets, I think, in terms of temperature-wise, and no rain around, a bit of sunshine. Perfect.
Yeah. Always much more enjoyable when the sun's out. As Siddle comes in, that's pushed out square on the offside by Brown, and there's no run. Another email here from Les Bolton regarding in-ground commentary. Appreciating the in-ground commentary from high in the Shane Warne stand. Need to be somewhere with not much light pollution to see Aurora. Just contemplating postponing our Saturday night bottle of wine to do an expedition to somewhere suitable. I live in Fleet, not far from Farnborough, says Les. Well, we're here tomorrow, so Les, if you see it in Fleet, and Sandy goes back to Farnborough and doesn't, he'll be mightily disappointed. Here comes Siddle again. A shot off the back foot from Brown. Can't find the gap. Out on the offside. And this is from Graham, who's also in the Shane Warne stand on the ground, solentcricket@gmail.com. He's emailed, you have a small but loyal audience in the Shane Warne stand, but I keep forgetting to put the earpiece on until about half an hour after play starts. Perhaps a reminder on the board needed for us dozy supporters. Keep up the good work, says Graham. Well, the people, the powers that be at Hampshire are listening, and I'm sure they've made a note of that. As Brown gets an edge, and that's a good stop at second slip. It's certainly saved 4. The ball's trickling down towards third. Ollie Robinson's taking his glove off and running down towards the ball, throws it in. And Brown picks up 2 more to end that over. 383 for 5. Brown moves on to 27. Prest still there on 83. So, yeah, well, maybe there will be a reminder on the big scoreboards here tomorrow morning to put your earpieces in at 11 o'clock. And that's, of course, if we remember to switch the button on.
Oh, was that this morning you forgot?
Not this morning, but I have done on several occasions.
There's a lot to remember.
There is too much.
There is a lot to remember. And it looks like it could be a change of bowling from the pavilion end. Maybe it's going to be a bit of seam, it looks like. Maybe Bryden cast, is it?
I think you're right.
Yeah.
Wholehearted bowler. Ran in quite well yesterday, Stanley. Hasn't picked up a wicket. He hasn't picked up a wicket this season yet. But not for the want of trying. No. Quite a few shouts for LBWs. Some were closer than others, let's say that. But enthusiastic, and he does hit the deck.
Yeah. Probably the quickest of the Durham bowlers on show. They're going to need something from him this morning, actually. 383 for 5, so they don't want to let Hampshire get too far ahead. Just important to try and pick up wickets, but with this slow pitch, it's finding the wickets, finding the ways to get those wickets. Bowls to Tom Prest, who's 83 not out. Cast comes running in towards us from the pavilion end. Bowls and flash, false stroke from Tom Prest. A little bit of width. Goes for that cut shot and through to Ollie Robinson.
Got a nice message here from Joe on the ground, actually, about earpieces. She says that the earpieces will be hiding under hats today, which yes. I suppose is pretty understandable. Everyone she's spoken to is loving them, apparently. That's good. Is that the earpieces or the commentary coming out of them?
Hopefully both. Hopefully both, Kev.
They're just comfortable on the ear.
Yes. Cast runs in past the umpire and bowls to Prest, who pushes us into the offside and trot through for a single. 384 for 5. Prest 84. Ben Brown, his partner, 27.
Where do you think Hampshire see this innings going here? I mean, obviously, ideally, you don't want to be losing wickets and you play, but I mean, realistically, what do you think they're looking at?
I mean, I think from this position, what you want to do is you want to bat yourself into a position of complete strength. You know, so you're probably looking at 500 plus and potentially not needing to bat again. Well, putting enough pressure that you potentially don't have to bat again. His cast bowls back of a length, and Ben Brown pushes into the offside and no run. Yeah, I think it's it's a good position to be in, and all you do now is just try and bat and put more overs in the fielder's legs and just try and wear them down. But I don't think there'll be any major instructions, but just bat some time and let the runs come. I mean, 3.5 runs and over. It's decent at this point. It's cast bowls, and Ben Brown flashes wide outside the off stump and through to Ollie Robinson.
Yeah, right. I think you're right. I think it is a pitch which is a little more worn. Whether you sort of hope while you're batting the pitch wears enough, so by the time the opposition starts batting, there's a noticeable difference. I'm not sure there is going to be a noticeable difference. I don't know about you.
His cast runs in and bowls. Ben Brown leaves this one outside the off stump. No run. Yeah, I mean, I think so far from what I can see is probably there's not that many demons in the pitch. As you said, we expect the pitch to turn, maybe, but again, you have to put the overs into the pitch for that to happen. So I think just batting as long as you possibly can and try and wear the pitch down. I think more on a Hampshire perspective is get to that point in a short while as Cast comes in and bowls to Ben Brown, who pushes this into the offside for no run, and that's going to be the end of the over. 384 for 5 they move on to. I guess just from a Hampshire perspective, Kev, it's in terms of being in a position of strength, and sometimes what we've seen is they've been maybe 4 down with a decent score and then maybe got to sort of 400 and probably not pushed on as far as they should really. So I think it'll be important to try and capitalize from this position and, you know, bat yourself into that really, really strong position.
Yep. Well, Hampshire have added 48 runs this morning in an hour's play. So the Durham bowling has been accurate again, making sure that Hampshire don't get away from them too quickly. Don't have a period of play where momentum shifts. We saw that from a Hampshire point of view at the Oval a couple of weeks ago, where momentum really did shift very quickly when Jordan Clark came in for the opposition. Gone for the Yorker there, dug out by Prest, goes out square on the leg side. Rory Burns did all the hard work opening up, and no great scoring rate at all, but just kept the Hampshire bowlers at bay, and then it allowed Jordan Clark to come in and just thrash it around, has to be said, and momentum was completely with the home side. Dave Allen's listening. Hello, Dave. I wonder if he saw the Aurora last night. It's down the leg side. Another good diving stop from Ollie Robinson, one-handed. This time he's down in Portsmouth. I know he's listening, so if you are listening, Dave, let us know if you saw it, if it was down that way. But one or two I've seen on social media suggest that even if it wasn't in Portsmouth itself, in the surroundings anyway. Dave's Hampshire honorary archivist here. He's been listening. You mentioned this. He is still Hampshire's youngest centurion, is Liam Dawson, aged 18 years and 210 days. And yes, he scored that 100 against Notts at Trent Bridge in September 2008. Prest drives up towards mid-on. Yeah, I was there. I saw it. And yeah, I thought it was 2009, but obviously I was a year out. 2008.
Wow, that's a long time ago.
God, what were you doing in 2008? Still living in Zimbabwe?
I was here, actually.
Was you here then?
Yeah, I was here. 2008, probably. In
Playing for
still?
Zimbabwe? No, you weren't.
No, I finished my under-19 career and A-side career around then.
Right.
Yeah, I was probably, playing a lot of club cricket here for Cove.
Okay. Siddle. Oh, he's driving inside edge onto his pad. Tom Prest. Good stuff here from Durham, really. They're just keeping the Hampshire innings in check. It's very easy after a hot day in the field yesterday, and you've worked hard to come in the morning and just have a little period where you're not quite on it. Interesting, Matthew Potts hasn't bowled as yet. Bowled all right yesterday, he just had that little moment in the afternoon session where he wasn't quite on it. Went for a few runs straight after lunch, but otherwise he wasn't too bad. Here's Siddle. Just come in a fraction there, isn't it? It's just a hint of reverse there. So that's driven up towards mid-on. Just a hint.
I guess from a Durham perspective, it's just try to hang in and more damage limitation from this point.
Yeah.
And try and just, I guess all the running is with Hampshire. And try and see what they decide to do, but like you say, they've been good this morning and just put the ball in decent areas.
Yeah, but you can almost put the pressure on the side that's got the decent score by bowling nice and tight. Siddle bowls, that's turned away down to fine leg by Prest, and he moves on to 85 now, and it's 385 for 5, because of course I guess, as we were saying earlier and as you were saying earlier, Stanley, that Hampshire will maybe have a figure in their mind at around a certain time, and if you can prolong that time that they get to their preferred figure, then you're taking more time out of the game, and actually it does put pressure on the batting side, who are at the moment are in the ascendancy, because they'll feel that they are then taking a bit too long to get to where they want to be, and then in a way even as a fielding side, you haven't enjoyed too much success.
Yeah,
you're actually taking a lot of time out of the game.
It's very true, Kev, as Bridencast runs in from the pavilion end and bowls to, beats the bat this time. Bit of pace through to Ollie Robinson.
It's quite amazing to think that he hasn't picked up a wicket yet this year.
Yeah.
None for 270. I mean, he has been a bit unlucky. I know you didn't see too much yesterday. We were here, and he's as you can already see, he's a wholehearted bowler. He gets a bit of extra pace, he gets a bit of extra bounce from time to time, and yet totally wicketless for 2024 so far.
Wow. Not without trying as he runs in again to Prest, and Prest flashes again outside the off stump. No run through to Ollie Robinson, so potentially another false stroke. He's got to be careful here, Tom Prest, and doesn't want to give it away in this position. He's done the hard work. He's got to be really focused and have that 3 figures in mind.
But it goes back to, scoring rates, isn't it, really? He's only added 20 this morning in an hour and 5 minutes.
Yeah. It's Cars. Bowls and Prest this time. Again, false stroke outside that off stump. So good stuff. This from Bridencast. Asking questions. Tom Prest just walks away towards the umpire. His partner Ben Brown just coming down just to have a little quiet word with him. Maybe just saying, just refocus and get back into your bubble, because it can happen sometimes, Kev, when you batting so well. Just get out of it. And again, Cast. He's sort of shaped to play that, didn't he, Tom Prest, and then bailed out at the last minute.
Yeah, I know that in the game here against Warwickshire, the last of the 2 games, well, the previous game basically, that there were suggestions that Hampshire batted a little slow in their first innings, and they'll always chat about that, as teams do, about how they can improve, how they can do this and that.
Cast bowls again, and Prest this time leaves that alone.
And I'm just wondering if that is also playing on their mind a little bit this morning. They started in a terrific position, 336 for 4. They are still in a terrific position.
Yeah.
Even though they've lost Liam Dawson after 10 minutes play this morning. But you're only in that terrific position as long as you keep up the pressure. And, Durham are doing their best to slow the game down. They've bowled really well. And, maybe the batters are thinking, are we batting at a pace that we should be?
It's interesting. As Cast comes in for the final ball of this over, bowls to Tom Prest, who pushes this into the offside for no run, 385 for 5. So really good testing over there from Bryden Cast, asking lots of questions on Tom Prest. Yeah, but interesting. Very interesting. And I guess realistically, from a Durham perspective, they're 5th in the table. So they, I mean, obviously they want to get a result of this game, but they probably don't, you know, in terms of where Hampshire are in the table, they probably need a result more than Durham need a result. So in theory, all the kind of pressure is on Hampshire, and in terms of the game itself, I guess.
That's right. They're the ones in the bottom two. It's early season. Don't need to worry about it too much at the moment, but you're right, they're the ones that are there currently. Siddle continues from our commentary end, running away from us. Foolish delivery to Brown. It's pushed out straight. Dave Allen's back on the email, solentcricket@gmail.com, saying the last time I saw something like that was around 1967. He didn't actually say if he saw anything yesterday. That's just the line that he's passed on. To make, just reading that suggests that he did see something last night, doesn't it?
Wow. Yeah.
Last time I saw something like that, 1967. So that you would read into that yes, I did see something last night in the Portsmouth area. Everybody's excited about it, aren't they?
Yeah.
Oh, he's playing a missing outside the off stump. That's a beautiful delivery. Peter Siddle. He's just hung the ball out there a fraction, and the ball's just held its line. This is clever bowling. Just watching that's definitely straightened, isn't it? We were saying about a little bit of reverse swing in the last over, just ever so slightly coming into the batter. That is just holding its line and straightening. It's subtle, and it's good bowling.
Yeah, it's really good bowling from very experienced Peter Siddle.
You'd expect that, wouldn't you, really? From this man bowling now. Comes in again, that's angled in, driven to one of the two short mid wickets. So yeah, certainly Hampshire aren't running away with this morning. Durham working hard.
Yeah, and I think we also have to be realistic in terms of what the pitch is providing. It's not, there's not a great deal of pace.
No.
So you still have to bat, and you still have to bat cautiously as well. You don't really want to give it away. So I think they're doing everything correctly at this moment in time.
They are. Yeah, you don't want to throw your wickets away. That's another good length delivery. Be interesting to see how other teams are doing this morning. Worcestershire 361 for 5 against Kent. Now they resumed this morning at 308 for 5. So I would say Ed Barnard there's got 100, has he? Not Ed Barnard. That's another game. I'll come to that in a moment. Adam Hose, formerly of these parts, started the day 50 not out. He's 77 not out for Worcestershire. Lancashire bowled out for 331. Another length ball to Ben Brown. He's very watchful on that. They were 306 for 8 at the start of play this morning. So they were bowled out, and in reply, Nottinghamshire have lost a wicket already. They're 28 for 1. Warwickshire 343 all out against Surrey. They were 318 for 8 overnight, and Ed Barnard did complete a century. He was 96 not out overnight, eventually out for 108.
Good player, Ed Barnard, actually.
Yeah, good move for him, wasn't it? Really. Surrey replying with 14 without loss currently. Here's Siddle. Full, and that's whipped down to fine leg. It's gone very fine. The ball just angling into Ben Brown, a little too straight. Brown taking full advantage of that. And he moves on to 31, 389 for 5. I think the first of the Women's Internationals is today as well, isn't it?
It is.
England women against Pakistan women, yeah. That's 2:30 this afternoon. A few of the Vipers involved in that one.
They had a game yesterday, didn't they? A development, England ladies development, I think it was, against Pakistan. Danny White.
Day before. Yeah.
Was it day before?
I think it was, wasn't it? It was straight after the Wednesday game, so it would have been Thursday, yeah.
Yeah. Lots of cricket going around today, and men, women, county clubs, as Bryden Cast runs into Tom Prest and bowls full and push back to the bowler, no run. Hampshire. Cautious start this morning. Just the 1 wicket for Liam Dawson. If you're just joining us, he could only add a couple of runs to his overnight score. He was out LBW to Ben Rain for 35. But since then, it's been Tom Prest and Ben Brown. The partnership of 46 runs. It's cast bowls, and Tom Prest again defends this. Back to the bowler, no run.
Paul Williams has tweeted at Sonnet Sport, "We did not see the light show last night, although they did in some areas higher up." This was in Portugal, I think. He's still over there. Good reception of you guys, though, whilst sat planting some seeds. Is it that time of year? I suppose it might be in Portugal.
Bryden Class runs past umpire Russell Martin and bowls, and Tom Prest pushes this into the offside. No run.
Stanley, I'm going to come and take over from you, but in the meantime, before I do, I'm going to let Martin come in for me, and then at the end of the over I'll come in for you. All right?
No problem at all. So 2 slips and a gully. A deep backward point, cover. Mid off, mid on, deep backward square leg, and a fine leg for Bryden Cass as he runs in from the pavilion end, past the umpire and bowls, and outside the off stump, and left alone by Tom Prest. 85. He's moved on to. So he's got his joint highest score of the season. He had 85 here against Lancashire, so he'll be really desperate. Probably feels that he should have got 3 figures in that game. He's got a perfect opportunity here to really kick on and get a good score for himself and his team. Cast ball short, and this is potentially gloved down the leg side. Interesting. Bryden Cass is on his haunches, and it's given as bye, so that's good for Ollie Robinson, because he didn't get he got a glove to it, but he didn't catch it cleanly. As we look on the live replay, and so it looks like it came off something, but given as bye, so no harm there for Tom Prest.
It's gone across his hip.
Yeah, looks like the ball actually moved a little bit after it passed the batsman, and Ben Brown faces up and pushes this into the offside, and no run.
Well, this is another partnership heading towards the 50 mark. We had 48 for the first wicket yesterday, 86 for the second, 94 for the third. It's only really the fourth that didn't deliver anything when Vince was out for 27. Batting with Prest and Dawson, and Prest put on 88. A maiden from Cass. Apparently, lights-wise, there will be another show tonight, but I don't know if it's going to be as good as last night. But I might head down the estuary, get away from the street lamps and the spotlights in the car park. Potts back into the attack for Durham from the hotel end of the ground. Sun's shining now, isn't it?
I've never known so much excitement over a light show.
Well, it's just an incredible natural phenomenon.
Easy for you to say.
Yeah, I nearly didn't say that. Potts bowls has gone out towards the covers. I'm just thinking, I cycled to Gosport Harbour last night and I was looking across towards, I think it was HMS Prince of Wales, huge aircraft carrier. And on the way home, I still had my sunglasses on. And there was a bit of a pinky hue in the sky, but I just put that down to sunset across to the west. But I'm told all the geomagnetic patterns came from the west last night rather than from the north. So who knows? Potts bowls again. This is played out to Bedingham in the covers. By the time you collect it, there's a single on the cards there for Prest. So that Pushes this partnership to 48 here on the BBC. There's runs to be had in them there hills.
I get a feeling that you're really looking forward to this evening.
Potts bowls. It's played off towards short mid-wicket, no run there. I'm actually going to visit some friends in a little village not too far from here who used to live up in the northeast but moved back down to Hampshire a few years ago.
Understandable.
Yeah. Yeah, she was sick of having a decently affordable cost of living in the northeast. Potts bowls to Brown. That's gone short on the leg side. Lee's collected it. What would you pay for a pint down here then, Kev? Do you know?
Oh, 10 quid above.
What would you really pay for a pint down here?
Oh, I don't know. I don't drink pints.
Do you know?
No.
You drink bottles, do you?
Mm.
Well, they're more expensive, aren't they?
They are.
Yeah.
I suppose, yeah.
It's about a £5 in the hotel where I'm staying for a pint. That would probably cost me maybe about 4 quid a pint.
4 quid?
Yeah. This is defended for the bowling of Potts by Brown.
About 1978 was the last time down here you could get a pint for that.
It's not too expensive in the hotel I'm staying in. It's a well-known pub brand. My local, the pint of normal lager is about 4 quid. Real ales are about 3.50, 3.60, something like that.
What?
Potts bowls, and this is pushed away off the back foot by Brown through the covers. It's going to go for 4 actually. Beddingham's chasing it. He's ended up in the dugout, parked in the tunnel, which links this ground to the nursery ground. But the outfield is quick there, and that raced away, and that's the 50 partnership up as well in 112 balls.
There's been lots of partnerships, hasn't there,
Yeah.
throughout, scattered throughout this innings. What do we have? 86 for the second wicket between Gubbins and Orr. 94 for the third between Orr and Vince. We had 88 between Brown and Dawson before Dawson lost his wicket this morning. 52 now, 112 balls. I think you might have mentioned that. Apologies if you already have. Now, I've got another email here from Stephen Clark, who said he was going to consistently send emails throughout the day. I've vetted this, and it is just about readable out.
That's a shot.
That's a lovely shot off the back foot. Cut away by Prest, and he moves to 90. 399 for 5. There won't be a bonus point on offer because we're past the 110 over mark. Stephen Clark, sonatcricket@gmail.com, says, me again, but I have good reason this time. You may be aware that the customer services manager, that's Rob, yeah, I know Rob, organised an informal members meet and walk at 11:30 yesterday, and he also did it again today. I've attended both and met, along with Rob, Neil, Martin and Chris. It's a nice way to chat as Cast comes in. Prest is in behind that one, while circling the ground and enjoying the cricket. Rob is thinking of continuing the initiative for most games as a way for members to meet each other. Unfortunately, it means that I can't enjoy your commentary, but otherwise it's a great idea. Well done, Rob, says Steve. I would recommend any member who wishes to make some new friends to chat cricket with to keep an eye on the emails and listen to ground announcements for the next event. Well, it sounds wonderful. It could be made better, of course, that if you were allowed to keep your earpieces in whilst you were walking around. But I suppose then chatting would be difficult. That's edged into the ground, nicely fielded in the gully.
Neil, Martin and Chris, is that they're members of Coldplay, aren't they?
Oh, I'm sure it was them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they've popped along.
Yeah, I'm sure they fancied a little. Yeah, I'm sure they fancied an informative chat around the ground. Is that right? Those are the exact 3 names, are they? I wouldn't know.
I'd have to look
personally.
them up now. I did see them at the Stadium of Light about 12 years ago.
Did you?
It was a wet night. It absolutely chucked it down.
Carson to Tom Prest. Prest is forward as that goes up towards mid-off.
Yeah, I mean, because part of the set was they went onto this stage right in the centre of the pitch, in what you would call in the round, with no protective cover above, and he was playing this electric piano.
Ooh.
And it was hammering down.
Bit dangerous.
Yeah, well, I was wondering how they did it actually. Everybody had glowing armbands, and when certain songs played, everybody's armbands flashed in time with the music.
Cast runs to us, and Prest drives. It's gone out to deep cover. They may look for two, will they? No, Callum Parkinson's out, patrolling that boundary away to our right, and that's the 400 up for Hampshire, and that has come up in the 118th over. The innings so far has lasted 465 minutes. So, just that one wicket that has fallen this morning. The scoring rate hasn't been particularly quick. In fact, it's slowly dropped. It's under 3.5, ever so slightly. There's that little short-arm pull shot that Ben Brown favours. It's gone in front of square, won't quite go to the rope. They run 2. They may look for 3. No. They keep it to a safe 2. And Brown moves on to 37.
Well, if they could add another 200 here, you could be talking about a one innings game again. But it could also end up being a repeat of Edgbaston, a high scoring draw, or indeed the Essex game. Essex had a 130 run lead when Durham started their second innings, and they batted until they got to in a one run lead, and then shook hands. So
tell me this wicket's a little bit more interesting than the one at Edgbaston.
You would say so, yeah. There was also a 50-yard boundary on one side of the ground at Edgbaston.
Oh yeah, I heard, yeah. Not good at this stage of the season, is it really? First time Hampshire have passed 400 this season. A couple of times in the last 2 home games they passed 300, but they've gone a little further this time round.
Potts from the hotel end. That's a thick edge and it's away for 4. There's one slip in place in Ackerman. Not sure it would have carried to second slip anyway, it was low, but that's 4 runs. There's nobody down at third man.
A little bit of extra pace there from Potts. Still wicketless. Into his 20th over here, it's gone for 84. Good delivery that. He generally looks to angle the ball into the right-hander and just hold up the odd ball on its line.
Potts again bowls. This is pushed to short mid-wicket. Prest on 95. Dot ball.
Oh, I've just got a message to look at the BBC Sport website from Melissa Story, one of our commentators down here. Have you seen that Jimmy Anderson has announced his retirement after the first test this summer? And I've just looked on the BBC Sport website, and there it is.
Pot in, defended. Potts will be hoping he gets a call up there. Well, there was a lot on Five Live's breakfast show this morning about Jimmy Anderson, and it sounded like a sort of tribute, a big tribute piece to him. But I didn't hear the beginning of it. I was busy in and out of the room and getting ready and whatnot. So
I'll just read the first few lines. England bowler James Anderson has confirmed he will retire from international cricket this summer.
Still available for Lancashire then. Potts bowls and Prest defends.
In a statement, the 41-year-old, England's leading wicket taker and one of the greatest bowlers of all time, said the first test against the West Indies on July the 10th will be his last. The decision comes after he held talks with Test coach Brendan McCullum. Yes, I don't know if you people saw that late last night. It was a talking point actually at the Chris Wood dinner last night. The two held talks about Anderson's future.
Potts bowling to Prest.
McCullum telling Anderson that England wanted to build an attack for the future. It's obviously building towards the Ashes in a couple of years' time, and McCullum obviously wants to build a bowling attack that you would think wouldn't have included Anderson even before all the headlines of late yesterday afternoon and this morning. So just to confirm, England bowler James Anderson has said he will retire from international cricket this summer.
Pot in. Prest plays this to the covers, no run.
And will play the first test against the West Indies in July, and that will be his last. So that's his farewell test, isn't it, really? I think that was a point last night that was made, that when all this came out, that they too had held talks, that there was probably no detail as regards, was Anderson finished? Wouldn't play at all this summer? Would he be allowed to play until his performances weren't that great and then that would be it? Or would he have a farewell test? Well, it looks very much as though that first test against the West Indies will be his farewell one.
Is that how you would have liked to have gone, Kev?
I think a lot of cricketers would love to leave on their own terms. Very few get that chance. Here's Cass. Bowls to Brown. Brown works that up to mid-on. Brown just sort of crouches a little bit just before the ball's bowled. He's not the tallest figure anyway.
In the radio world, it's always about whether a presenter gets their farewell show or not, isn't it? Seen it in the industry recently where some have had a big sort of finale on air and others just quietly slip off into the radio studio.
Yeah, very few people get that opportunity, do they? Whatever walk of life you're in.
Yeah.
So you're lucky if you do. Here's Cass. Brown gets another good length ball. She pushes up to mid-off. 406 for 5.
Similar with what Broad was able to do last year, really, wasn't it? And have his finale. Stuart Broad was it last season?
Yeah.
It was last season, wasn't it?
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, they both deserve it, don't they? They've been
an
amazing opening attack for a long time. And maybe it is right that they get a chance to bow out in a certain way. There's Cass again. Again, it's a good length ball. Brown can do no more than defend that one. So there we go. So that's big news this morning. Lawrence Benge has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, I'm sat in the garden, feet in the paddling pool, watching the live feed. I'm trying to picture that.
Not a hanky on head?
Well, didn't say that. Watching the live feed after my game for Basingstoke away to Bramshaw in the New Forest was called off today for a wet outfield. Great commentary as always. Thank you, Lawrence. Sorry your game is called off. We heard earlier from Simon Jones from the Hampshire Cricket Board that there was a big amateur season around the Hampshire League starting today. Obviously your game isn't one of them. 406 for 5 as Cass from the pavilion end comes in again. Short, pulled and helped down to fine leg by Ben Brown, who moves on to 38, and it's 407 for 5. Sue Dewey, I think I should say, D-E-W-E-Y, is that right? Dewey, yes. Sue Dewey, solentcricket@gmail.com has emailed. The Northern Lights were seen in Alton last night. That's sort of North Hampshire wayish. Long time since we met you and Debbie at the Coconut Court in Barbados. Good times, says Sue. Oh, yes, Sue, yes, hi. Nice to hear from you. The Coconut Court. Other hotels in Barbados available, by the way, as that's pushed back to Brighton Cast by Tom Prest. As Cast just has a quick stare as he picks up the ball. Susan Connell has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. Good afternoon. This is the first time I've watched cricket whilst listening to the commentary. May I say, I'm thoroughly enjoying your excellent discourse. And that's grateful. And it's Dr. Susie. She's signed off. Here's Cass. Forward is Tom Prest, and that goes out into the covers, and that is the end of the over. We are just under half an hour away from lunch on day 2. Hampshire, who resumed this morning on 336 for 4, are now 407 for 5.
Discourse, eh? Talking of courses, what have you gone for lunch?
Lasagna.
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 I think you'll find it's lasagne. Definitely. In fact, it's lasagna, isn't it?
If I went over there now and said, "Can I have lasagna?" they wouldn't know what I was talking
think
about.
they would hand you some lasagna. I think what would happen there.
What have you gone for?
I forgot now. What did I say? Bowser baked potato? I can't remember.
Jacket potato,
Jacket potato.
coronation chicken there.
Yeah, that was it. Good job, you can remember. Pot in, and this is cut away by Brown down towards the backward point for 1.
Well,
It's
I
a
wouldn't
very
want
nice day, is it? There's a bit of haze up there, but it feels like it's sort of breaking up now, and the sun's starting to come round to our side of the ground, in front of us.
Yeah, it didn't.
Got quite hot and sticky yesterday
It
afternoon,
did.
didn't it, for about an hour and a half?
Yeah, much later in the afternoon than I thought, actually.
Yeah.
But you were all right, Jack, weren't you? You had the window pulled across with the shade.
Yeah.
You were all right.
Got me valet to do that. Just defended. Goes off along the floor to Clark in the covers. I knew
Alex,
you'd had your uses.
Yes.
Your arms are longer than mine anyway.
and stronger.
Yeah.
Alex McKinley has emailed sellingcricket@gmail.com talking about beer prices earlier. He says, to answer Marty's question, I've just bought a pint of IPA in the Atrium bar, that's at the far end, £7.
Yeah,
Loving
but
the
it's
new-
a sporting venue, isn't it?
Yeah,
So
that's right. Loving the new earpiece. Great not to have the commentary 2 balls behind, as it used to be on the online.
it's just defended off the bowling of Potts by Prest, who remains on 95 from 100 and 52 balls.
Yeah.
So he adds another 5. He will become the 363rd centurion in first-class cricket against Durham, adding to Ali Orr yesterday.
Fascinating.
I thought you'd like that one. I dug it out just for you. This is defended again on off stump. Rolls up to Siddle, who flicks it up the outside of his right foot.
And the context of that stat being,
That's it. Just a number thrown out there just to get under your skin. I thought I'd just hang on to that one for a bit and then just chuck it in there. Just when you...
I don't think there was ever a good moment to bring that out, actually.
Well, there will be if he gets it. He gets a single here, possibly 2, as he plays that ball off down towards backward point. 1 run he'll get there. His highest score is not massive, is it? 108 against Essex in September. But he is only 21. Was with England Lions in the winter with quite a few of these Durham players. Alex Lees was out there and Ollie Robinson. Cars as well, I think. Potts as well. This is defended once more off stump. Lots of dot balls at the moment.
Yeah, this is good from Durham, isn't it? No doubt about it. Long day in the field yesterday. Some hard yards from the bowlers, and yet they've stepped up again this morning. They've done a very, very good job. Stuart Cullen has emailed sellingcricket@gmail.com. He says, afternoon, listening to the chat about pint prices while sitting in the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand. That's up to the left as we look. Before heading to my work in a pub later. The pub is in Otterbourne. That's near Winchester, for those not too familiar with the locality. Not too far from... Oh, he's just said not too far from Winchester. Our cheapest pint of lager is £5.20, and our most expensive is £6.95. Being a... He did mention the brands, but I can't, of course.
Is one of them a cooking lager?
Is that's a bouncer. Prest easily ducks under that one. I wouldn't know what that is, but anyway. Being a Middlesbrough fan living down south with Yorkshire and Scottish parents, my wallet cries every time I buy a pint. All the best to my former team Eastleigh as well, as they get underway with their cricket season today. First time being able to field 2 teams. Keep up the good commentary. Thank you, Stuart. Good luck to Eastleigh today. Somebody shouted something out down below us. 409 for 5 as Cast comes in. Prest cuts that away. He's found the gap. There is a gap there, square on the offside, but Callum Parkinson is patrolling the boundary rope. And Prest is inching himself towards a second three-figure score. Personally, he's on 97, 410 for 5. There's another shout out to Eastleigh Cricket Club here from Jamal Makhlouf, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, I won't hear you read this. Well, this is for the benefit of everybody else. As I'm in a cab. That's pushed out on the offside by Ben Brown. On my way to play cricket. A shout out to Eastleigh Cricket Club. But I have to say I'm very impressed with Tom this morning. He's battled well, isn't he? He hasn't been able to pierce the field. He's had some very good bowling against him, but he hasn't lost his head.
No, it's been very methodical.
Yeah.
I mean, they're going at less than 3.5 and over. They're in no hurry, but what they're doing is they're just building and building, slowly building, but at this rate, they're going to be well beyond 500 without too much trouble, aren't they?
Yeah, the wicket looks very good, has to be said. It's gone for the Yorker there, dug out by Brown. It goes along the ground to second slip. It's fielded by Colin Ackerman.
Yesterday morning only 1 wicket fell. Today so far only 1 wicket has fallen.
Yeah, I'm surprised, really. But it has been a good wicket, that's for sure. Simon has emailed here, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, I was working yesterday, so today is the first time I've got to hear the Kevin Marty double act for the first time for many years. Great to have you both together again. Ooh, he's nearly tickled that one outside the off stump.
What's he saying?
He's cursing, I think, because he can't find a way of getting his first wicket of the season.
He looked like he was being attacked by a swarm of bees there, didn't he? He was jumping around all over the place in frustration.
Yeah, I don't blame him. I mean, it's he's deserved a wicket, that's for sure. And that's only today that and yesterday I've seen him bowl. Simon says, great to have you together again, though it does mean that the gardening isn't getting done. And Simon's in Aberporth, which is in Wales. I've just looked it up, because I've never heard of that one before. Cass. Forward is Ben Brown. He's never had to work so hard for a wicket in his life.
I think with that one, Brown played at it after it had passed the bat, so possibly from Carter's angle it looked like there was a connection there, but obviously no noise, and he was just angry and frustrated he hadn't got that nibble. Now Scott Borthwick's just come across and put an arm around him, and he's heading off with his cap to the outfield. Oh, he's going to field it long leg. So Prest remains on 97. Potts bowls. Prest turns that up to Siddle at mid-on along the ground. So he's only got the 1 century, the 108 I was mentioning earlier against Essex last year.
Yep, and a very good win at Chelmsford.
And an 85 and a 45 not out in the draw with Lancashire here recently.
Mm-hmm.
Plays for Bashley Rydal in the Southern Premier League. Is that a nice ground? You been there?
I've been around about there. It's a nice spot in the New Forest.
Yeah. Pot in. And that's away off towards deep mid-wicket for 1 run. Where did we go to try and play golf? Was that...
That was in New
Brocket.
Forest, near Lyndhurst.
Lyndhurst.
Yeah, it's not far from Brocket.
With the ponies roaming around the course.
That's right.
And the rain coming in sideways.
Mm-hmm.
Looked like a nice mature parkland course to play on.
Yeah, you don't have to put the mower on it because the ponies do all the
Do
cutting for you. Yeah.
How do they keep them off the greens? We've got fences
They
around
don't.
the greens.
No, they're allowed to because it's on New Forest land.
Right. Pot in to Brown. Brown defends. The ball runs back to the bowler. Where's this partnership at now then?
Fortunately, when I'm playing on that
68.
course, when I've played on that course, any of the ponies on the green are actually quite safe.
We stayed over there when Durham made it to finals day here in 2008. Because their quarter-final was delayed for 2 weeks because of that legal wrangle between Yorkshire and Notts after Yorkshire were kicked out of the competition, and Notts thought they should be reinstated, and then turned out that I think it was Glamorgan were reinstated. So Durham didn't play their quarter-final until something like the Wednesday night, and then drove down here on the Friday. The Southampton boat show was on as well, so there weren't any hotel rooms to be had.
Umpire's on the walkie-talkie there.
Yeah.
I don't quite know what's going on.
Just had a no ball as well. There's Potts bowls, that rams into the pads and looked from here to be going down the leg side. Brown on strike.
That is
The no ball's disappeared off the scoreboard again.
obviously getting the score clarified, weren't they?
Yeah.
That was a great appeal from short mid-wicket.
I thought I hadn't seen a signal for a no ball, and then they were on the walkie-talkie, then one appeared on the scoreboard and has now gone off again. So maybe it went on accidentally.
Did you enjoy that appeal from Ben Rain at short mid-wicket? Amazing.
He's got a good...
It's on a
good
great
view of it
angle.
there,
Yeah, great angle.
Pot in. And that's full length delivery right on middle stump, played away safely by Brown.
Talking about departing on your own terms, Stephen Eason has emailed sullencricket@gmail.com. He says, John Arlott's departure from Test Match Special after decades of service consisted simply of the words, and after Trevor Bailey, it'll be Christopher Martin Jenkins.
Potts balls again, and Brown is forward to that one. Goes short to Rain on that leg side, and that is the end of the over. Just the one from it then. So 411 for 5 here on BBC Radio Solent, BBC Radio Newcastle. Chris Sharp, who's up in York, has tweeted to say 2 of your 3 people are one member of Coldplay. Rather than Chris and Martin, it's Chris Martin. Yes. So what was it? Chris Martin and Neil, wasn't it? Who were on the walk. Yeah. So Chris Martin's the lead singer.
Good. Let's clear that one up. Do you want to do one more over and we'll bring Stanley back? I've got the wrong. It's gone wrong.
You can come back now if you want.
Yeah, okay, yeah, no problems. Well, we'd love to hear more of you, but we'll have to wait until after lunch.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Well, we're missing you already.
Sure you are.
Here's Cass. Bowling to Prest is on 98. Prest turns that away. Was almost 99. Came a couple of paces down the wicket, but Scott Borthwick made sure that the youngster didn't even get closer to that magic figure of 100. 98 off 160 balls for Tom Prest. I wonder how he's feeling out there at the moment. He's played very patiently this morning. Started on 65 at 11 o'clock. Here's Cass. Right arm over and bowls. Prest cuts that away, down to third. And that is his second 100. A second 100 for the 21-year-old. And he's milking the applause. 161 balls with 12 fours and 2 sixes. Tom Prest, 102. Now with 200s to his name in just his 12th first-class match. And that's his second 100 in 5. If you count the back end of last season. Second to last game, the 100 against Essex. Here he is. A century on his home ground, Stanley Marissa.
Yeah, no, brilliant from Tom Prest, and greatly appreciated by this crowd. I think you can just tell how popular he is around the ground, and it's just fantastic to see him doing so well.
It certainly is. A similar celebration of 100 to Ali Orr's yesterday. That's pushed to mid-wicket. Huge relief for Tom Prest, and again an endorsement on Hampshire's young batters. I mentioned earlier that speaking to one Hampshire official last night, who just feels that the young batters at Hampshire now, which has been added to by Ali Orr, are just starting to come through now. Fletcher Middleton with his 100 2 or 3 weeks ago, and or yesterday, and now Prest today. Edged. Oh, he's caught second slip. And Bryden Cars, he's got his first wicket of the season. Relief for him. Disappointment for Tom Prest so soon after getting 100. And Hampshire have lost their second wicket this morning. They are now 415 for 6.
Yeah, it was good bowling from Bryden Cars. He's run in this morning, and he's really tested Tom Prest in that channel. It's a good low catch, actually, that from Colin Ackerman. Low down, but take nothing away from the innings. As you can hear around the ground, warm applause for Tom Prest. 102 of 162 balls came in. The score 228 for 3, and he departs at 415 for 6. So he's definitely put Hampshire in a strong position, and he should be really proud of himself. His second century for Hampshire, and what a fine one it was.
Second good round of applause in the space of a few minutes for Tom Prest as he makes his way towards the steps in front of the pavilion. Just a little disappointment, but I tell you what, listen, it was a great innings. It was a very, very good innings, and confirms the witch promise that everybody's known he's had for a little while. Just took him a little while last year to really sort of find his feet, but his stats now suggest that he has. But again, the disappointing thing is almost like a relief of getting 100 and you're out straight away after.
Yeah, he'll have mixed emotions for sure at this moment in time. You know, I've been there. You know, you get to 3 figures, you're really excited, and then all of a sudden, you know, you're back in the hut. But I mean, I think when the emotions die down, he'll be, give him half an hour or so, he'll be more pleased than disappointed, I'm sure.
Yeah. Second 100 of the Hampshire innings then. And walking to the crease now is Felix Organ, playing his first game of the season. Came in to the side due to Mohammed Abbas's illness yesterday. I was saying yesterday, an interesting selection in that Hampshire expecting this wicket to turn a little bit more than normal, not much more, but a bit more. So they were obviously looking to play an extra spinner. It was who you leave out. Maybe Abbas being ill helped Hampshire make what could have been a very difficult and tricky decision that much easier. Now Felix Organ is a more than competent number 8. He has opened the batting on a number of occasions for Hampshire. As Cast comes in and bowls to Organ, he's off the mark straight away. Quick run there. Ben Brown got the skates on. Throw hits the stumps. Square from square on the leg side. Thrown in by David Beddingham. So he's off the mark straight away. Is Felix Organ.
Yeah, it's been good for Bryden Cast, actually. You know, we spoke about him not getting a wicket so far this season, and you mentioned, Kev, how well he bowled yesterday and how well he's bowled today. He's just continued to run in, and he's got reward.
Wholehearted, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely.
Comes in with a mop of blonde hair. Comes in and bowls to Brown, wide of off stump. And Brown leaves that one alone. 4:16 for 6 then. We have just under 10 minutes, about 8 minutes to go until the luncheon interval. Liam Dawson for 35, Tom Prest for 102, the 2 wickets that have fallen, 1 for Ben Rain and 1 for Bryden Cast. Got an email here from Stephen Clark. I am reading them out at the moment, Stephen. They are interesting enough to read out at the moment, but he's going to bombard us today, we know. sonatcricket@gmail.com. He says, Elaine in the bright green and turquoise top has now joined us at the top of the Shane stand. Away from the ground in Titchfield, that's on the road to Portsmouth, I pay £4.40 for a pint of the local. I'm not going to mention all the beer names, by the way. But £4.40, there we go. Been a bit of a theme this morning.
Yeah.
Prices of beer.
Good information coming through. It will be Matty Potts to bowl from this, from this the hotel end, to Felix Organ. He's just new to the crease. Strong onside field suggests that the ball will be potentially straight. He runs in and bowls to Organ, who defends this into the offside. No run. 4-1-6 for 6 Hampshire. just seen the departure of Tom Prest for a well-made 102. Brilliant innings from the young man. Very important innings, I think, as a batter. I guess your currency is hundreds, isn't it, Kev? You know, you need to get those 3 figures to, I guess, to prove to yourself that you belong, and it's important for him. Pots bowls again, and left alone by Felix Organ.
No, you're right, because, and especially when you finish playing, and I'm not referring to me in any stretch of the imagination, but generally, if you're speaking to a player that you're maybe not quite sure, you know, of their stats, you know, they're not obviously well known.
Yeah.
And you know, and they say, well, I played, you know, for X and I was a batter, and you say, you immediately ask, how many hundreds, how many first class hundreds? Yeah. It's the first question you ask, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely is. Pots bowls, and Organ leaves this one alone in that channel outside the off stump, as slip in a gully.
You're right, it's your currency.
Yeah, and I think we saw that with Ali Orr yesterday, and you could sort of see the delight when he reached 3 figures, and I think that's what you strive for, and especially as a top order batsman, you need to be converting those starts. And Tom Prest has had a few starts this season. You spoke to him a few weeks ago. Really disappointed off that Lancashire game not to convert that 85 that he got. So for him to carry on today and get there is, testament to the hard work that he's put in. Pots bowls to Organ, and no run in the offside. Felix Organ in the side has spoken to add that, I guess, extra batting power in the middle order, middle to lower order, but also a handy off spinner. So expect to see him bowl a few overs at some point, potentially today, depending on how it goes with the declaration or if they are bowled out. 10 matches for Felix Organ last season. Probably didn't get the return of runs that he would have liked. Just 245 at an average of 15. As he pushes this one into the offside, and no run. He was up and down the order, opened the batting a few times and batted in the middle order as well.
Yep.
It's always quite tricky as a batsman, though, you know, especially when you are up and down and you can't settle into a position. But he looks like a very good squad player, a good player that you can use in different positions, and a handy person to have. So that's Potts bowls, and Organ defends this into the offside.
He has a first-class average of 22. He is a better player than that. Yes, he's been in the firing line when he's opened the batting. Mentioned earlier, he's done that on quite a few occasions. But as you say, he's been up and down the order, and he has, I think he's been as low as 9, and that's been on several occasions. But wherever you're batting in the order, he's a better player than 22.
Oh, definitely.
Playing his 44th championship game, first class game today, or at the start of play. But yeah, and I'm sure he's aware of that. I've spoken to him several times. He's a great guy to interview, actually. He's very honest. But yeah, I'm sure whenever it is that he leaves the game, he won't want to have that average against his name.
I'm sure he won't. He's still young, 24 years old, or 25 soon. So a lot of time on his hands.
Here's Callum Parkinson into the attack with his left arm spinners, and that's cut away out into the outfield. I saw a report yesterday that described Callum Parkinson as a left arm wrist spinner. I don't think he's a wrist spinner. But anyway, that's just a report that I read. Get these little things wrong, can't you?
Yeah, definitely.
417 for 6 in the 126th over of this Hampshire first innings, closing in on lunch on day 2. Organ is forward, quietly goes out on the offside. So 4 balls remaining in this over, 3 minutes to go until lunch. I think we will get one more in after this. And this is a couple of balls that roll along to the boundary. Oh, he's playing slightly across that, pushing forward there, Felix Organ. Shout for an LBW if you're watching the live picture feed. Have a look. going down. I think worth a shout though. Just got slightly across that, didn't he, though? Pushing forward there, Felix Organ. You can sometimes just overbalance, can't you? Which means the bat comes across the ball rather than into line with the ball. Just like he fell over it a fraction, didn't he? Parkinson from that pavilion end in again. Organ again pushing forward. Parkinson, who picked up 3 wickets yesterday. That's 3 for 134. He's bowling his 33rd over of the game. Comes in again. Organ works that up to mid-on. That'll be the end of the over, and we will get one more over in, because the clock just ticks over to 12:59. And it's only just ticked over, so it doesn't matter how slow the umpires walk to the crease. It won't tick over to 1 o'clock.
Yeah, I'm surprised there wasn't the old gardening technique used by the batters out there. Maybe a little unnecessary conversation mid pitch.
Yeah, I suppose there's no reason to drag it out, really, is there? Really, I mean, Hampshire want to be batting.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, even if there's only another couple of runs, it's another couple.
That's true.
Yeah, that's
Very true. It will be Matty Potts' ball. The last over before lunch, running away from us from the hotel end. And bowls to Ben Brown, who pushes us into the offside and picks up a single. So Ben Brown quietly moving onto 41. Very good player in these sort of situations. Expect to see him probably come out after lunch and maybe be a bit more aggressive and try and push that score on. Felix Organ, just new to the crease, just the 12 balls that he's faced. He'll face up to Matty Potts, bowls, and Felix Organ leaves this one, and that goes through to to wicketkeeper Ollie Robinson. I'm surprised that Durham haven't potentially looked at the short ball technique, Kev. I guess when it's quiet like this, it's, you know, we've seen it in in the internationals where they use that tactic where they have a leg side field and they just bowl short. I felt there was an opportunity there potentially.
I think some sides might have done it.
Just trying to think of ways to get that wicket as Potts bowls and bowls
Old.
full. Organ has to dig that one out. No harm done. 4-1-8 for 6.
Yeah, it's almost as if Durham have. There's a plan here, isn't it? It's to try and keep the innings as quiet as they can.
Yeah.
You know, it's difficult when you've only taken 4 wickets all day in hot weather, and you come back the next morning. It would have helped, of course, Liam Dawson being out after just 10 minutes, but it's like they've gone to try and keep the innings under wraps.
Yeah, it's Potts bowls and Organ pushes us into the offside, and they're going to get 2, actually. A little misfield there by David Bedingham. Potentially look at 3, but yeah, just keep it down to 2, so that takes the score to 4-2, 420 for 6.
I mean, Hampshire have only added 84 this morning, which is not rapid by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, looking at the run rate overall, it's dropped a fraction. It was 3.4 when I last looked, I don't know, a good 40 minutes ago.
Yeah.
It's dropped down to 3.3, so the innings hasn't accelerated.
Yeah, and that's testament to the areas that Durham have bowled. They've been good. Been very good. It's Potts bowls to Organ and no run again into the offside.
Yeah, I think Durham would be fairly happy with their morning's work, I would have thought.
Yeah, I think so. I think, yeah, like you said, it's about not letting that run rate get out of control or let Hampshire go away with it. So they've been good. Like you say, the run rate's just dropped a fraction, so they're keeping themselves in this. Small change of field actually for this final delivery before lunch. Leg slip or leg gullies just come in. Potts bowls and beats the bat this side, actually outside the off stump. He runs away, and that will be that for this first session. So Hampshire end the first session on 420 for 6. 84 runs added in this first session, and they'll be pleased with the position they are in. And the morning certainly belongs to Tom Prest with his 102 being the standout performance. But Durham have plugged away and been really good. So it'll make for an interesting afternoon session, Kev.
Certainly will, yes, and join us again in just under 40 minutes' time when myself, Kevin James, and Stanley Marissa 41. Felix Organ playing his first game of the season. He is not out on 3. The 2 wickets that fell this morning after Hampshire resumed on 336 for 4. Where Liam Dawson, after 10 minutes of play, was LBW to Ben Rain, one that nipped back. He went for 35, only added 2 to his overnight total. That was 343 for 5, a partnership of 88 between him and Ben Brown-Boken. And then Tom Prest, who reached his second career championship century in only his 12th match, was out for 102. Caught at second slip by Colin Ackerman off the bowling of Brighton Cast, who not only picked up his first wicket in this innings, but his first wicket this season. And he looked a mighty relieved man when he did so. 163 balls for his 102, Tom Prest. That was 415 for 6. Here we are at 420 for 6. Your commentary team, a little later, you'll hear from BBC Radio Newcastle's Martin Emerson, but it's myself and former Zimbabwe A batter Stanley Marissa taking you through this first period as Callum Parkinson gets us underway and Ben Brown cuts him away on the offside for a single. He moves on to 42 and it's 422 for 6. Good afternoon, Stanley.
Good afternoon, Kev. Good afternoon, everyone. Another glorious day down here on the south coast, and the sun is shining beautifully.
Certainly is, as it was yesterday, as it promises to do tomorrow. It's just Monday, I think, is the time to start worrying, as this time Felix Organ's off the back foot but finds a field at extra cover, and there is no run. No doubt about it, Hampshire in a strong position, but Durham did well this morning. Only 84 runs were added by Hampshire this morning. Durham doing quite a good containing job as Organ pushes it out square on the offside. I'm sure they would have chatted at lunchtime, Hampshire, about how they're going to approach the afternoon session. Still plenty of batting, still James Fuller to come. Organ, who has opened the batting quite a few times for Hampshire. There's proper batters out there. It's played back to the bowler by Organ once more. So there's with the way the wicket's playing here, certainly a chance of greatly increasing this first innings total, but it's just how quickly they will do that. We'll have to wait and see. As Organ drives slightly uppishly, goes out towards extra cover. And there is no run. Very still out there as well, isn't it? Not a lot of wind standing when we walked over at lunchtime to the far end of the ground. Beautifully warm. Parkinson bowls again. Organ works up to mid on. He's going to take a quick single. I'm sure the throw will come in. It does. This is the stumps at the bowler's end. And it looks like Felix Organ's going to keep the strike, which he does. And he moves on to 4. And it's 422 for 6.
Yeah, it's ideal batting conditions out there. It's not a lot of movement in the pitch. The weather is fantastic. Temperature's ideal, really. And yeah, I guess the whole scenario just screams batting and making as many runs as possible. Yep. But I'm sure we'll expect to see Hampshire probably try and increase that scoring rate just to get things moving. And I guess further intensify that position that they've got. It's going to be Ben Rain, who opened up the bowling this morning, bowled really well actually. Managed to pick up that wicket of Liam Dawson, and he's going to bowl from the hotel end to Felix Organ, who got a single off the last ball of the previous over. So just a solitary slip, who's standing probably about a third slip. Look at as we look down on the ground, and short cover, catching mid wicket and a square leg as well. As Ben Rain runs past umpire Alex Wharf and bowls, and guided nicely outside the off stump by Felix Organ, and that's going to be the first boundary of this afternoon's session. Just a hint of width offered by Ben Rain, and Felix Organ played that nicely down into the ground. 426 for 6, Hampshire.
Yeah, comfortably their highest score of the season. Twice they passed 300 here in the previous 2 championship games. The first time they've got past 400 in any game, home and away, although they've only played one away. That was at Surrey, and they didn't bat particularly brilliantly there.
Definitely bounced back with the bat this week. We saw Alior register his first century for the club yesterday. A good moment for him, and then Tom Prest today we saw get to the 3 figures as well. So positive signs for Hampshire. As we see a change of field, there's a third man going in place now. Looks like David Beddingham down there, following that boundary as Ben Rain runs away from us and bowls to Felix Organ, who pushes this into the offside, and no run from him.
It was a beautiful ball that got Liam Dawson this morning, wasn't it? From Rain.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nip back.
You know, Chris Rushworth was the mainstay of the Durham attack for many years. Ben Rain was the understudy for a long time, and he's obviously stepped up into that mantelpiece of leading this attack. Burly figure of Ben Rain. Smooth action and bowls to Organ and pushed into the offside, and no run to Matty Potts in the covers.
Yeah, he was actually released by Durham in 2012, Ben Rain. And he joined Leicestershire.
Oh, Leicestershire it was, yeah.
And then he returned in 2018. Got the second most wickets in Division 2 last year with 54. Matthew Potts topped the wicket charts with 60.
Yeah, they've got a good attack. Very good attack with a bit of variety, and obviously adding the experience of Peter Siddle now. Done well this season so far as Rain bowls to Organ, and Organ flashes outside the off stump, and the ball goes through to wicketkeeper Ollie Robinson. Not a lot of bounce there again.
Yeah, what are we into? The 64th over with the second new ball. 164 overs. No, sorry, it's not. It's 142 overs. Oh no, 128. What am I talking about? What am I talking? It's overs remaining. What am I talking? I'm looking at the wrong column. 128th, 129th over. I was thinking that was an awful lot.
Felix Organ faces up to Ben Rain, who bowls, and again immaculate areas and no run, pushed into the offside.
So yeah, 129th over of the innings. It's the 49th over with the second new ball. That's right.
It's a lot of overs to bowl.
That is a lot.
It's a lot.
Long time to be in the field. This is where you really feel it, isn't it? I don't know if you played 4-day cricket.
I have.
In Zimbabwe, yeah. This is where it starts to hurt, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. The time, but you've also got one eye on that you might have to bat at some point soon. And Ben Rain bowls, and Felix Organ leaves this one alone and ends that over. 426 for 6, Hampshire now.
Yes, it was the one big changeover from 3 to 4-day cricket was you didn't really spend this much of time in the field in 3-day cricket.
Yeah.
But 4-day cricket, I wouldn't say it's common, but it happens quite easily.
Yeah.
And this is where it gets hard, when it's been hot for the whole time you've been out in the field, and then you're in that afternoon session. Yeah. This is where you've got to dig deep. Callum Parkinson beginning his 35th over. Pulled away, nicely pulled away by Ben Brown in front of square on the leg side. Kept it down nicely as well. Brown moves on to 46. And the Hampshire total to 430 for 6.
Yeah, very nice there from Ben Brown. Just Callum Parkinson just dragged that one down. He's bowled a lot of overs, so maybe a little bit of tiredness creeping in from him.
From that pavilion end, once more, Brown drives on the up, hits it out to point. Just a single, because out on the boundary is Bryden Cass. All on his lonesome. Quite a big area out there, away to our right. 431 for 6 then, Hampshire. As Parkinson comes in and bowls to Organ. Drives in the air, oh, just past the short extra cover, who I think might have just been wrong-footed. He's going for 4, just reached for that a little bit, did Felix Organ. And I think there's that Scott Borthwick there. I think he has almost anticipated the shot and was committed, and just wasn't quite in the right position to recover and move to his right. He's still on his, still sitting down. There he is, yeah. Either he slipped or he was just wrong-footed.
His heart would have been in his mouth. Felix Organ there.
Definitely. Organ's on 12, 435 for 6 then. As Parkinson comes in again and bowls, and Organ's chip to catch, and it's taken not. I thought he had it at the second attempt, Callum Parkinson. It bounced out of his hands, but it just looked as though he was going to recover. But he wasn't able to hold on. And Organ is living a bit dangerously here. Just watching the live picture feed there, he just couldn't quite hold on to it. Organ's got to be careful. He's just reaching for the ball a little bit. He's just going searching for it. Cuts that one, keeps a little low so he doesn't time it. You go searching for the ball a little bit, don't you, with the hands going a bit too far in front of you. You can't control the ball at all.
Yeah. Maybe looking to play against the spin slightly there. Potential leading edge.
Yeah. Parkinson bowls. Organ drives up to mid-off. I think we can safely say in this over, the way Organ's played, that they are looking to kick on here. Yeah. And he just looks a little bit anxious there. Organ just a little bit too anxious to keep the scoreboard moving along. There was 9 off the over.
Yeah, it was a good over. Good over for Hampshire there.
A good one, but not totally convincing.
No, but like you say, you can definitely see that there's been maybe a slight shift in mindset. Just try and push that scoring rate on. Just a couple of streaky boundaries there for, well, one streaky boundary for Felix Organ, but he'll take those. 435 for 6. Ben Brown facing up to Ben Rain. It's a slip, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. Short catch and cover. Point, third man. So Rain comes in and bowls to Ben Brown, who cuts this. Going to push for 2. Should come back for 2. He moves on to 49, Ben Brown.
That's equalled his highest score of the season. First innings here against Warwickshire. He made 49. Made 45 in the second innings against Surrey in their last game up at the Oval. So the third time he's got into the 40s. Can this be the time he reaches a half century?
Ben Rain runs past umpire Wharf, and Ben Brown drives and no run into the 2 men in the covers. Yeah, he's a handy player, Ben Brown. We saw a couple of seasons ago, actually, he was the batsman of the season, wasn't he?
I think he was,
Yeah, he had a really good season, strong season. He's moved maybe slightly down the order now, coming in at 7, I think it is. Which is quite a good position for a player of his quality. Nuggety cricketer, always looking to score. Ben Rain bowls, and again in those areas, and no run this time. So Ben Brown 49 of 91 deliveries.
Yeah, down on runs last year, but has been very steady this season.
Yeah. 35 years old, is he? No, I think he is.
He is.
Yeah. He's been around for quite a while. A fantastic player. Good acquisition for Hampshire. No run again. This time pushed back towards the bowler for 37 for 6.
Run rate has ever so slightly dropped since this morning. It's now just a fraction over 3 1/4. It was a little higher than that this morning. So Durham, even though they've only picked up a couple of wickets, are doing quite a good containing job here.
Yeah, they've been very good. Guess when you're not taking wickets, the one thing that you want to do is remain accurate, and they've done that. And Ben Brown pushes into the offside again, a little shy at the stumps, at the non-striker's end. Good job, Siddle was awake there. No harm done. Durham searching for a breakthrough, searching for something. One eye on potentially having to bat this afternoon. In fact, they'll probably definitely be batting at some point this afternoon. Ben Rain runs past umpire Alex Wharf, and again no run, and that ends that over. 437 for 6, Hampshire.
Taking a look at the other scores around in Division 1, still batting in their first innings and in a similar position to Hampshire are Worcestershire, who are taking on Kent. Worcestershire 431 for 7. Adam Hose finished on 90 in the end. He was 50 not out overnight. So they're still going. Lancashire earlier bowled out for 331. In reply, Nottinghamshire are 84 for 2. Slater and Young, the 2 wickets that have fallen. Hamid is 42 not out there. As Callum Parkinson gets ready to start another over, comes in and bowls. Organ drives, that's nice, along the ground, straight. And that will be 4 runs. It's a better looking shot. Keep it along the deck. And Warwickshire, who were bowled out for 343, having started the day 308 for 5. Surrey in reply are 75 without loss. Those are the Division 1 scores, and the England women are taking on the Pakistan women this afternoon in the first of their series. It's that T20 game, I think it is. That gets underway in about half an hour's time. A few Vipers in that team, I'm sure, when that's announced in a few minutes. That's pushed up to mid-on by Felix Organ, and there's no run. Potentially 6 Vipers in that side. I wonder if they'll pick all 6. They won't, will they? They wouldn't. I don't think they dare pick all 6.
Wow.
That's kind of, actually, I don't think there is 6 Vipers in the T20 squad, if I'm honest. I think there are some which are only...
There's a couple of squads there, isn't there? There's the development squad as well.
Yeah, Lauren Bell's in both. Maya Boucher's in both.
Yeah.
Charlie Dean's in both. Kemp's only in the... Fred Kemp's only in the T20. That's driven, only half stopped by Callum Parkinson. It's still got enough on it to take it past mid-on, but this time it won't go all the way to the boundary. And Organ picks up 2 more. Moves on to 18. Lindsay Smith's in the T20 squad, and Danny Wyatt's in both squads. So.
Good representation from the Vipers.
Yeah, this will be interesting. Looking forward to seeing that team announced in a couple of minutes. Parkinson around the wicket once more to Felix Organ. Oh, it just held in the turf a fraction. Organ stabs at that one. He's found the gap on the offside. He'll pick up a single, moves on to 19. And it is 444 for 6. That brings Ben Brown back. He's on 49. Looking around the ground, just taking his time. He's looking for the gaps. Where can I find that single to get me over the line for a half century? Here's Parkinson bowls. He's on the back foot, steers it into that gap on the offside. And that is a half century for Ben Brown, his first of the season. And that has come off 95 balls with 7 fours.
Yeah, very good from Ben Brown. Very good. Consistent performer. He'll be happy to get that first half century of his season and contribute to this total. He's going to definitely look to kick on now as Hampshire try and further assert their domination.
His 52nd half century of his career. He's playing in his 188th first class match.
8th half century against Durham, we're hearing from Martin. So
Crucially, it's the 8th half century against Durham.
Ben Rain it is, away from us, and bowls to Ben Brown, who drives into the covers. No run. 445 for 6.
Thank you, Stanley. Yeah, take a break now. We'll bring Martin in. Ben Rains into his 23rd over. 1 for 61 for the seam bowler. 32 years of age now, Ben Rain. Running away from us. Running at the northern end of the Utilita Bowl. Inviting the drive. Ben Brown accepts, but it goes straight out to point, and there is no run. The over rate for Durham, just looking at the board, is +2. I think that's good, isn't it? +2. Yeah, minus is the problem. Hampshire, of course, had that problem at Surrey, where not only did they lose the game, but they lost a couple of points for their over rate. They came away from the Oval with 1 solitary point. which is not ideal. It's one thing losing, it's another thing losing with hardly a point. Welcome back, Martin Emerson.
Another half centurion in this game.
There's Rain. He's gone for the full delivery there and whipped away behind square by Ed Brown, who moves on to 51, 446 for 5.
I see when he came in this morning, Ben Brown already had 754 runs against Durham, including a century and 6 half centuries, so he's added another half century, and I'm sure will be probably quite odds on to convert this to maybe 3 figures, given we're not seeing anything untoward in the track, are we?
No.
Methodical batting is getting the results. Rain bowls, that's left alone. Angus emailed earlier on, he said, hope you're enjoying the weather down here, he says. Yes, I'm also down in the deep south, somewhere near St Austell with the family. I've sent the kids, who are 29 and 26, off with their mum to find a list garden somewhere. I don't know what a list garden is to you.
A list
Yeah,
garden.
it's like an open garden or something. But I don't know how they expect to find it if nobody else can. And he said he was doing the park run this morning at the Eden Project, and then planned to enjoy the commentary while sitting in the sun on the cliffs. Rain balls, and that's played away down towards long leg to Cars in front of the Shane Warne stand, top right hand corner of the ground. So that's the sort of northwest corner, isn't it, up there? You don't like my geography, do you?
No, yours. I'm sure you're spot on. I'm just not disagreeing and not agreeing.
Yeah. Angus also adds, Durham seem to be having problems taking wickets this season. Rain comes in and bowls. That's pushed away up to Siddle at mid-off, an attempted drive. I think that it's not just this year. I think the last 2 or 3 years there have been periods where they haven't bowled teams out, but they continue to graft and graft and graft. And as last year's example showed, when a game looked like it didn't really have anything in it, they managed to turn draws into wins, and that made all the difference. They ended up 66 points clear of anybody else. So.
And at the end of the day, this is Division 1. And despite what anybody says, there is a difference. Teams are a little tougher to crack in Division 1. But this is still a good pitch.
Yeah.
447 for 6, Callum Parkinson again with his left arm spin. Quietly pushing out on the leg side is Felix Organ. Do you think your man meant list of gardens rather than list gardens? Do you think he's missed out the all?
Probably.
Yeah.
I know in certain areas at certain times, normally late spring, you have open gardens, don't you?
Yeah,
You
you
can
do.
visit.
Comes down the wicket a little bit. Gets an inside edge onto the pad as it balloons out on the leg side.
It's a popular thing in North Yorkshire, particularly in the little villages in the Dales.
You've probably only got a 2-week window, haven't you, to look at those
Yeah.
before all the plants shut down for the winter.
Yeah.
That's pushed out to extra cover.
If you go up Beedale and you get there early, you can climb on the snow gate and you get a better look over the garden wall.
Where?
Beedale, Yorkshire Dales.
Morgan's on the back foot. Gets tucked up there a little bit. He's trying to find the gap on the offside. Can't. Borthwick comes around.
You've not done any holidays around the Yorkshire Dales on the North York Moors?
I don't think I have really.
No.
If I go
Beautiful
somewhere,
area.
I like to go somewhere warm.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's pretty.
Clacton.
Well, that's a nice shot over the top from Felix Organ. Straight as you like. Quite deliberate and very well executed. And he moves on to 24, I think that'll be. 450 up for Hampshire, and that's come up in the 134th over. I'm sure I'll get around to going to Yorkshire Dales at some point. I've passed through. It's a bit nearer for you though, isn't it? That's the thing. Organ drives mid off his back. It's a single. He moves on to 25. 452 for 6.
There's a beautiful walk you can do from a little village called Keld, and you come over Gunnerside and you follow the river down through a gorge and some waterfalls, and you drop down to a little village at the bottom end called Muker, which has got some lovely pastures and a cracking pub. And on a map it just looks like it's just either side of Scotch Corner, but we went there 2 or 3 years ago, one bank holiday, just to do the walk with the kids. It took 2 hours. I was thinking I could be the other side of Sheffield in 2 hours. Instead we were probably, as the crow flies, no more than maybe 55 miles away. But if it was dead quick to get to and dead easy, everybody would be there, and then it would lose its charm, wouldn't it? Ben Rain comes in here, starting you over from the hotel end, bowling to Organ, who's on 25. So we've had 2 Centurions, and now Brown's got the 50 as well, plus Vince got the 41. Gubbins 31 yesterday, Dawson 35 today. Comes Rain again, tries to York the batsman. He's dug that out though. Played it short on the leg side. Just trying to remember, there was last year in a draw in Cardiff, Durham made 471 for 9 and declared. 5 Durham players made at least 50 in the first innings, but actually nobody went on to get a century. So 4 times they've done that, where at least 5 players have got half centuries, but none of them have gone on to get a century. On this occasion, Hampshire have got at least 2 Centurions, and in Brown they may have a third. Having said that, he's 49 runs away from that at the moment, so...
Yeah, I'm sure you get that this side of tea if that's the case.
Rain bowls, and that is driven by Organ, and he's turned that down to long leg for 2.
Yeah, I guess as long as you've got some proper batters in, which Hampshire have, and there's still James Fuller to come, that you do hope that maybe at some point the bowlers start to look a little tired.
Lost Garden, says Angus. It'd be the Lost Gardens of Ostwithiel, is it, or somewhere is it called? Okay. Down in Cornwall. Not a list garden. 454 for 6. In comes Rain. Organ defends this one on the off stump. It goes back to the bowler.
The Lost Gardens of Heligan.
Heligan, is it?
In Cornwall?
Right.
Magical Gardens, apparently. Near Mevagissey, that's a nice spot.
Oh, yeah. Rain bowls, and the ball is played to Lees, short on the offside. It's a dot ball as a gull flies by.
They're considered to be amongst the most popular in the UK, these gardens.
So they're not lost then?
No.
Everybody can find them.
The gardens are typical of the 19th century.
The
Garden-esque style.
The incredibly easy to find gardens of... Rain bowls, and this one's played to short mid-wicket. To Parkinson by Organ. No run there, that's the end of the over as Rain collects his wide-brimmed cap. I was just thinking, walking around to get lunch earlier on, and memories of somebody who used to sit over that corner there. And they always had their feet on the seat.
Sitting where?
Just here, just next to the tunnel where the ground staff sit, in that little corner there.
Right.
Used to be a regular.
Joe?
Joe, was it? Joe?
Yeah, Joe's still here. Joe was here at lunchtime.
Right.
Walked past her, yeah. Here's Callum Parkinson, yeah. Oh, he's sweeping. Now, what's that hit? They're appealing for an LBW. Has it come off the bat then? Ben Brown.
That sounded quite tinny, didn't it?
Did, yeah. It's going down towards the third boundary. Didn't quite get there. Matthew Potts picks it up. He is off the bat. Yeah, he's got a little part of the bat on it. Parkinson can't quite believe it. It was very full to be sweeping.
Yeah.
Umpire judging that there was a smidgen of wood. 4.56 for
New
6.
fragrance from Estee Lauder.
Brown's on to 53. Exactly 100 balls he's faced now. Parkinson in again. Brown pushes that into the gap for a single. On the offside, 54 for 57 for 6.
England's women are playing Pakistan today at Edgbaston, aren't they? England are batting.
Oh, we'll have a look at the side, because there are potentially quite a few Vipers in that side. Have they announced the side? They have, haven't they?
Yeah, there's the list there if you can see.
Oh yeah, I can see it, yeah. Oh, how many Vipers? Maya Boucher's playing, Danny Wyatt is playing, Freya Kemp is playing, Charlie Dean is playing, and so too is Lauren Bell. So that is 1, 2, 5. Thank you, Stanley. Yes. Organ dries up to deep mid on. He's good, Stanley. So 5 Southern Vipers players in the England starting 11 for their game against Pakistan.
I can count up to 10.
Can you?
Yeah, with 2 hands.
That's clever.
Yeah.
Brown's on the back foot, giving himself some room, but scores Borthwick's quickly round to his left at extra cover.
Funny thing, maths, when I was away with my daughter a few weeks ago, we were on holiday and she was doing times tables, rock stars, which is obviously a timetables thing that you do on your computer or your laptop or whatever.
Yeah.
But it would fire a... You've got like 10 seconds to answer the question. You've got to type in the answer quickly, then it moves on. If you don't type it in, you've lost that one, and it adds up how many you've got right out of 50 at the end of 5 minutes or whatever it is.
Okay. Parkinson to Brown is banging the bat on the ground here. Cuts that away, slightly in the air, but there's nobody at point, or cover, I should say.
So
Brown picks up a single, 55 4, 59 for 6.
You would see 7 times 6, and then she would answer it, and then 4 or 5 questions later, 6 times 7. And she'd be sitting there trying to work it out, and I'm thinking it's the same question, it's just the numbers are the other way around. Trying to explain that. And how different people see different patterns of numbers as well.
Yeah.
So I think every 7 times 7, 49, everybody should know that, but
Well,
I don't know why that's always stuck with me since I was a kid, 7 times 7.
it was drilled into us in those years, wasn't it, really? You sat there and you sung through the times tables, didn't you?
Yeah.
I don't think they do that now.
No, it's all done on a tablet. Ben Rain to start the next over. 459 for 6 the score here. Make that 461, possibly 62. It is going to be 62. 3 runs there out through deep mid-wicket for Brown.
As Wes the media man has just pointed out to me, Lindsay Smith is the only Viper in that squad that's missed out, but she's been a left-arm spinner, and Sophie Eccleston is playing. I suppose it was difficult to play 2 left-arm spinners in that England side.
Oh, and just like that, Jules tweeted a picture with her legs up, her feet on the chair.
Just for you, Martin.
Yeah, there you are. Those toenails could do with clipping. Rain in. That's a bump ball back to him, bounces out of his hand. I can't actually see them, to be honest with you. Just that was comedy value, Kev.
Backtracking.
No, I cannot see anything here. Oh, they're pink. They're bright pink. Just taking my sunglasses off there. Almost like the sky last night. You'll be out in the garden tonight then?
I'm not sure, really. It's quite bright where I am, so I'm not sure I'm going to see too much.
Yeah, try to spot them in the car park of the hotel with huge spotlights and security lights everywhere.
Not ideal.
I might, if there's a bit of crack around tonight, I might nip down. If there's word on the street that it's happening again, I might go down towards the estuary.
Yeah.
Rain bowls, going to be a quick single, the backward point here from Organ as an overthrow. Possibly they will get an overthrow. Potts missed the stumps at the keeper's end, and it's backed up way across the other side of the square by Parkinson.
I think my other half might be very keen to It's probably worth. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's one of those where you go on social media tonight and you have a look at see who's tweeting and who's messaging what, and see if you can find the nearest place that people are saying go there.
Yeah.
So it might be one of those to have a look out for tonight, I think. And if it's not too far away, I think we'd do it. I don't like missing out.
No. Rain bowls again, and this is played to long leg for 1 by Organ. Well, one of my daughters has been away on a Duke of Edinburgh, so they were camping in the North York Moors last night, so 50 partnership, another one. How many is that now? 1, 2, 3, 4. Plus 1, that was 48. 78 balls, Brown and Organ.
Got nice weather to do the old Duke of Edinburgh.
Yeah.
It's a bit of luck. Good job he didn't do it 2 weeks ago.
Might have been cancelled 2 weeks ago. Disappearing in Peat Bog. 465 for 6. Rain in. Ball pushed off towards point. And out into the covers, no run. Yeah, so they've just returned. I've just spoken to her a few minutes ago and I said, do you get much sleep? She said, well, not really. And I thought, well, if the sky's bright red and there's all this stuff going on above you, you're not really going to be sleeping, are you? You're going to be excited and out the tent. So there might be a few tired girls tonight because the other two were out till about 1 in the morning on the cliff tops.
Good night for camping tonight, wouldn't it? If you get lucky.
That's a cut shot. Bounces hard at Potts at point, whacks him right in the forearm. Oof. And he's hurt himself there, might have got him in the chin as well. No run, he stops the runs, but might be a bit of a bruise there.
That's hurt.
That's one of those where you go, oh yeah, ow, ow, ouch.
It just hurts that little bit more when you've bowled 20 overs, 24 overs and haven't taken a wicket yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's still bent down.
It looked to me sort of bounced up and struck him in the forearm, whether or not it's whacked him in the chin or got him in the ribs as well. Or indeed maybe the box area, which I'm now getting the impression it could be where it landed.
So there's no rush here to bowl or to get the next over underway. A couple of the fielders still to get to their positions, including Potts, who's walking from point to point. He's taking his time. He's the last fielder to get into position. So 50-run partnership off 80 balls. Organ's contributed 31 of those, make that 32 in that 51-run partnership. Hampshire move on to 466 now. For 6, we are into the 138th over of their innings. I think we can safely say that bowling a side out twice at the moment on this wicket is going to be difficult. It goes for the sweep shot there, does Ben Brown. I think he might just have got a bit of bat on that, even though Callum Parkinson's asking for an LBW decision, and it's signalled 4 runs by the umpire. So again, there's a bit of a bat on Ben Brown, and the total moves on to 470 for 6, and Brown moves on to 62. So 1 or 2 people walking around the barn, enjoying the sun, enjoying the cricket. There's Parkinson bowls again, and Brown quite easily pushes that out on the offside. Just a slip, 1 slip still for Callum Parkinson. He was in again. Brown turns it away on the onside, no run. So these two came together at 4:15 for 6 when Tom Prest was out about 12 minutes before lunch for a mighty fine 102. Almost a low full toss there as Brown hits it straight to Borthwick at extra cover. And there's no run. So when, assuming Hampshire aren't bowled out, when will the declaration come?
I was just about to raise that as a conversational topic there.
If I'm honest, I have absolutely no idea as Brown works that into the gap on the offside. 471 for 6. You got any ideas?
Well, hasn't been a wicket this session, has there? There were 2 this morning, 2 yesterday afternoon, and then the 2 sessions before that, 1 each. So this partnership's building. It's up past 50. There's nothing doing with the ball. If they're still going at tea, maybe bat on after tea, and then put Durham in. But as you say, how do you bowl the team out twice here? Because some of these Durham batsmen will be looking at this and will be salivating at the idea of getting out there.
I agree. Yeah, there'll be a few out there thinking there's some runs here for them. Which I suppose then you turn the question around a bit, or you start thinking that Hampshire really are committed to batting once here, and they have to make the most of it. So it could be almost, assuming they keep wickets intact, we could be looking at after tea today. Here's Siddle into the attack, and that's nicely guided down to a very fine third man, and that's going for 4. Quite a deliberate shot. It may just have gone a fraction finer than Ben Brown was aiming for, but nevertheless it was quite deliberate. The third man down there is fairly square, and Brown moves on to 67. Welcome back, Stanley Marissa.
Good afternoon, Kev. Hi.
Maybe after tea, do you think, Hampshire, if there's a declaration?
Yeah, I think they would have to start looking at it around then. I can't see anything happening before. I think they'll probably get to tea, assess where they are, maybe have 15-20 minutes after tea, and then look to get bowling.
Siddle bowls, and that's cut away to point. No run. Stephen Clark, who at the moment I am still reading out every email that he sends for now, and he's promised to send many. solentcricket@gmail.com if you are, or if you want to get in touch. He says, we were taking bets on how long it would take you to convert the List Garden to the Lost Gardens of Heligon. No one won it, but we're delighted that you got there in the end. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm not always as quick as that's pushed up towards mid-on.
Did we say that was down in St Austell, was it?
Near Mevagissey.
Oh yeah, beautiful.
Yeah. Have you been down there?
I have.
It's lovely, isn't it? That's a nice spot.
Beautiful part of the world.
My oldest daughter introduced me to that area.
It's a long way. It's a long way away.
But worth it.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it is worth it.
Must be beautiful today down there, if it's anything like here.
Yeah, but there's a few down there today.
Yeah.
Siddle in again, and bowls, and Ben Brown pulls that in the air, and he's caught at square leg. He didn't look in complete control of that one, did Ben Brown? And that's well taken, low down. And Brown departs for 67. Wicket for Siddle. Just watching that on the live picture feed, and keeps a little low on Ben Brown. And that is a really good catch. It's not quite mid-wicket, is it? It's a little square on that. Callum Parkinson with the catch.
Yeah, it's a smart catch, smart bowling. I'm not sure if that was a slower ball from Peter Siddle. It looked, by the way that Ben Brown played it, as we hear him getting some warm applause as he leaves the field for a well-played 67. Yeah, it looked like the way that he played that shot, Kev, it looked almost as though it was a slower ball and he was sort of waiting for the ball. So he was down on his haunches. A smart catch. I guess a timely breakthrough for Durham. Plugged away.
Yep. Peter Siddle's picked up 2 wickets in this innings now, 2 for 53 in his 20th over, and that partnership realised 60. Now James Fuller is always an interesting character when he bats because he is very, very strong, and a half an hour, 45 minutes of James Fuller, who does score fairly rapidly when he's in, will certainly change the momentum of this innings a little. And sometimes it's an ideal situation for somebody like him to come into. If he gets out for not too many, well, it's not the end of the world. Hampshire's still got a good score on the board, but you know, a little 40 or 50 from him here, and he's more than capable of getting it. And the speed in which he'll do it will actually just not only annoy Durham, but when you've been in the field for so long, yeah, it's not an ideal. It's not an ideal, is it?
No, it's the worst time.
Yeah.
Especially when you get towards, I guess, the lower order, and it's just, you know, you've got 3 wickets to get, and you just need to get them and get off the field, but sometimes it's not as easy.
No. Somebody's cheering something, can't quite make out what. Fuller's in the middle, and he's going to be bowling, or he's facing the bowling of Peter Siddle. There's no slip, which is interesting. Not even for the first ball for a new batter. Siddle's in. Bowls. Fuller plays that late. Goes to backward of square. Runs down to third, and Fuller's off the mark straight away. 476 for 7. So Felix Organ's 32 off 56. Such a useful player coming in so low down the order, he really is.
Yeah.
I know sometimes when he's been up the order, he's looked a little fallible, and you know, as anybody would open the batting, but down the order and you see him coming in, you think, yeah, have some of that. And as he drives out towards point, it's almost like he's ideally suited, a bit like Fuller really, ideally suited in their lower middle order places. Very good batters coming in, and of course offer you the bowling option as well.
Yeah, no, you took the words right out of my mouth. I was just about to say that you can just definitely tell that he's suited to these sort of situations where he can play with, I guess, no real pressure, and it's more suited to his attacking stroke play.
Yeah.
But this is going to be very interesting, as Callum Parkinson's going to bowl to James Fuller. We mentioned how he likes to strike the ball, and the position that Hampshire are in, I'd expect to see a few shots played. As you can see, mid on and mid off are going back. Not all the way back, just sort of hovering maybe 3/4 of the way to the boundary. So just dangling that carrot and saying to James Fuller that if you do want to go over us, the option is there. As Parkinson bowls from the pavilion end and bowls to Fuller, who edges this, and it's just past the diving Colin Eckerman running towards us. I'm not sure if it's going to go down to the boundary. No, it looks like there's a bit of confusion. There's going to be a run out here. There's going to be a run out. There's 2 batsmen at one end. Felix Organ is going to be run out. He was looking for the 3rd run, which I think was on, to be honest. He almost got, well, there was 2 batsmen in the same crease. Kevin, it's an unfortunate end to what's been a good innings from Felix Organ, but just complete confusion from the Hampshire batters out there.
Well, I'm not sure if there was much said. Was there much said between the two?
No, it was just innocuous, actually. There was, I mean, I thought there was three from the get-go, to be honest. But James Fuller just didn't go anywhere, and it's sort of brought about a tame end to a good innings and a bit of silence actually around the ground. I don't think anyone could believe it. We certainly couldn't believe it.
Well, that's really disappointing, and that's quite interesting as well, isn't it, really, because Felix Organ is the man in, and you'd almost say that maybe James Fuller has got to just maybe sacrifice himself. But I suppose if Fuller feels that he's not in the wrong, then he's perfectly within his rights to stay where he is. But I would say normally as a new batter, you'd just take a couple of paces up the wicket, wouldn't you?
Yeah, no, it was just unfortunate, and you know, it didn't seem like James. In fact, James Fuller was definitely not going anywhere, and was running towards, or Felix Organ was running towards James Fuller, and unfortunately, a bit of confusion. But after all that, it's going to be Kyle Abbott to come to the crease at 478 for 8. So we did speak about a potential declaration. With those couple of wickets, it could be that Durham get the wickets that they need Yeah, a lot going on this afternoon. We had a fairly quiet morning session. It's Parkinson bowls to Fuller. Fuller drives down the ground and no run. We had a quiet morning session. 84 runs in the 31 overs bowled. A couple of wickets. Post lunch, it's been a few boundaries and the ante being upped as Callum Parkinson bowls to Fuller, who this time calls and runs through for a single. So better communication there from the Hampshire batters. It's just really unfortunate for Felix Organ. He'll be pretty disappointed with how that situation panned out. But nonetheless, Hampshire are still in a really strong position, 479 for 8. As Parkinson bowls to Abbott, who faces and pushes this into the onside. No run scored, so slight change of field for the new batter. Slip still in place. Still a deep cover. Mid on and mid off are up. Short mid wicket cover. Short fine leg and a deep backward square leg as Abbott pushes this into the offside. No run. Callum Parkinson into his 40th over. So he's toiled away and toiled away pretty well actually. 3 wickets for 172. Abbott goes down the ground and this is in the air. And maybe a slight miscue. Potential chance, but in the end he picks himself up a single and gets off the mark. So 140 overs completed, 480 for 8. Hampshire. James Fuller and Kyle Abbott at the crease. So just that sort of period where getting towards the end of the Hampshire innings, and Hampshire will be happy with how things have gone. 480 runs they have, and a lot of overs that have been put into the Durham fielders and the bowlers' legs, so they've got a lot of work to do this afternoon. It's probably not going to be that easy. You know, we speak about the pitch being quite placid, but when you look up at the scoreboard and you see 480, 500, it's a different story. As Siddle bowls to Kyle Abbott, who pushes this to mid-off with no run. Yeah, so as we mentioned, we do know that the pitch is probably not offering a lot, but when you have that scoreboard pressure, knowing that you've got 500 runs to get, it's a different story, and probably I guess a more difficult task, which is probably what's in the Hampshire mind. Is they're going to look to only potentially have to bat once in this game as Siddle bowls to Abbott, and Abbott defends back to Siddle, who throws the ball to Graham Clark at cover. Good afternoon, Martin.
Afternoon, it's often the way, isn't it? Looks like there's not going to be a wicket coming. You discuss possibilities of declarations, and then lo and behold, it's the kiss of death.
Yeah.
So no sooner had myself and Kevin been discussing when Hampshire might declare, Brown was out, and then Morgan's gone.
Yeah. Siddle bowls to Kyle Abbott, who pushes this, jars that one into the onside. Yeah, I think that's the sort of thing with cricket, though, isn't it? It's, you know, you can be discussing one scenario and then an over later, everything is completely changed.
Yeah. I was busy doing an update for Radio Newcastle when the run out happened, so I've watched it again on the replay. But I think there were probably 3 runs there, weren't there?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. Siddle comes in and bowls to Kyle Abbott, wrapped on the pads, but no appeal, sliding down the leg side. Yeah, it's always a tricky one when there's 2 batsmen in the same crease. It's just a complete miscommunication. Maybe James Fuller, new to the crease, probably not up to speed in terms of what's going on. And
wasn't Fuller's call then, was it? It was,
no.
He was looking to see where the ball had gone, but it was Organ who was running to the danger end.
Yeah, yeah. And he had completely made the ground because there were 2 batsmen at the same end. It's just unfortunate. Siddle runs away from us and bowls to Kyle Abbott, who pushes this into the covers for no run. 480 for 8.
This could easily be 500 plays, 460, 470.
Yeah, potentially. But as I was mentioning a moment ago, it's not going to be that easy for the Durham batters. I know they've been in good form this season, but when you've been out in the field for 140 overs, it's a bit of a different task, but they'll be up for it, I'm sure, as Abbott drives and drives nicely. And that ends the over. So the 141st, 480 for 8, Hampshire now.
I just think there's plenty of runs to be had here, and you could be looking parity this, tomorrow tea time, something like that, trying to work out how the game ends in a win for somebody.
Yeah, and I think
in order for Hampshire to press home their advantage, they're going to have to run through Durham twice.
Yeah.
And I'm struggling to visualise a situation where Durham lose by an innings, so you'd think that Hampshire would have to bat again. I mean, they were up against it at Edgbaston a few weeks ago and made 517 and then followed on and saved the game quite comfortably. Last time out against Essex took a 130 run lead, but Durham got level. Parkinson from the pavilion end, bowling left arm round here to Fuller, who's on 4.
Yeah, well, 2 home games for Hampshire, and both have ended in draws, so.
Next ball is bowled and pushed away back towards the bowler by Fuller, who's he got 482 runs last year, James Fuller from Cape Town. He's pushed up to long on, that's for 1. Highest scores 93 for Middlesex against Somerset in 2016, so played for Middlesex against Durham in a win in Chesley Street in 2018. Parkinson round the wicket bowls, this is defended, ball runs back to him. Took 3 wickets in that game. And then joined Hampshire the following year, so he had 5 seasons with Gloucestershire, then 3 with Middlesex, and has been here since 2019. And he's been bowled. He's played right around, that's Abbott, sorry, Abbott's been bowled. He's played right around the ball there, and you could hear the thump of the ball into the off stump. So 9 down now, Abbott's gone for 1, Parkinson has got another wicket. So that's his 4th, he's on for back-to-back fifers. Parkinson 4 for 174. He went for more than 200 at Edgbaston a few weeks ago and was the first Durham player to do it. That was his debut as well. But I don't think he was that particularly bothered. He was just bowling overs to eat up time in the game and doing his bit for the team. He bowled a lot more overs than anybody else. 40.5 now in this one.
Yeah,
4 wickets.
Yeah, he's been good. He's plug away, hasn't he, really? And looks like there was a little bit of turn actually on that delivery that bowled Kyle Abbott. From where we are, it looks potentially like there's some rough areas outside that leg stump on the pavilion end. So potentially Liam Dawson will play a part. Felix Organ, Tom Prest as well will bowl some off spin. So
1 ball left of the over, so what about 141.5? So Brad Wheel, the new man, who has recently been called up for the Scotland squad for the World Cup, along with Michael Jones, the Durham opener. So he's another player born in South Africa, in Durban. Brought over by Dale Benkenstein when he was the coach here. Former Durham all-rounder and skipper Dale Benkenstein was the skipper when they won their first title in 2008. First ball to face, and the only ball that he had to face of that over is defended and just played away on the offside, no run.
Yeah, so good work here from the Durham bowlers. Picked up 3 wickets since that lunch break. Wicket of Ben Brown, James Fuller. Oh, sorry, James Fuller still at the crease. Felix Organ run out, and Kyle Abbott. So 481 for 9 if you're just joining us, Hampshire. Good innings built around the 2 centurions of Ali Orr with his first century for the club, and Tom Prest reaching 3 figures just before lunch today as well. But the Durham bowlers have stuck to their task really well and just plugged away on a pitch that's probably not offering a lot in terms of any lateral movement, potentially some turn. As Peter Siddle runs away from us at the hotel end and bowls to James Fuller, pushes this on into the onside for no run. Hampshire looking to potentially get to that 500 mark if they can. Psychologically, that will be, if they can get there, that will be quite a momentous moment for them. Well, I guess in terms of putting that scoreboard pressure on the Durham batters. It's Peter Siddle, also a crouching James Fuller, comes down the ground, and we spoke about his power, and he's just gone over long on, oh sorry, mid on, and one bounce into the ropes. So with just 1 wicket remaining, we expect to see some shots played, and that was a good stroke from James Fuller.
Yeah, power, got his wrist through it early. Wham.
Yeah, looks like the keeper's potentially coming up just to negate him or stop him coming down to meet the ball. Little conference between Siddle and Borthwick, captain. So some changes happening. It's like Ben Rain, who was at a mid wicket, is moving out to maybe a sort of deep mid wicket, long on, deep backward square leg. So no one within 30 meters of the bat on the onside. As Fuller gets inside this one and short pulled away, and he's going to take the single. So 3 balls into the over, and he's exposed Brad Wheel. He must have a bit of confidence in his number 11. Field changes now as those boundary riders all come in now and crowd the bat. So Siddle will have 3 balls to Brad Wheel. He's not a bad batsman. He's certainly can hold a bat. Not the worst number 11 out there. As Peter Siddle runs in away from us, the bowls to Brad Wheel, who pushes this into the offside, and no run to a cover fielder, who's David Biddingham, it looks like it is. Umpire Alex Wharf just strolling down the wicket, just keeping an eye on those, that danger zone.
Lost 3 wickets for 6 runs, didn't he, in that little melee?
Melee is a very good word for that situation. As Siddle bowls and bowls to Brad Wheel, who again
4
defends
overs
for no run. So it's this is that moment though, Martin, where as a fielding side you're so close.
Yeah.
You just need that 1 wicket. You just want someone just to step up, get that wicket, you can get off the field. It's frustrating.
Many moons ago, Ollie Robinson, the other Ollie Robinson, who plays for Sussex.
Yep.
making his debut for Sussex at Chesley Street, and he came in at the number 10, I think, got 100. The last pair put on more than 100.
Nothing worse as Siddle bowls to Brad Wheel and no run, and that ends that over for 8-6 for 9 Hampshire.
Well, this morning I said that batting still looked fairly straightforward, and despite their efforts and plugging away, there was very little doing in terms of what the ball was offering to the bowlers, and you could quite easily see Hampshire cruising to 500, and they're not quite there yet, but 486 for 9, they're not far off. The batting point situation and whatnot, that finished a long time ago. Hampshire were 377 for 5 after 110 overs, so they took 3 batting points. Durham took just the 1 bowling point. Parkinson in the sunshine here then. Bowls to Fuller. There's a shout of catch it. I don't know who was meant to catch that. It's gone up to long on, and the majority of the journey was along the floor.
Yeah, they've taken the single, which is, I guess, another interesting decision.
So Wheel on strike. He had to get off the mark. He's faced 4 balls so far. Parkinson was about to run in and then has changed his mind. Ackerman's making some fielding changes from first slip. They're telling Potts to come in off the deep cover boundary and onto the square, which he has done. In fact, it's Cars who's done that. Potts is a backward square leg. Parkinson around the wicket, Wheel forward to this one, defends it. Comes to rest just in front of Scott Borthwick at short extra cover. England women 11 for 3 after 2.1 overs against Pakistan at Edgbaston. Next ball rolls out very gingerly on the leg side. Siddle jogs in to pick it up off the floor.
11 for 4 now by the looks of it.
11 for 4. Parkinson bowls again. Forward comes the batsman. Snuffs that one out. It's a bit more of a breeze today. Trees were hardly moving at all yesterday, but coming back from the lunch interval, there's quite a nice breeze drifting across the nursery ground on our left. That's an edge. It's clipped the keeper's foot on its way down into the floor and bounced to first slip. We're cricket at yahoo.co.uk if you want to send an email. At Marty Cricket on Twitter. Parkinson in again. That's gone down the leg side. The bails are off, but the back foot, Brad Wheel very much planted in his crease. And that is the end of the over. 1 single at the start of it, and then 5 dot balls. So 4-8-7 for 9 Hampshire, having chosen to bat yesterday morning, which seems like a month ago now. Seems like a long, long time ago since that innings began. And here they are, still batting.
Yeah. A lot of overs have been bowled by the Durham bowlers. They'll certainly be feeling it in their legs. They have toiled away and stuck to their task quite well. It's been hard going getting wickets on this pitch. Very hard going. Peter Siddle will know that he just needs one more. As James Fuller faces up and gives himself some room and slaps this one in through the offside, and that's cut off just before the boundary, so they come back for 2. Good work out there.
It was difficult to see where Beddingham's legs were there in terms of the rope just behind him.
Yeah, he did very well. Saved his team 2 runs there. So pretty much all the fielders apart from mid-off on the boundary as Fuller backs away and slaps this one tennis ball style.
It's come off the toe of the bat and only just gone back past Peterson. Slow bouncer. He was possibly through the shot before the ball had got to him there.
Yeah, quite similar fashion to the wicket of Ben Brown, where the ball just didn't seem to come on. It's Peter Siddle making a few adjustments, probably moving that field round slightly on the onside. As Fuller faces up, gives himself some room, and short from Siddle and through to the keeper past James Fuller, backing away and not getting any contact. So a little bit of cat and mouse being played by these two.
Umpire's just removed something from the track that caught his eye.
Yeah, he's had a look a couple of times actually, Alex Wolf. I'm not sure if it's that danger area again. Just trying to keep an eye on it. Siddle with 4 men on the onside, all on the boundary. Bowls to Fuller, who pushes this into the onside. They're going to look for 2. If they come back, and they come back quite easily. So good running that from James Fuller and Brad Wheel. Just pushed into the onside, probably not more than 30 yards. So with those fielders on the boundary, if you run hard and run well, then there should always be 2. So 2 to start the over, and a couple of dot balls and another 2. Siddle runs away from us. Bowls, and bowls fall to James Fuller in the Yorker dugout.
Did well to play that there. It's going right in towards leg stump. Managed to keep his feet out the road and get the bat right down on it.
As we see a few of those boundary riders on the offside coming in, potentially just looking to stop the single and keep Brad Wheel on strike if they can. It's potentially I reckon there could be a short ball here, Martin. Well, the fielders are actually going back out actually, so it looks like they're potentially happy to give that single.
I'm going to go for another Yorker.
Will it be a Yorker or a short ball? Oh, he's gone Yorker and he's clipped this one and picked up that single that he wants. So 4-9-2 for 9, Hampshire.
Have you played on this ground at all or not?
I haven't.
No.
No. Yeah, we were talking about that at lunch actually.
Where's your where are your favourite locations to have played then?
I've played at Newlands in Cape Town.
Yeah.
That's always a good location. There's a ground in Christchurch, New Zealand, at Lincoln University, which is one of their universities there. That's a pretty ground.
Right.
Mountains in the background. But this is a beautiful ground as well, though.
(4-9-2 for 9). Parkinson starts a new over, and the ball just lofted down the ground for no run. By James Fuller as he faces this next one now from Parkinson. Back foot drive up 2, long off for 1. The first shot you played, it was like you're trying to sort of use a 4 or 5 iron just to chip. You're in that indeterminate distance from the green and you just want to chip and run, get a little sort of bumper going.
Yeah.
That brings Wheel on strike. He's facing 9, yet to get off the mark. Field comes in for him. The ball played up to mid-off, no run. How many overs left in the day? 46.3, I think it says. Sun's not quite in view from our commentary position. We're still protected from it at the moment. Next ball is played away safely short on the offside, but as it gets round it dips, and then it got very hot yesterday afternoon up here. Janet de Kev was busy moving the windows back and forth on their wheels, trying to protect us from the rays. This is played back to Parkinson. You can see the sun glistening on the helmet of Brad Wheel, and Parkinson doesn't have much to protect his head either. It's glistening on his head. He bowls again, gives that a bit more air time. This is played into the cover area to Cast, no run. And that is the end of the over. 1 run from it here on the BBC. Busy afternoon of sport. Newcastle United home to Brighton. That's on Radio Newcastle at the moment. And then Gateshead back at Wembley. They're playing Solihull Moors, or Moors as Kevin would say, in the FA Trophy final. Gateshead got there last year for the first time and lost it. And they should have played Solihull in the playoffs a few weeks ago, and then Gateshead were kicked out of the playoffs because of the fact that tenants at Gateshead International Stadium and the Football League were not convinced they had a 10-year guarantee to be tenants, so that one's rumbled on for a few weeks. So commentary of that one on the BBC on Radio Newcastle this afternoon as well.
It will be Peter Siddle to continue with 9 men on the boundary as he bowls to James Fuller. Yorker, and this is just dug out into the onside and a single refused by James Fuller, so looking to keep the strike if possible.
Just did an update into our sports build up there, and they threw to me from Wembley where it's very hot, and you're thinking, oh yeah, we're all down in the same corner of the country this weekend.
Yeah. Always seems to be hot in these football playoffs at Wembley.
Seems to be hot at Wembley, doesn't it? Yeah.
It does. Siddle runs away from us, and Fuller goes and goes big. Potentially gets an inside edge, but this is going to run away towards the fine leg boundary. Not sure what that came off. Yeah, that's like it has been an inside edge.
Inside edge. I heard something, a click of something.
He's gone for a big shot and got an inside edge, and Robinson's just got a hand to it.
Well, there you are. They're nearly up to the 900, the 500. 497 for 9. So that's Warwickshire and Essex and Hampshire who've got big scores against Durham this season. Essex were eventually all out for 488 2 weeks ago.
Siddle runs to Fuller, and Fuller goes inside this one and actually plays a beautiful scoop. What a shot that is. It's just got inside that, and that is the 500 for Hampshire. And a lovely shot to bring that up. Warm applause from this Hampshire crowd as they watch their team rack them up.
Well, Warwickshire a few weeks ago on a very small boundary at Edgbaston declared on the tiny total of 698 for 3. Durham, follow on target 549, made 517, batted again, saved the game. So 146.3 overs for the 500 to come up. It was a little bit too leg side-ish that from Siddle, and nice shot from Fuller just helping it on its way.
Siddle bowls to Fuller down the ground and bowled him. Clean bowled from Peter Siddle. James Fuller looking to come and meet the ball, but he's missed it completely, and it's a stumps uprooted, and that will end the Hampshire innings. James Fuller bowled for 27 by Peter Siddle. Hampshire innings finishes on 503. So they'll be pleased with how they've gone. Hampshire winning the toss and having a bat. 503 runs later. Century, I beg your pardon, from Tom Prest and Ali Orr at the top of the order.
Well, the players head off, so you lose the over you're in. And the scoreboard says 43 remaining. Whether or not they take 2 off during this interval or not, we shall see. But in terms of the bowling statistics, Ben Rain took 1 for 71 in 25 overs. 4 of those were maidens. Potts none for 90. And he bowled 24 overs, 3 maidens. Siddle was bowling at the end there, so 23.4 overs for him. He took 3 for 74. And that included 6 maidens of the others to bowl Bride and Coss. 22 overs, 5 maidens, and he took 1 for 66. Callum Parkinson, he's done the majority of the work again, taking 1 for the team once more on a fairly flattish track. 43 overs, 4 wickets, 176 runs, 2 maidens, and then the other bowler used was Colin Ackerman. He bowled 9 overs. He took none for 15, and there were 3 maidens. So 3 batting points to Hampshire and a bowling point for Durham. And we'll be back with you in a few minutes as Durham try about erasing this huge lead of 503.
Welcome back to the Utilita Bowl. We've had a 10-minute break between innings because a little earlier Hampshire were finally bowled out in their first innings for 503. The innings lasting a couple of balls short of 147 overs. Top scorers in the Hampshire innings yesterday, Ali Orr 126 today, Tom Prest 102. The wickets this afternoon, Ben Brown fell for 67. Felix Organ will run out, a mix-up between him and James Fuller on the third. Saw them both end up at one end. Organ out for 32. Kyle Abbott for 1. Between Brown, Organ and Abbott, Hampshire lost 3 wickets for just 6 runs. And then James Fuller, the last man out, bowled by Peter Siddle for 27. Callum Parkinson, the left-arm spinner, 4 for 176 off 43 overs. Peter Siddle, 3 for 74. There are 43 overs left in the day, so we've got 11 overs to do until tea, and the follow-on target is 353. That's what lies in store ahead for Durham. I'm Kevin James, and next to me from BBC Newcastle, as they say up north, is Martin Empson. Newcastle.
Newcastle.
Yeah, they all say it up there.
Who do you think you are, Alan Pardew?
So, yeah, it's been a long innings of Hampshire's. They're, by a long way, their highest score of the season. It is a good wicket. We expect Durham to get pretty close, at the very least. There's not a lot of turn, there's not a lot of seam. And it's going to be hard work once again for Messrs Abbott and Brad Wheel. Somebody did ask me a little earlier, I'll come to the email in a moment, somebody did ask me about why Mohammed Abbas isn't playing in this game. Well, he was ill, declared ill at the toss of the coin. Abbott was just about to start running, and Alex Lees just pulled out of his stance at the last minute. So Alex Lees and Scott Borthwick, the 2 openers for Durham, 2 left-handers. Alex Lees, the Division 2's top run scorer last year.
Countries.
Or was he the country's top scorer? 13, just under 1350.
He got the Cricket Writers Championship Player of the Year award.
Oh, okay. Here's Abbott, then runs away from us and bowls, and he's off the mark straight away, turning that behind square on the leg side. Looks like Felix Organ down there. Slides into that one, keeps himself just inside the rope. And that's 2 runs. Isn't there a formula, really, an algorithm, that 1,350 runs equates to something like 900 in Division 1?
Is that right? It's like from the Cranfield School of Engineering, is it?
Here's Abbott, he's around the wickets left-hander, as he so often is. Comes in again and bowls, Lees drives out into the covers, fielded by Nick Gubbins.
Is there a formula as to why Hampshire only got 6 centuries last year in the county championship? Would Cranfield have looked into that as well or not?
They can only do
While
so.
designing gearboxes for Nissan.
Other makes a car available, of course.
Yes.
So 3:15 on this Saturday afternoon. As Abbott turns, he's had a nice rest in the pavilion. Lees gets a length ball, which he pushes out towards mid-off. Wasn't out there for very long, only made 1. So he's had his feet up for quite a bit. Hasn't been bowling too badly, really, this season, but he's been finding wickets very hard to come by.
I think a lot of people have, from what I've seen.
I know, that's the thing, isn't it? I find myself saying that about a few seamers that you're used to looking, and they pick up 3 and 4 wickets every innings. But it has not been like that for a fair few of them as Abbott comes in and bowls. Leaves that one. Leaves. There we go. That one alone. So far, Kyle Abbott has 5 wickets at 62 apiece.
Lees this season started off with 145 in that first innings at Warwickshire, but then went through a little bit of a lean spell. 1, then 6 and 4 against Worcestershire, 4 in the first innings against Essex before making 48 not out. And Useless Durham Stats tweeted it's only the 2nd time in his Durham career
Abbott bowls, Lees punches it up to mid-on,
where he'd had a run of 4 innings in a row in single figures. He's been with the club since August 2018, I think it was he came.
It was a good move from Yorkshire for him, wasn't it?
Yeah. And then just looking at Scott Borthwick this season, He's had a half century. I'm just trying to. Got 75, I think it was. 75 at Worcester. It Kidderminster having got a duck in the first innings. 16 and 7 in Birmingham.
How about Talese? He pushes that back to the bowler. That's the end of the first over. 2 runs scored.
He struggled against Essex with 7 and 4, but he's moved up from 3 to 1 this year. Michael Jones is the player who's missed out so far to accommodate Colin Ackerman, who's come from Leicestershire and has taken up the number 3 position. But then you look down the order, David Beddingham just makes runs for fun. Ollie Robinson's had something like 5 half centuries in a row, including a 90 this season.
You done well picking him up, didn't you?
Good signing, yeah.
Yeah, it was. From Kent.
Graham Clark had his best season last year when it looked like his career was coming to an end. I think he thought that was going to be it for him. And he'd got a century about this time of year at Bristol. Brad Wheel is going to open from the pavilion end, and when I interviewed him after that game, he said he didn't think he'd be playing in the first team anymore, and he'd already started making preparations to go into cricket coaching.
Really?
Yeah. But Ryan Campbell came in, saw something he liked, and gave him a new lease of life. Wheeled at Borthwick. Borthwick forward to this one, plays it back to the bowler, and invested in him. It paid off. Got a new 2-year contract in the winter.
Amazing how it goes if you keep persevering.
I mean, sport, you live by statistics in sport, don't you, generally? But Wheeling again here. Borthwick plays that off through towards mid-wicket, no run. But there's lots of walks of life in business or whatever where you might not see eye to eye in a particular industry with one manager, then somebody else comes along and sees something they like, and it could be all the difference.
All subjective.
Yeah.
Yeah, some coaches like certain players, some don't. Amazing, isn't it?
Well, in again. Borthwick watches that go through to the keeper.
Yeah, sorry, I just found that email from George Hoskins, it was, asking the question about Mohammed Abbas. Just to repeat, he was ill at the start of this game, allowing Felix Organ to come in for his first game of the season.
Well, Organ is fielding under a wide-brimmed hat at short mid-wicket. Got a mid-wicket in there as well for the left-handed Borthwick. There's 3 slips. Mid-off, mid-on and a point, and there's also a long leg. Right arm over from the pavilion end, and Borthwick looks to cut at a very quick ball. It's rising and leaving him all the time. He plays and misses at that one. The tempter. .2 overs left in the day. That's a pleasant afternoon, isn't it? It's not too hot at the minute, Kev, and there's a bit of a breeze which helps.
I don't think we had any breeze yesterday.
No, it was just very still, wasn't it? It got quite sticky in the afternoon. Wheel bowls, driven back to him hard along the floor by Borthwick. Bowler manages to get a hand to it.
Do you know, this is no lie, up until this game, the warmest 4 days I'd had, even though there was no play, was up at Durham. Because the 2 home games here were freezing.
Yeah, it was quite warm, even though there wasn't any play.
Right,
it was really hot on the Saturday afternoon, wasn't it? It was blowing a gale, but it was like a hairdryer being on. Last ball of the second over. Borthwick gets runs. He's guided this wide of third slip down towards third man, and it's gone for 4. Didn't look initially as if it had the legs, but it seemed to gather momentum as it crossed the outfield. Outfield's fast. Yeah, I went to Cyprus for a week with my youngest daughter in February half term, because for the first time, kids are in different schools, and for the first time we've had to contend with it. The half terms were different weeks, don't know why. So I looked at the situation, I thought actually I'm probably not going to get a chance for a proper holiday and some warmth until October. So we went to Cyprus and it was perfect. It was about 18 degrees, 19
Lovely.
degrees. One morning we went on the beach at down at Akrotiri where the big RAF base is, and then in the afternoon we were up in the mountains where the ski resort was in the snow. The snowman. So
Here's Abbott to Lees. Lees is driving up to mid-on.
but you always get lulled into a false sense of security sort of late February, early March. You think you go on holiday, you come back and the weather will have turned and it just continue to be absolutely cold and miserable for about another 2 months in England.
Yeah. It's not been a lot of fun, but it's been lovely the last couple of days. I'm sure the bowlers, however hard it's felt, being out there in the field for long periods, they prefer to bowl in this weather than what they have recently. Abbott bowls to Lees. Again, he's pushing that up to mid-on. Now, if you're trying to work out where this game's going as regards the result, Dave Allen might be able to help you here with some stats. solentcricket@gmail.com. It says, in the 3 Hampshire home games this season, even with the quick wickets a little earlier, a wicket has been falling around every 14 overs. It's the same in this innings. That was the Hampshire innings. Allowing for changes of innings and hoping for no rain, that suggests in the remaining overs of around 240, another 17 wickets will fall. As Abbott comes into Lees, again he's pushing up to mid-on. Not easy to get a result out of that, says Dave Allen. So that does suggest. Stats alone.
Yeah, I mean, I've sat here all day today just wondering how this game moves on, but we're only halfway through day 2, aren't we? It's just felt like a long game already, really.
Yeah.
Wickets aren't to come by.
I don't think this wicket's quite playing how I thought it might, and that's with no real insight. Here's Abbott to Lees again. Lees pushing up to mid-off.
How do you think they would play?
Well, I'd heard that it was, a wicket that was going to turn a little more. They didn't say any more than that. They were expecting it to turn a little more. So, bearing in mind this wicket doesn't turn much at all, really. I thought, yeah, this could be. Yeah. Might just give the bowlers a little bit more of a help, but it hasn't really. It's given the batters more of a help, which again has been better than the previous 2. Lees driving, missing. Just pitched up a little further.
There.
No, it might just hit the ground. It was just inviting the drive. Lees went for it and the ball just pitched and straightened. And that wasn't very far from the outside edge. Good delivery, Carl Abbott. Good carry through to Ben Brown.
Hasn't played against Durham before.
Does he not?
No.
It's the first time. Well, the last time, 2016, yeah, he would have been here after that. He was here before that, actually. There's a nice drive from Lees. Back past Abbott for 4 runs. Maybe Abbott's gone for the same delivery there. He's just slightly overdone it. The ball hasn't really done anything. And Lees has taken full advantage. Yeah, Abbott was, I can't remember the exact year he came here, 2018, 2017? I'll have a look at it.
I'm just looking it up, actually.
But he played for Hampshire before that for a year or 2. Let me have a, I'll have a look.
He was at Worcestershire and
Yeah. End of the over. 10 without loss. Let me have a look. I'll come up with the answer in a minute.
so when he was at Worcestershire in 2016, we were in the first division then, so he missed them then.
Yeah, we couldn't accommodate him that year for some reason. I can't remember.
Middlesex the year before. Wheel to Borthwick. Borthwick leaves that one outside the off stump.
Yeah, he had a year in 2014.
Yeah, he made his debut for Hampshire in 2014.
Yeah. And then had a spell away. You're right, with Worcester, 2016. Middlesex, he played just T20s in 2015. Yeah.
Yeah, I did a search because I
Yeah.
had a feeling he would have come across them at somewhere on his path, but in first class cricket, no. This one comes off the edge of Borthwick's bat and it's away down the vacant third man for 4 more. So that's his second boundary of the innings. Both of them have gone down there and he now moves on to 8 from 8 balls.
Yeah, he was still playing Test cricket for South Africa in the winter of 2016, 2017. Still classed as a Test player. I think I've got to remember we had Fidel Edwards and And I think it was the Aussie bowler who was injured for the first part of the season. I can see him bowling, and I can't remember his name.
Wheel in, and that's played nicely by Borthwick out through the covers towards the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand. It is fielded. They run 2. There's a little bit of a optical illusion towards that boundary rope over there, because from up here it looks like the fielders have already got there, and then when they stand up, as they're sliding in, you think they're already at the rope, and then when they stand up you realise they're still a foot or 2 away from it. $16 for none here on the BBC. Durham batting in their first innings, having bowled Hampshire out for 503. The last 4 wickets came for 28 runs. Borthwick goes for a quick single there towards mid-off. The fielder at mid-off just slipped over as he went to collect that ball. Is that Nick Gubbins over there?
Where's that? He'd be in the covers area. Hampshire had Tino Best for 6 matches in 2016. Fiedler, oh, that was the year Fiedler Edwards got injured early on.
A leave from Lees off wheel. Were those injuries why Hampshire ended up in the relegation mess that they did?
Probably. Reece Topley played 1 match, that's right, he got injured.
You would have played against Don. Did you play with Don?
No. I played against Don.
Against Don.
Yeah, Essex,
yeah.
Ryan McLaren played 15 matches that year. I'm not sure if he would have played as an overseas player, I would have thought.
Ball played by Lees, 2 wide mid-off this time, no run. End of the over. 7 runs from it. What time is it?
He's done overtime, I think.
Eh?
He's done a bit of overtime.
Have I?
Yeah.
We'll have to wait a minute then, won't we?
You're on such a roll.
Stanley's not there.
Oh, he'll be on.
He'll be back in a minute. It's alright. It'll work out nicely for doing an update into the half times. It's funny thinking the football season's still on.
Oh, not in my mind, it isn't.
Well, I mean, Sunderland's season finished last week. You could argue it finished in December. But,
now, Stephen Clark has emailed again. This is number 4 or 5 email today. I'm still reading them, Stephen. They're still just about readable. Here comes Abbott again round the wicket. Borthwick turns it away just wide of mid-on. Brad Wheel moves to his left, but Borthwick will pick up a single and moves on to 12-18 without loss. Stephen Clark, sunandcricket@gmail.com. He says, apparently there is a long and a short way around the ground. Wow, it looks the same, surely. I met Dave, Colin and Richard on my way round and was told that my way was the long way. Sure enough, they were back at HQ at base before I was. So clockwise is shorter than anti-clockwise, according to Stephen Clark. I cannot believe that. That's absolute rubbish. That's pushed out to extra cover and there's no run. So Stephen, that might be the end of your emails that I read out today.
It's got me interested for the first time.
You can't possibly have a quick and a short way around this ground. It's the same, surely.
Well, it depends if you're what they call in planning desire lines are different.
What?
So we'll look across to the nursery ground. You see those muddy tracks up the hill?
Yeah.
That's shortcuts people have chosen over a long period of time. They become known as desire lines. So when councils are deciding on routes for footpaths, they often follow desire lines, trodden routes. So if you're going one way around the stadium and a particular shortcut becomes obvious to your left, you're going to take it, whereas on the other way around that shortcut might be behind you or whatever.
Okay.
Or not obvious.
Okay. Abbott's over the wicket. And that's pushed by Lees up to middle. But surely I'm thinking he might be talking around the Bowen here.
Round the where?
They call it the Bowen, the walkway, you know, around the brickwork. I think he probably means that. I don't know. We'll check. Yeah.
Well, if they're going for a walk during play, they're going to be going behind the stands, aren't they?
Yeah, but still on the covered.
What you're not taking into consideration there
not the whole,
is
not the whole side.
It's walking speed. So the two people who beat him might be naturally faster walkers.
Well,
anyway.
that's a more plausible
Especially
answer.
when they broke into a sprint.
Abbott comes in again, turned away square on the leg side. Lees moves on to 7, 19 without loss.
I'm saying they could have been faster, especially when they started running.
I think that's probably the answer. So let's be honest. If you start at 2 opposite points on this ground, you ain't going to get somewhere quicker, unless somebody's walking quicker. Right. That's the answer.
Might be that there's a bit of a tilt on the ground as well, so without realising it, you're actually going uphill in one direction and coming downhill in the other.
Does there look as though there's a tilt here?
Yes, it does tilt a little bit from right to left, I would say.
I'll have a word with the contractors that originally did the earthworks here.
See if the guarantee's still dry.
I watched the earthworks being done here. It was amazing. Here comes Abbott, bowls. That's a good length ball played out square on the offside. Thank you, Martin.
Okay.
We'll ponder that, whether there's a tilt here. There's certainly a tilt on the Isle of Wight when everybody moves to one side. Did you know that? On the Isle of Wight, well known that if everybody moved from west to east, the island tilts. Yeah. Is that right? Thank you. Fortunately, most people didn't hear what Martin was saying there. Something about seeing France upside down from the Isle of Wight, which we know. It's not even worth mentioning. Thick outside edge along the ground. That's gone out towards third. Scott Borthwick will pick up at least 2. May look for 3 here. Jog through for 3. Comfortable 3. And Durham move on to 22 without loss here in reply to the Hampshire all-out total of 503, having resumed this morning on 336 for 4. Welcome back, Stanley. Marissa.
Hi Kev, good afternoon everyone. And so far so good for Durham. 5 overs in and 22 for none. So no alarming activities as yet.
One player miss, I think, from memory.
Yep, that's it. Yeah, it's a good ball as well, actually, that was. But Scott Borthwick and Alex Lees looking very assured at the crease. It'll be Brad Wheel to continue from the pavilion end. 3 slips, no gully, short catching mid-wicket, squarish mid-wicket as well. As he bowls to Borthwick again, we see that outside edge. Is this going to run away towards the boundary? It's going to be the 3rd boundary for Scott Borthwick, down to 3rd man, that vacant area. Score moves on to 26. So, yeah, interesting with Brad Wheel coming over the wicket, angling the ball across with 2 mid wickets. I'm not sure if they'll be better placed, maybe as a 4th slip, or a gully to potentially just stop that release, that boundary release that he keeps getting in that area.
Martin has just showed me an article. Seems to support the view that France could be seen upside down in the Isle of Wight.
Borthwick pushes this into the onside.
Yeah, it's a BBC article.
Mark Steele's in town.
Mark Steele was in town. Mark Steele visits the Isle of Wight on this online exclusive extended episode. He visits the Isle of Wight, France reflected upside down in the sky. And there's a Facebook article from Radio 4. In Ventnor, residents claim that on some days they can see France reflected upside down in the sky.
Reflecting off what? I'm not.
The BBC's publishing that. What is happening?
Might have been a slow news day as Wheel bowls to Borthwick, and Borthwick drives nicely down the ground. And that's going to be his 4th boundary of the innings. Probably the most assured one that he has had so far, and it's a beautiful punch.
Yeah, both look solid already, these 2 left-handers.
Yes.
Not a lot for Hampshire bowlers to get excited about here at the moment.
No, I mean, we thought there wasn't that much in the pitch, and it's always, I guess you always want to have both sides bowl. Well, I mean, I guess it's only been 6 overs so far, so still a little bit of time, but early signs of that it's going to be hard work as Wheel bowls to Borthwick, who pushes this into the offside. A few hands on heads, but not entirely sure exactly why, but maybe just trying to create a little bit of atmosphere. out there.
That's exactly the quote Ian Botham gave me last night, just to do a bit of name dropping. So I said to him, what do you think about today? And he said, I'll tell you after both sides have bowled.
Yeah.
Wise words.
Yeah, safe words.
Before he did his turn with Jeff Miller last night. Yeah.
Was he good?
Yeah, it was all right. Yeah, him and Jeff were good. Yeah, good
Yeah.
value. Yeah. Chris Wood's testimonial. Raised a few cash for charities as well as his own testimonial.
Excellent. There's wheel bowls and Borthwick pushes down the ground and no run. Yeah. Chris Wood, we expect to see him in a few weeks' time. Is he going to be fit?
I hope so.
Yeah.
Yeah, struggles doesn't play 4-day cricket now, does he? It's just T20.
Yeah.
He might play the odd second team game, but it might be just to get a bit match fitness. I don't think it's anything other than that.
He'll train with the red ball guys as well, or just to...
I don't know.
Wheel comes in, past the umpire and bowls to Borthwick, who pushes this into the offside and scampers through for a quick single. So good batting from these two. 31 for none. Durham now.
Yeah, they look good at the middle. Borthwick and Lees. You wouldn't think they'd been out in the baking hot sun for nearly 147 overs. That's when it's tough being an opening batter, isn't it? Because you used to open the batting, didn't you?
I quite like opening the batting.
After fielding for however long?
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you do it, you kind of like already got that in your mind that, you know, you're going to be going out there, but it is hard work. I mean, I haven't done it after fielding for 150 overs per se, but yeah.
Certainly a lot.
Yeah, a lot of overs.
Does your feet ever feel lead? Do they legs feel a bit leady?
I think that's the main thing, isn't it? Yeah, and especially with batting, you want to have your feet moving. So if your feet are a little bit heavy and your legs are heavy, then it's not really that good for you.
But you got through it.
Yeah, of course.
Of course. Abbott's round the wicket. Forward is Borthwick. Goes out on the offside. Yeah, I always think because I mean, I did number 3 for a very short period of time, but if I was in the field for a long time, I didn't particularly want to be going out there in the first over or two. But then I suppose sometimes after fielding for that length of time, sitting around actually isn't great, is it?
Yeah, I was going to say that actually. On the flip side, you probably want to just get out there. You've been on your feet, you might as well.
Yeah. You don't want to be relaxing for too long, otherwise you get too relaxed, don't you? I'm sure some of those Durham bowlers are up there at the moment. There's forward, well forward there, Borthwick. Tight stuff here from Kyle Abbott. Just a reminder that the follow-on figure is 353. After Hampshire were bowled out for 503. Yes, it'll be quite energy sapping out there, wouldn't it, for a little while? I think when it's really cold, as it has been for the previous couple of rounds, that is energy sapping in a different way. Thanks, ball. Played to short mid-wicket. Is that James Vince there using his boot? Kicking it towards the umpire. He had a quick look at the ball there. I'm sure he's not thinking about changing it. But if they don't take a wicket in 15 overs or so, I bet they will be having a look.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem to have done too much, does it?
No, not laterally.
No.
Not much swing on offer either.
Not a lot of anything. It's got to be accurate. Abbott bowls again, forward. Borthwick.
How long before you think any sort of spin will be introduced?
Well, I mean, what are we? We are 4 overs away from tea after that. Is that too quick to have 1 over a spin? I think we'll have one, don't you?
Yeah, I definitely think so. It's definitely worth a look, sure.
Now, 2 left-handers in. I'm just trying to think. 2 left-handers in. If Liam Dawson bowls from the pavilion end over the wicket, he's bowling into a little bit of rough.
Yeah.
It's got to be worth it, isn't it?
No, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
It's worth a look. Abbott runs away from us again and bowls. Again, he's forward and he's gone backward of point. That's Fletcher Middleton after that one. Played late, slightly open face bat that one. And Durham move on to 33 without loss. Behind by 470. We're back to bonus points in this first innings. Hampshire have 3, Durham have 1. I'd have expected more than 1 bowling bonus point out of that, however hard the wicket was. It's a lot of overs to bowl for 1 bonus point.
Yeah.
110. Abbott in again to Borthwick, who's on 26. Short. He's trying to pull that one and misses. Bit of a surprise ball there from Kyle Abbott. It was outside of off stump. Borthwick wasn't in a great position to play that one. In the end, it goes harmlessly through to Ben Brown. End of the over. Abbott has 4 overs, none for 13. Brad Wheels bowled 3 overs, none for 20. And look at that, Stanley. You talked about spin. And we might be getting it an over or 2 earlier than we thought.
Yeah, no sooner had we spoken about it, and Liam Dawson takes his cap off at the pavilion end as the helmets come out. 3 helmets it looks like, or 2 actually. One for keeper Ben Brown and another for the short leg fielder, who is going to be Fletcher Middleton, looks like.
Where's the media man who's on the ball as always? I'm trying to think of the other Aussie that was injured for Hampshire around that 2016 season time. Jackson Bird, that's the one I was trying to think of.
Yes, yeah. Jackson Bird.
I think he was. Joe's also said Jackson Bird. If you go anti-clockwise, you meet more people coming the other way and they slow you down, says Joe. That's probably the reason why one way's quicker than the other. There we are. What a bizarre reason, but believable.
Very believable.
In a way.
Very believable. So it will be Liam Dawson, slipper short leg, point fielder, or actually looks like Nick Gubbins may be putting on some pads, short leg pads. Just waiting to see what's happening with this field. Mid off, mid on, slightly deeper. Deep backward square leg, short fine leg, mid wicket. Now Alior at a sort of backwardish point. And a deep cover, looks like actually. So Dawson from the pavilion end to bowl to Alex Lees. And oh, he's asked the question. It's a big shout. Big shout. And umpire Martin says no. So things happening, maybe just outside the line. As we look at it, yeah.
Oh, he's well outside the line.
Well outside the line.
Yeah. Wasn't quite sure how to play it though.
No. It's a good start though from Dawson. He's been in good form again with the ball this season. Just a really handy cricketer and one that James Vince can rely on. As he bowls again. Big shot this time. Could it be out? No, again. Wow. So we watch it on the live replay, and it's looking. It's a better shot this time.
Might just be out the line still.
Yeah, it looks like the ball is actually gripping a little bit. So good signs this for Hampshire and Liam Dawson. As he bowls again to Alex Lees, who this time plays it into the onside, and they potentially think about 2, but just the 1 they settle on. 34 for none.
Well, we did say, didn't we? A little bit of Liam Dawson before tea.
Yep.
Left-handers just pitch it in the rough a little bit, outside off stump, and immediately Hampshire are making things happen.
Yeah, as a spin bowler, to have a newish ball in your hand is just exactly what you want. A nice pronounced seam, so he can potentially look to give it a good rip. As we see Alior actually come into a silly point. So just crowding the bat. A couple of overs before tea, just to give the batsman something to think about. Dawson comes in and bowls, and Scott Borthwick pushes this into the onside for no run. So a couple of balls from Liam Dawson and a couple of big shouts this over. Things happening already for the left arm spinner. Balls and back of a length, and Borthwick just clips this into the onside, and they're going to come through for a single.
Just a little too straight, isn't it? to make the ball, it's not doing anything on that line.
No. Yeah, he wants to potentially just challenge both edges and maybe keep the ball just slightly wider. Bring that slip into play, as well as that short leg if the ball does grip. Bowls to Lees, who's on the back foot and pushes this into the onside, and they sneak in through for a single. So good testing first over from Liam Dawson. Durham moved to 36 for none.
Got an email here from Michael Biswell, silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, good afternoon. With the news that Jimmy Anderson is retiring from Test cricket, the question has to be, will another 90-mile-an-hour plus bowler be selected, or the possibility of Cook, I presume that's Sam Cook, being given a run-out? If this happens, there's an announcement there and some applause. I didn't quite get that, but never mind. If this happened, Essex could be in a difficult situation because they only have Jamie Porter and Sam Cook. Snater does not always turn up, and seam-friendly pitches being prepared. This takes Harmer out of the equation. I think Snater's having a reasonably good season this year, I think, from a couple of reports I've read. But anyway, Tom Wesley, the captain, tends to over-bowl. We've got 2 spinners on. His frontline seam bowlers, so Porter could well break down. So the second half of the season could be very interesting at Chelmsford. That is a good point. Peter Chapman, who's in Penzance, has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, given the weather forecast tomorrow, this match might only end in a draw. Felix Organ then, with his off-spin into the attack. We've got spin both ends. He's round the wicket. He's bowling to Alex Lees. Lees drives. Goes up to mid-off. And there is no run. Stephen Clark says he's now told that when he was walking around the ground, he was walking into the wind. So that's what slowed him up. There we go. There's Organ. It's turned away. It sort of hits short leg. Is that Fletcher Middleton in there?
It is.
Yeah. Fortunately, the ball didn't hit him very hard. It was just a push shot from Alex Lees, who's on 9. Borthwick's on 27. 36 without lost Durham. 2 overs till tea after this one. Organ in. He drives up to mid. I'm going to take a quick single there to Alior. He'll always take. They're very good, these two, between the wickets, aren't they? Very aggressive running.
Yeah.
Always take the single whenever it's there. The secret to that, of course, is good early calling. And also trusting your partner. I see Keith Barker doing some sprints there away to our right. I'll have to leave you with this for a little while, Stanley.
No problem at all. Keith Barker, not yet to play a game this season, as Organ bowls to Borthwick, who just pushes this into the onside. Been a handy performer for Hampshire for a few seasons now, Keith Barker. Probably misses variety. His left arm point of difference. Can bowl round the wicket to right-handers and over the wicket to the right-handers as well as Organ bowls, and Alex Lees just pushes this into the onside and says no run. 38 for none now. Hampshire. Double spin, Felix Organ and Liam Dawson before tea. Just trying to see if there's any grip and any turn on this pitch. As he bowls again, and Alex Lees pushes into the offside, and that ends that over. So 9 gone here, and Hampshire, Durham 38 for none. Hampshire looking for their first wicket of this innings. But by all indications, it's going to be hard work to find those wickets. The new ball didn't do too much. We saw a few false strokes from Scott Borthwick, from Brad Wheel. Picked up a few boundaries towards that third man region. But apart from that, these two have looked really assured and run well between the wickets, as Kev James was just saying. But it looks like there's going to be a slight change in the field. So Liam Dawson coming from the pavilion end. We had a silly point and a short leg, but now we've got a short leg in front of square and a short leg behind square. The deep cover fielder is coming up to a point, so 3 on the offside and 6 on the leg side as Dawson bowls to Borthwick, and beats the bat. I'm not sure what that missed. But it looks like it kept low, just looking at the replay, and a lot of questions being asked from that top end, actually, to these two left-handers. Dawson comes in again and bowls back of a length this time, and Borthwick rocks back and pulls this one into the deep mid-wicket boundary, and he picks up 4 runs. So just a slight drag down from Liam Dawson, but Borthwick was quick onto that and pulled that away. And the one man, James Fuller, in the onside deep, couldn't get round, so Durham moved to 42 for no loss. Liam Dawson comes in and better length this time, and Scott Borthwick just pushes this into the onside. Just has to stay patient here and just get the ball in that right area and be patient and wait for the pitch to do something, wait for the mistake to be made. So far he's asking a few questions as he bowls to Borthwick, and there's a big appeal. This could be out. And again, umpire Martin says not out. So we look at, yeah, striking him outside the line of off stump. Dawson bowls and bowls back of a length this time and pushed into the onside just for a single. Scott Borthwick looking really good actually at the crease. He moves on to 33 off 33 balls, so striking at a good rate as well.
I think Liam Dawson's the most likely wicket taker here at the moment with 2 left-handers in, isn't it? It's not quite the line that for Felix Organ. He's having to bowl 2 straight really, there's not a lot of help there, but Dawson, I keep him on at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. See bowls in back of a length this time and clipped into the onside, and Alex Lees will move on to 11. Ends that over, 44 for none, Durham.
Yeah, you feel something might happen with Liam Dawson at the moment, and that's what you want when somebody's bowled.
Yeah.
It's all very well bowling tight and keeping the runs down without actually looking to take a wicket. Dawson, you feel, is perhaps the bowler that I'd certainly start with again after tea. This will be the final over before the break. Just watching Keith Barker doing some sprints. He's been doing a few now. He looks a little leaner, doesn't he, this year?
He does.
Have you seen?
He does. I was thinking the same actually with Kyle Abbott. Is looking really fit and really strong. So
yeah, they've all gone through a pretty hefty fitness program during the winter. Here's Felix Organ. That's Lee's driving up to mid-off.
That's not us saying they were unfit, but they're just looking.
No.
You know, when someone just looks a bit stronger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, they've done the bit extra.
Yeah.
You know, they've gone that extra mile this winter. That was something they had a meeting about at the end of last year and said, where can we improve? And that was one area. That's driven out on the leg side. These will move on to 12, 45 without loss. Barker is probably one of the more noticeable ones. But it's funny, isn't it? Do a bit extra and then you pick up injuries.
Yeah.
Which is what he's got.
Do you know what injury it is?
It's something to do with his leg. He did tell me actually pre-season, and I have forgotten. But it's something leg related, but looking at him doing those sprints is good news. I'm told that he is about a week or 2 maybe max away from being available for selection. So that's turned away on the leg side by Borthwick. So that's good news. Gives Hampshire more options as they go to Trent Bridge next week, and then entertain Surrey here before the championship. Just takes a small break after the first 7 matches. Oh, now he's pushing. Oh, he's bowled! He's bowled! Felix Organ's got the first wicket. Look at him celebrate. He's picked it up. That's turned straight. Well, I say turned, it's coming in, and it's straightened, and it's beaten the forward prod of Scott Borthwick. He goes for 33.
Yeah, really good bat from Felix Organ, taking the ball away from the left-handers, so a really good option for James Vince. Scott Borthwick just seemed to play inside this one, and he's just missed that completely. It's a handy, handy wicket for Hampshire. They've been asking questions, and things have started to happen with the introduction of Liam Dawson and Felix Organ, so they'll be really pleased that they've managed to pick up that wicket just before the tea break. What a time. And Durham, having looked so assured, they lose their first wicket, so it's tea time here, and Durham are 45 for 1.
Well, I wasn't sure. I was quite expecting the wicket to come from there. Without being unkind to Felix Organ, it looked like Liam Dawson looked the most likely, but it's Organ that's produced the breakthrough. And it wasn't a too dissimilar way that Fletcher Middleton was out early on in the Hampshire innings. So the players will take a slightly early tea with still 2 balls left of the over. And 45 for 1, Durham 458 runs behind. We will take a quick break, and myself, Kevin James, Stanley Marissa and Martin Emerson will be with you straight after tea. Welcome back to the Utilita Bowl, where the two umpires are in the middle, Alex Wharf and Russell Warren, ahead of the start of the evening session on day 2 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Durham. The state of play at tea is that Durham, replying to the Hampshire all-out total of 503, are 45 for 1. Scott Borthwick bowled by the off-spinner Felix Organ right on the stroke of tea. He went for 33. There are actually 2 more balls left of Felix Organ's over. Your commentary team this evening, a little later, former Zimbabwean A batter Stanley Marissa is still with us. I certainly am still with us. I'm Kevin James, and here alongside me from BBC Radio Newcastle is Martin Emerson. You're looking at me.
Why are you laughing?
Because I said Newcastle, and you don't recognise such a place, do you?
I've got no issues with it at all.
No, I know you haven't. No, I know, because you're used to me saying that. But then everybody down here says that, of course.
Yeah. Says that I'm used to you saying that, or
Yeah.
says Newcastle.
Yeah.
Which one?
Well, you're used to me sort of saying it in a way
Right.
that isn't necessarily acceptable.
But
up
you
north.
go to Bath as well, don't you?
Yeah, well, I used to go more than I do.
Yeah.
But Felix Organ will continue his over. The new batter for Durham is that Beddingham? No, it's Ackerman.
Colin
What am I
Ackerman,
talking about?
is it?
Ackerman. We're talking about Colin Ackerman. He's off the mark straight away. Drives it out into the covers. Colin Ackerman, formerly of Leicester, played here in the Royal London One Day Cup here. Got a very good 90 not out to steer him over the line last August. Here he is back batting at the Utilita. 46 for 1. It brings Alex Lees on strike. Pushing it out in the covers. That's a good diving stop from Nick Gubbins. End of the over from Felix Organ. A successful one for him. 1 for 4 from his 2 overs.
So Hampshire played Leicestershire in the group and then in the final.
Yes. They were the strongest side, it has to be said, in the group stages. And it was a good game here, but Ackerman played brilliantly, batted brilliantly. And then, if I'm really being honest, in the final at Trent Bridge, we should have won it. We were in a position where I would say 8 times out of 10 we'd win it, and we just somehow fell away. They bowled brilliantly the last 2 or 3 overs. Absolutely.
They were 6 down very
top
quick,
draw.
weren't Leicestershire? And then who got the runs for them?
It was Swindles, was it?
Harry Swindles.
And somebody else. But no, listen, I was pleased for them, because obviously, you know, they don't enjoy too much success.
Liam Dawson then the bowl with his sunglasses on, left arm round from the pavilion end. That one angles down the leg side and is played up to mid on, no run.
But Ackerman played in that final as well. Yeah.
Slow left arm orthodox, Liam Dawson. Comes in and bowls again. Ackerman forward to this, plays at the short extra cover.
Taking his time here, Liam Dawson.
Got a 5 for, didn't he, here this season against Warwickshire? 546. This has played up to mid-off.
He's done a lot of bowling by this stage.
Bit of a gap between each delivery as he places the ball between his fingers very rather methodically and then delivers. He's gone to get the return ball there.
Yeah, and he's Hampshire's leading wicket taker this season by quite some way with 12. Next highest is Abbas with 5. And Abbott.
Comes in and bowls. It's gone back up towards the bowler's end. Who was the Warwickshire skipper when they had all that success in the early 90s?
Dermot Reeve.
Yeah.
There's a bit of a Dermot Reeve look about him to me. That one skids through quite low and is kept away by Ackerman, end of the over.
In what way?
Just his mannerisms and his hair.
Yeah.
Reeve had sort of quite bouncy hair, didn't he?
Yeah, he did, yeah. Yeah, he led Warwickshire an amazing period of their career, didn't he? I think, without being unkind to Dermot Reeve, but I think Liam Dawson has quite a lot more skill than Dermot Reeve did. But Dermot Reeve did what he did, and he was very effective at it.
He was at the World Cup with England in '92.
Yeah, no, I mean, for a bowler, for a bowler, say, he's trying to cut that one and misses. Start of a new over from Felix Organ. For a bowler that was never the best bowler in a side, was very effective. And his batting, you're right. He just made the most of what he had. And of course, very good leader at that time. Played back to him.
Would you say he was the John McGovern of cricket?
Who's John McGovern?
He was the midfield general for Nottingham Forest, who was modelled into European Cup winning captain by Brian Clough.
He's on the back foot, steers that out to backward point. I think it's difficult to compare a cricketer with a footballer.
Well, he did the simple things well, and there was always an argument that from a skill point of view he wasn't quite up there, but he knew his role and stuck to it.
It's pushed into the ground, fielded at short, silly mid-off by Fletcher Minton. Yeah, I played against Dermot Reeve many times. In fact, I played against Dermot Reeve back in our Middlesex League days. So I grew up playing against him a bit as well. So I just think the career he had was amazing. It's pushed back to Organ.
I mentioned John McGovern. The reason he's in my head is because Dave Bracegirdle tweeted a picture of him yesterday, because he joined Brace and Scott Reed on air for Notts against Lancashire yesterday.
Oh, okay. Cutting that one into the ground, keeps a little low. End of the over, 46 for 1.
There was he was an ambassador for some charity, and one of the photographs was the John McGovern hat-trick ball, and there was a little plaque on it which I couldn't quite read, but he'd taken a hat-trick in a game of cricket somewhere.
Okay.
And my only other memories of John McGovern were early 80s, sitting in the main stand at Roker Park, and he sat next to me because he was injured and Sunderland were playing Nottingham Forest, and he gave me a packet of Bazooka bubbly gum. There you go. Here's Dermot Reeve back on to bowl. Left arm round from the pavilion end Dawson.
The thing is with these, of course, I wouldn't class Liam Dawson as a totally young player, but a lot of these players, they wouldn't know anybody that played back in the 90s.
No, true. I know. Even in the office these days, we're having discussions, and this one's gone off towards point this time, no run there, and you're mentioning something that you're just expecting people will know what you're talking about, and then they'll say, what was that? And you'd say, well, it happened, la-di-da, I wasn't born then.
Yeah.
2 dot balls so far. Ackerman on strike. Plays this out through the covers along the ground and will get a single. It's starting to get a bit hot again now, isn't it? I think we were just contending with it yesterday, just as the sun dipped just below the lip of the commentary position.
Are you going to be wanting the window to be pulled across again soon?
Yeah, and I would like to be fanned as well, please. Single from Lees here up to mid-on.
I think you know the answer to that.
Keeper standing up to the stumps. James Vince at first slip. They've brought in a silly point as well. It's a short cover in there. Backward point. Backward square leg for the top edge. Dawson in again. And has he bowled him? He's appealing. Well, the bails are on. That was a much quicker delivery.
And he just raced off celebrating. I thought, the bail's come off there as he bowled him, but I think it just must have been absolutely plumb. Stays low, hits. No, I don't know about that, you know.
Skids on a bit.
Was that going down the leg side? It was low, but was it going down the leg side? Ackerman's gone. Fell for the quicker delivery, didn't spot it, and it skidded in. And he is out LBW for just 2. Well, this is not the start that Durham wanted on a track that looks made for runs to be 2 down so early. But what it does is it brings out the likes of David Beddingham to the middle. He might just try and play a few shots and bat his way out of trouble.
He's quite an attacking player.
Yep.
I don't think
He
I've seen
lost
him
about
play
5 balls in one afternoon at Kidderminster.
much.
There was a couple on the railway line, 3 over the clubhouse roof.
I don't think I've seen a lot of him. Well, we haven't seen a lot of the Durham players anyway, full stop. But he's a very skillful bowler, and I've seen this many times, and it just proves that Liam Dawson is a handful on any track, but just a wicket that's just holding a fraction like that is. He's got several very good variations. And that one there skidding through, keeping low. And yeah, it was maybe a bit leg stumpish, but I think the fact that it kept low and just the way Ackerman played it, it kind of looked right.
Unfortunately for Ackerman, he went back into his crease, didn't he? So.
Yeah. So a big wicket to go. If you're watching the live picture feed, you'll just see that again as well. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's pretty. I've seen that again. I think that looks even more out. I think Ackerman knows it as well. I think he's just disappointed with the way he played it. See it from behind. Oh, well, he's plumb in front. From behind, it looks even more
Well,
out.
you can't tell where it's hit him from behind.
Well, it's skidded through, isn't it? It hasn't bounced much. He's neither gone forward nor back. He's not really fell that far back. So it is David Beddingham.
Well, interestingly, the deficit's 455. 48 for 2, Durham.
Durham's one of 2 overseas players. There's a slip and there was a gully. It's you, isn't it? Sorry.
Oh! Well, Bellingham's looked to cut that, and it's come off the bottom corner of the bat, and it's gone behind him. And he's looking all over the ball. Heart in the mouth moment there. No movement of the feet whatsoever. And he's actually rubbing his glove across the bottom corner of the bat. Fortuitous. Durham under the cosh a little bit here.
Wicket each for the spinners.
So 13 now this season for Dawson.
Yeah, it's bowled very well this year, and of course he's had more opportunities really because the wickets have been so flat. The ones that Hampshire have played on so far. Maybe not so much the one at the Oval, but certainly the 2 previous here. Here's Organ, bowls, leaves us forward. Goes out to Gubbins at extra cover. He's averaging 41 this season so far. Beddingham averaging 69. Suggests that they might take a bit of dislodging as that's played out to point. So we have just under 29 overs in the day's play here. We've had 6 wickets since lunch. A little quicker this time. Eases that in front of square on the offside for a single. He moves on to 14. 50 up for Durham. For the loss of Borthwick and Ackerman. So short leg in for Beddingham. There might be a little bit of rough here for Organ to play with, because I'm just trying to think. Bryden Cast bowled round the wicket quite a bit from that far end, didn't he? Potts a few overs round the wicket, so there might be a little bit there for him to aim into. Comes in and bowls flighted, driven by Beddingham. There is a sweeper fielder. I think that's Brad Wheel. And that is the Durham 50 now, apologies. I wasn't one ahead of them earlier. In the 15th over, that 50 has come up. Lee's back on strike. I did have a quick look at the women's score against Pakistan earlier. It wasn't a great scorecard that I saw, as that's played back to Felix Organ. England women playing the first of the T20 series against Pakistan. 163 for 6 England finished on. I'm afraid the Vipers players didn't exactly shine. That's a nice shot off the back foot. It's gone past the diving Gubbins in the covers, and it's gone all the way for 4. James Fuller running around from cover, can't reach it. End of the over. Nicely timed shot by Alex Lees. Takes Durham on to 54 for 2. So England finishing on 163 for 6. Of the Vipers contingent, Maya Boucher had scored just 4. Danny Wyatt just 1. Heather Knight, the captain of Western Storm, she was top scorer with 49. Freya Kemp, another Viper, was run out without scoring. So not too many runs there, and Pakistan in reply. 28 for 1 in the 4th, so they need another 136 from nearly 17 overs, with 9 wickets remaining.
54 for 2 as Dawson prepares to start his 5th over. Left arm round from the pavilion end. Beddingham plays it back to him along the ground. Kevin Ramsey says it's just kicked off at Wembley in the FA Trophy final. Wish Gateshead luck for me, Marty. Howe or Howe the Heed, he says. As always, enjoying the Durham coverage in the garden in sunny Aycliffe in County Durham. Beddingham goes back into the crease, cuts this one to backward point and gets a single. Ball fielded by Kyle Abbott. What was the best prize at the auction last night then?
Whew. That's a good question.
I suppose that's subjective really, isn't it?
It is. I suppose if you bid on it, you think it's the best.
Yes. Lees turns this out through mid-wicket for 1.
I didn't bid on any, a bit out of my price range really. There was some nice boat trips out on the Solent, but I mean on proper, chartered boats.
Yeah.
I didn't really take much notice really. There was test tickets, I think.
Dawson to Beddingham. Beddingham forward to that one, plays it safely along the ground, back up to the bowler.
Certainly some international tickets. There was a few prizes along those sort of lines.
Beddingham is on 2. That skids in and he manages to keep it away very late. He's played that down into the ground and then it bounces up and over the stumps and to the keeper's gloves.
He's really got this slider going. Just coming in a bit with the arm.
Yeah.
You don't want to be stepping back and cutting that.
Dawson bowls. Beddingham plays it into the covers, no run. End of the over, so there's a couple of little skiddy deliveries which have caused problems there. One got Ackerman LBW the previous over, and that one nearly got through Beddingham's defences as well. I was watching, I think the Giro d'Italia on Eurosport the other day, and there was an advert for some yacht racing, these huge catamaran professional teams. But the yachts didn't seem to be in the water anymore. They get to such a speed. They put these like hydrofoil fins down, and they seem to float up in the air off them. It's incredible. They're basically flying.
The America's Cup challenge, I think for the last, certainly 1, maybe 2, has sort of come from down this way. That's pushed out on the onside. Start of a new over from Felix Organ, bowling to Alex Lees. Ben Ainsley.
Yeah.
Who's been involved in various yachting competitions.
Well, Weymouth, isn't it? Weymouth's the big yachting centre.
Well, Weymouth's the Weymouth and Portland Sailing Academy. Yeah, where with the 2012 Olympics was.
Is that your patch?
It's the radio patch. Yeah, we just go to that point. Actually, that's right on the far bit of our radio patch, and yeah, we covered that back in 2012. Here's Organ again, leads us forward. But
colleague,
Ben Ainsley's moved more towards Portsmouth
right?
with the last bid for the America's Cup, and I'm not 100% sure if he's still involved with the next one. He might be. But yeah, but those boats you're talking about come out there, or that particular one for Great Britain. Lees drives out into the covers. I think they'll take two, as he's not picked it up cleanly there, James Fuller. I think he went for the glory pickup, and it didn't quite happen with one hand.
There's a drainage, like a sprinkler cover. Can you see it? I think that's just put him off. I think the ball just landed on that.
It's very noticeable. There should be a cover on that, isn't it? Or unless if there is, it's sunk a little bit.
Maybe having had him just stand on it.
Yeah. Organs over the wicket. Forward is Borthwick into the hands of Fletcher Middleton, but grounded first, of course.
Yeah, my colleague Matt Newsom was a district reporter in the BBC's Dorchester office.
Oh, I recognise that name.
In a previous life. Well, he's now the rugby league commentator for the BBC.
End of the over there. Goods bowled 5 overs, 1 for 12, and Durham are 58 for 2, 445 runs behind.
So which radio station would cover Dorchester then?
Well, we have a Solent breakfast show, Dorset. So we only have a BBC Solent cover Dorset, Hampshire and the Isle of Wight, but Lower Hampshire, not the whole of Hampshire.
Right.
But we do have a Dorset dedicated breakfast show, yeah.
All right.
So they would cover that area in the mornings.
Is that a new thing, or?
It's been going about 10 years.
All right. Dawson starts a new over here, bowling to Beddingham from the pavilion end. Durham 58 for 2. Beddingham's scored 2 runs from 8 deliveries so far.
Is that slow for him?
He's just trying to get his eye. I don't think he'll be clearing the pavilion though. It's slightly different size to the one at Kidderminster. Dawson bowls again, and there he has. He's gone after him, and he's pulled that over mid-wicket, and it might go for 4. It will go for 4. I don't think he got that cleanly at all.
No.
But there you are, a sign of intent from David Beddingham. Yeah, there's one of the sixes he hit at Kidderminster went over the marquee where we were, cleared the score box and landed on the railway line that went behind the ground.
It looks like he'll take it on if it's in the right areas.
Yeah.
Just from that shot.
And he's on 6 now. Dawson bowls again. He's forward and defends that. Recently made his test debut for South Africa, played against India and then played against New Zealand. Sort of 1,000 runs the last couple of seasons as well, each season in the championship. .62 for 2. Dawson up to the stumps, bowls. Beddingham forward. Defends, the ball runs up back towards the bowler and is picked up by Nick Gubbins, the skipper. He's close in on the offside, just gives it a bit of a rub. Lovely sunny afternoon here in Southampton. Dawson again, quicker delivery this time. Beddingham forward to it. Quite a few, well, that haze is burning away now, isn't it? The high cloud cover, and you see lots of vapour trails. It looks like a scene from the Battle of Britain. There's white lines all over the sky now from the aircraft that have been passing by. Last ball of the 18th over, and they're appealing for LBW, and it's not given. The ball ended up looping away in the offside.
That's the ball that comes in with the arm. Watching that again. I think that's just about going down. But worth a shout. I noticed also that Beddingham is probably one of the few players that I've noticed that averages 50 first class. There are not too many of them around. A lot of the good players in the 40s. But very few, very few in the 50s.
Martin Bowley sent a tweet to me entitled "Going Down Leg Side," and honestly I thought, why has he sent a picture of fibre optic cable? It's taken ages to work out what it was.
Organ bowls, and Lee's forward again.
I've got my sunglasses on though, but can you see that?
He's holding some straws, isn't he?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Clutching at straws.
Oh, clutching at straws. Oh.
Amazing that he was able to deliver that prop just like that and had all those straws available.
These works out a little harder up to mid-on. Talking of stats here, there's an interesting email from David Allen, Hampshire's honorary archivist, who's been listening for most of the day, some of the day. Concerns with Felix Organ as that's pushed out into the covers. He says Felix Organ continues to take wickets rapidly. Already taken one just before tea, remember, Scott Borthwick. In all first-class cricket, his strike rate is 1 wicket every 45.9 balls. Stay with me. As far as I can tell, again, in all their first-class cricket, this is played out again in the offside, the only Hampshire spinner with a slightly better rate is the South African C.B. Llewellyn about 120 years ago. Otherwise, the late Malcolm Marshall is the only other major Hampshire bowler with a rate of under 50. Warne is 56, and a very good bowler of the 60s or so, 70s, Shackleton was 55, so there's raps on the pad coming down the wicket. So Felix Organ has an amazing strike rate for Hampshire, and I suppose sometimes you think, well, he should be playing just because of that, but it's always not that simple, of course, when you've got your main spinner in Liam Dawson. That's a drive up to mid-on. They're going to take a quick single. That's a good diving stop from Ali Orr at mid-on. That could have so easily have squeezed under his body and gone for a boundary. Lees moves on to 22. Beddingham has 6. 63 for 2. Durham. Yeah, Felix Organ overall has 45 wickets now from 44 games, including this one, and he averages 26 per wicket. It's not a lot of wickets when you think he's got such a good strike rate, but as I say, he plays as the second spinner, basically. .440 behind Durham.
Just a bit of a delay before Dawson starts his next over as Lees takes his guard. Left arm over now to Lees, who pads into that one. Pitching outside the line of off stump. It's a short leg in place. One slip, deep mid wicket, backward square leg, backward point. That's played away by Lees along the floor out to Fuller, a deep mid wicket for 1. Kyle Abbott is at, he was at backward square leg, he's now backward point to the right-handed Beddingham. Fletcher Middleton is very close in here. There's a slip and Beddingham skies that one. And it bounces just in front of the boundary over the far end of the ground and then rolls over for 4.
He's going to take it on if it's in the slot, isn't he?
Yeah.
Well, the first shot wasn't that great. That's a much better shot.
A couple of weeks ago that would have plugged.
Mm. Had to dug it out.
Beddingham on 10 now from 14. 68 for 2, Durham. Dawson round the wicket to him. Ball played back to the bowler. So it's a deficit now, 4-3-9. We calculated the follow-on to be 3-5-4. When Durham missed the follow-on at Edgbaston, it was 549 or something like that. And they still managed to score 517. Dawson round the wicket, he bowls, played by Beddingham, on the bounce, out through to the covers for 1. Time is it now? 1:45, so...
You're off.
Yeah, I'm off now, aren't I?
Yeah.
At the end of this over. I can escape the sunshine. Go and sit in a fridge.
We'll bring that window over. Well, you can bring that window over a fraction when you go off.
Yeah. This new one, yeah?
Yeah. Yep. Comes Organ again. Bowls, leaves on the back foot, and that's a gap there just in front of square. Who'll keep the strike. 81 for 2, Durham. behind by 422. You see the spinners take a wicket each, don't you? And you think, oh yeah, and it's a bit like early on in the Hampshire innings.
Yeah.
You think, oh yeah, but it's for long periods. The ball don't really do loads, does it?
No. But it's been an enthralling sort of hour of play, actually. Just watching it off air, your eyes are fixed on, and there's something happening. You can kind of feel, I guess, around the ground that the crowd feels like something's happening. And it's been good from the Hampshire spinners, and Liam Dawson will continue. He's got figures of 1 for 27 off his 7 overs, and bowls to Alex Lees, who steps out and catches this one on the inside edge, and it just rolls to Nick Gubbins at a mid-wicket. Felix Organ got 1 wicket as well, so a wicket apiece for the 2 Hampshire spinners. It's Dawson from the pavilion end bowls, and down the ground. This is again from Alex Lees. So anything that's up to the bat with mid on and mid off up, they are taking their chances down the ground, and that's a good blow from him.
Yeah, it is. He probably wanted a bit more elevation and a bit more distance on that. It was well over Felix Organ's head, but you had to watch the flight of it for a while to make sure. But this is interesting where mid off and mid on go. I'm sure James Vince doesn't really want them to go back, as that will allow the batters just to push the single, and there's no risk there, although mid-on now is staying back.
Mid-on has gone off, mid-off is still up, so that option is still there for Lees, and that's turned a bit actually from Dawson.
Great take.
Alex Lees has left that one alone, but Ben Brown smartly to his right, sharp turn.
Great take. Easy as you like.
Late sunshine, basking, covering the ground as Dawson bowls, and slightly fuller, and Lees jars this one in to the ground, and no run. 85 for 2. Alex Lees on 37. David Beddingham reasonably new to the crease on 13. Short leg slip. Dawson bowls to Lees, who defends this one outside the off stump. Looking like he's batting with an off stump guard, so maybe trying to take the LBW out the situation and make sure that he covers the line of the stumps. So Dawson comes and bowls to Lees, who pushes this one down the ground towards mid-on for a single to end that over. 85 for 2 Durham now. 22 overs bowled, so going along at a nice rate, but still a long way to that total. Hampshire posting 503 earlier off the back of centuries from Ali Orr and Tom Prest.
I've looked after you there, Stanley, haven't I?
Thanks, Kev. Yeah,
I know you can't see the scoreboard, but at least you're not in the sun there. Looks like it's foggy over there now, isn't it?
It does.
To the right? The fog's rolling in. That's right, yeah, that's Martin Emerson's handprint from 2016. That's still on there. Just in case there's a break in here, you see, we'll take that fingerprint off there and say it was him. Kyle Abbott is back into the attack, so Felix Organ is having a break. Wasn't a lot happening for him, was there, in those last 2 or 3 overs? Abbott's first 4 overs costing 13. Felix Organ's 7 overs, 1 for 21, and we'll be back tonight at some point, I'm sure. There's a nice push by Lees with an open face down to 3rd. And Lees moves on to 39, and Durham are 87 for 2, and we have just under 21 overs left here on day 2. 21 overs until we are exactly 1/2 through the game. And we are at the top of the Durham first innings. As Dave Allen messaged earlier, if the wickets continue to fall at the rate they will, we'll never get a result in this game. Something needs to happen. Abbott bowls, Bellingham drives out to point. That's a good acrobatic stop by Ali Orr. Yeah, either the wicket's got to deteriorate a little bit, which it really does here, doesn't it?
No.
Somebody's got to bat badly, somebody's got to produce a world-class bowling spell, otherwise we could be heading for another draw here, 3 in 3 games. Durham would have to get a reasonable amount in front to put Hampshire under pressure. Cool, came back in a little bit at Beddingham. Nice bowling there from Kyle Abbott. I mean, they would 503 Hampshire, they would have to get 650 nearly to put Hampshire
Minimum.
under pressure. Yeah, yeah, 650, maybe 630 or something. I suppose when you start your last innings 120, 130 and behind, that is a bit of pressure no matter what the wicket's doing.
Of course.
So they would have to get to 600.
Yeah. It's going to take a while to get there.
Yeah, it is. Here's Abbott again. Beddingham gets one that just bounces a fraction, pushes that out towards extra cover. There was rain mentioned for Monday. I'm having a look at my app, which is never totally reliable. Certainly tomorrow we're getting up towards 22, so another good day tomorrow. But on Monday looks like it changes a bit. Actually, my app's showing now that the rain might not come till late afternoon. I think this morning when I looked, it suggested there was a little bit in the morning, but that seems to have disappeared. And, it might be right at the back end of this game. But I'm sure that'll change between now and then. As Beddingham pushes forward, that goes out towards extra cover. If we reach that point, we might be wanting the rain. About 4 o'clock.
Yeah, I guess with the weather as it is, with no cloud cover, you probably don't even have any sort of assistance even for any swing or movement like that. It's just perfect batting conditions, really.
Who was I talking to last night at the dinner? Surrounded by a few ex-pros and what have you. Here's Abbott. Just comes in a fraction to Beddingham, who's forward, pushes up to mid-off, and there's no run. Saying that you know, bowlers don't rely on so much swing these days. You know, swing used to be a big thing, didn't it? And yet bowlers now, it's not really a thing anymore. It's about hitting the deck and getting the ball to nip around and wobble seam and this seam and, you know, slower balls and what have you. There's no out and out swing anymore. Is there, really?
No genuine swing bowlers. I used to have quite a few back in the county circle. Mark Elam was a swing bowler, wasn't he?
Yeah, well, there was a few. You know, they would generally look to swing the ball, but I'm not sure bowlers look to swing the ball anymore.
No, is it? Will be Liam Dawson to continue from the pavilion end to Alex Lees, who's on 39. Dawson bowls and Lees just pushes this into the offside for no run. Yeah, I'm trying to think of, I guess, maybe Dan Worrell. Is he a swing bowler? But he's more a seam bowler as well, though, isn't he?
Yeah, he hits the ball. He does shape it, doesn't he?
He does shape it.
He's not far off that, is he?
No. He's as close
Bit
to
of both.
Yeah. He's a really good bowler, whichever way. Dawson bowls to Alex Lees, who pushes this back to Liam Dawson and fields off his own bowling. No run. 87 for 2.
Yeah, they look to shape the ball, but that's about it, isn't it? And there's a difference between shaping and swinging.
Yeah. But as a batsman, I guess if you know, if you're seeing the swing, you can kind of play it for what you can see, as opposed to, as Alex Lees pads this one away, no run into the offside. Whereas if the ball is actually nipping off the seam, it's a lot harder to play, because, you know, it's all done quite late, and that's where you get yourself into problems. It's Dawson bowls to Lees, who pushes this down the ground, and they'll pick up a single. So mid-on, pushed back after Alex Lees has played a couple of aggressive shots down the ground, so he's opened himself up a gap. He can pick himself up a single. 88 for 2.
So are we saying batters play swing better now, or they don't really come up against it, do they? Really?
Yeah.
Would they be better?
I guess so. It's a good question. Dawson bowls to Beddingham, and this one keeps slightly lower. Beddingham just plays that into the offside and turns away towards square leg and scratches his guard and twists his back a couple of times and looks up at Liam Dawson and says, "I'm ready." Dawson, final ball of this over, bowls to Bedingham and pushes this into the onside. So tidy over there from Liam Dawson. Just the one off that. 88 for 2, Durham.
I suppose the only thing with swing bowling is if it doesn't swing, then your main weapon is gone, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you're literally just holding an end up, aren't you? Really, that's all that's happening.
Yeah.
And I suppose maybe the modern game now, is it acceptable to have one of your main seamers just holding an end up if the ball's not swinging? You know, at least if you know that, as most bowlers seem to be now, bowlers that try and hit the deck, trying to shape it, trying to nip it off the seam, they're trying to do that anyway, even if the wicket's not responsive.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've not really thought about that before until this person was mentioning it to me last night, and I've not really thought that there are hardly any, if any, swing bowlers around now.
No, and I guess maybe with the skills that bowlers have picked up as time's gone on, realizing that if you can actually hit that seam, just the natural movement of what the ball does, no one really knows what the ball is going to do, but if you put it on that seam and you hit that area, it could nip away, it could nip back in. So
it does, yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. Alex Lees has just had a chat with both umpires. I'm not quite sure what it was about. I don't know if he's not feeling particularly great out there, but then we haven't seen anybody come out with any various ailment cures. I nearly said a trademark there. Here comes Abbott round the wicket to Lees. Lees is forward. Don't know whether he's suffering a bit because he's been out in the sun for nearly 2 days.
Yeah. He's
but the umpires didn't look, they didn't look a heated conversation. It just looked like I don't know, but it looked like a sort of a conversation where he said, look, I'm not sure I feel 100% out here. I don't know, might have been something else, of course. But it didn't look like anything that Alex Lees was unhappy about. He wasn't pointing to anything. Here's Abbott again. Lees pushes that up towards mid-on.
It's a big figure, isn't he, Alex Lees?
Yes, he is.
Quite imposing at the crease.
31 years of age. Averages 37 in his career. Plays nice and straight, doesn't he?
He does, yeah.
I remember him at Yorkshire. I mean, he sort of left Yorkshire because I think he had a couple of lean years, didn't he, really? And it sort of just fell away for him a little bit. Revitalised at Durham.
I think his England career was ended slightly shorter, slightly sooner than expected.
Did he start the Bazball era?
He did.
I think he did, didn't he?
Yeah.
It's pushed out on the onside. I think I read that. I'll just try and find out a little bit more on that one. Because he played 10 tests, the last one back in September 2022, but he only averaged 23. That's to me suggesting he's been given 10 games and an average of 23 at the end of that isn't great, is it? Let's be honest. That would suggest that his career was ended more because of lack of runs. Abbott round the wicket to Lees. Lees pushes forward.
It's part of that experiment of finding that next test opener, which was quite difficult after Alistair Cook had done it for so long and done it so well, really.
Yeah, he did. He straddled the previous administration and was at the start of the Bazball.
Yeah. So I think he was actually in the West Indies for that tour.
Yes, he was. Yeah, he was. Abbott again. He pushes out to point. Yeah, his test career. He got top score of 56 in the second innings against India at Edgbaston in July 2022. That looks like his only half century. Well, he got 67 in the first innings against New Zealand in Nottingham in June 22. He's forward, does Lees. Nice straight bat there, shown to the bowler. End of the over, 88 for 2. So basically 2 half centuries.
Yeah.
With a top score of 67.
Oh, I guess for him, all he can do is just keep putting, runs on the board and doing his job. You never know. You really never know. It's always a really tricky position, that opening spot, and obviously Ben Duckett at the moment with Zach Crawley doing that job and doing it okay. Probably not setting the world alight, either of them, but kind of doing the job in terms of what style of cricket that they're looking to play. A few tough tours, obviously. India recently. Zach Crawley probably not started the season that greatly as Liam Dawson bowls to David Bedingham, and that's kept low, and they ask a question. Looks like it would have been off the inside edge. So we watch it on the replay. Oh, yeah, so Dawson, a lot of invariable bounce from that top end. Bedingham looking to cut, probably not the best option against Liam Dawson. Dawson bowls and down the ground, Bedingham, as we've seen, anything that's in his half, he's going downtown. And he's a good striker, a really, really good striker with a cricket ball, and that's another boundary for him.
He's cutting out that option of Dawson, isn't he, really, where Dawson sort of pushes it up, and if it lands in the slot, he's not frightened to go for it.
Yeah,
gives Dawson something to think about.
Well, it's a good little battle, this, actually.
It is.
Mid-off is just hanging slightly back, Felix Organ. It's a better position, actually, so if he does want to go down the ground, if he doesn't time it well, there is a man there. Dawson round the wicket, bowls to Bedingham, who pushes this into the covers, and they'll pick up a single. James Fuller does the work out there. Yet to see him with the ball. There's a double change from Captain James Vince earlier. And Liam Dawson replacing Brad Wheel, and Felix Organ replacing Kyle Abbott in a double change. And recently we've seen Kyle Abbott back into the attack, so James Fuller yet to get his ball on the hand, or in his hands. It's Dawson bowls, and again turn. Big turn, sharp turn down the leg side. Ben Brown, who took a really good take earlier, couldn't quite catch this one cleanly. But
that bounced and turned a bit.
Yeah.
Took a bit of puff of dust, didn't it?
Did. Wow. Kev, could we be seeing a little bit of...
A bit more, maybe.
Yeah.
A bit more.
It's just coming off a little bit straight there, I guess, from Alex Lee, the left hand, Bedingham pushes this into the onside and no run. But it's encouraging signs for Liam Dawson.
And the game probably needs it a little bit more, doesn't it, really?
It does. I mean, looking at the pitch from here, we've got a few ends. On the ends there's some rough, but the actual pitch itself still looks quite bare and good from our angle. Bedingham pushes this into the offside, and that ends the 26th over. 94 for 2. Alex Lee's on 40. Bedingham on 18.
409 is the deficit now, as we head into the final 17 overs of day 2. Both these players have been very strong, hitting the ball over the top.
Yeah, it's just trying to mix aggression with caution.
Yeah.
And they've been good at that. Anything that's been up to them, they've gone through at the shot.
Yeah, Beddingham's first shot over the top wasn't completely convincing. Just skewed it around on the leg side, but all the others from both him and Lees have been almost perfect. Good ball there from Abbott to start a new over. Lees pushes him up towards mid-on. As usual, around this time of the day, the far end of the ground is in the shadows. Shane Warne stand. That would be good. That would be just the perfect place right now. Sit in the Shane Warne stand. Shaded but warm. Enjoy the final hour and a quarter, maybe a bit more, of the day's play. Still plenty in the sun though, enjoying that. Away to our left and below us as well. Lees punches that up to mid-on. Brad Wheels in behind that. Score remains on 94 for 2. Let's have a quick look at the England women's score. I wonder if Lauren Bell's picked up a wicket. I didn't actually look at that. Southern Vipers ending a fast bowler. Oh, she picked up 1 wicket actually, Lauren Bell. Picked up the first one. Actually, Pakistan have had a bit of a collapse since I last. I mentioned Charlie Dean has also got a wicket as well. Another Viper. Pushed forward there, Lees out onto the offside. So earlier England made 163 for 6. I'm afraid none of the Vipers contingent made any runs of note. But Pakistan are 85 for 5 in the 12th, so they need another 79 from just over 8 overs. Bell has 1 for 19 from 2, so she's got another 2 overs left. Charlie Dean 1 for 19 from 3. She has 1 over left. But I think that's Sarah Glenn, isn't it? She's got 2 for 11 from just about 3 overs. She's picked up the last couple of wickets in that game. That's at Edgbaston, that one, I think it is. As that's pushed up to mid-off. And there is no run. So there is 1 slip for Kyle Abbott, who again is finding this pitch a little difficult to extract any good movement from. I think he's going to rapidly get fed up at bowling here.
It's not what you need at 37, 30. Is he 37?
I think he's 36.
36.
Actually. He's 36.
36. But he's still running in though, isn't he?
Yeah, well he is actually, to be fair to him, and he isn't bowling badly. It's just not a lot of help there for him. That's work behind square on the offside. Now Beddingham's down the track. It's a good piece of fielding. The throw does come in at the bowler's end. Beddingham fortunately realised that he better turn back. So that was very nearly.
Yeah, great work there.
Felix Organ, James Fuller moment.
Oh, forgotten about that.
Mind you, that was on 3rd run. Both players, if you weren't listening with us earlier or watching, both players ended up at the same end, running a 3rd. That was only 1. Here's that Abbott bowls, Lees drives into the gap, past the diving Gubbins at cover, and Fuller's after it, he's given it up. It's nicely timed, and Abbott just looking up at the heavens and covering his face with his shirt. He's disappointed. Last ball of the over. That's one thing they tell you as a pro, isn't it? The last ball of the over should be as important as your first ball.
Just got to try to get out the over somehow. Yeah. That was really good from Alex Lees though. And a little bit of width offered from Kyle Abbott, and he's just lent into that. And actually this outfield moving quite nicely and really quickly.
It has, isn't it?
Yeah, James Fuller kind of gave up that chase pretty early, but the ball didn't seem like it was slowing down.
Well, it will dry quickly here, and does. I know about 3 years ago, a bit longer, there was a game here against Somerset. It was actually probably just after COVID, 2021, when there was a problem area.
Liam Dawson to continue, and he bowls to David Beddingham, no run.
Can't remember if it was between here and the square or it was between the pavilion and the square, but there was a day where there was no rain and there was no play, and I think the feeling then was they needed to do something about the drainage, and they did.
Dawson bowls again, Beddingham no run, back to the bowler.
I have a lovely photo on my phone of a very green square at the end of that season and complete sand the rest of the outfield.
Wow.
Yeah. I think I've still got it actually.
That's quite a big job, wasn't it? Dawson bowls again, Beddingham pushes this into the offside, and they pick up a single actually. So Felix Organ at mid-off, slightly deeper. Good running from these two. Yeah, you look at the field now and you think, you know, from the position that you saw it, now it's just lush green grass.
Yeah, it drains very quickly now.
Yeah. Deep cover goes out as Dawson bowls to Lees, and straight line and pushed into the onside, no run, 99 for 2. So Durham moving along quite nicely. Lost a couple of wickets. Scott Borthwick and Colin Ackerman, the 2 to 4, both falling to spin. Liam Dawson picking up 1 and Felix Organ the other, as Alex Lees gets an inside edge and Kyle Abbott comes round and slides in this lush green outfield, but they pick up single, and that is the 100 up for Durham.
52 runs these two have put on as well since Ackerman's wicket.
Played really well. It's coming reasonable time. 3.6 the run rate at the moment. Pretty similar to what we saw in the first innings from Hampshire. Dawson wheels in and bowls to Bedingham, who pushes this into the offside, and James Fuller, deep point, fields, and that's the end of that over. So 4 runs from it, 101 for 2.
15 overs in the day. Here, that's a very warm Utilita Bowl. It looks like David Bedingham is having some more gloves, another bat. More gloves, I think. Looks like a bat in the subfielder's hands. A couple of bats. Looks like he's just taken some gloves. Kyle Abbott then to continue from our commentary end. 7 overs, none for 18. He's going to be bowling to Bedingham. Slip is fairly wide. There's a man on the drive on the leg side, that's Gubbins. Just waiting for everybody to be in position. Looks like Ian Holland is on as a subfielder for Hampshire. Fielding in the covers. Bedingham's forward, pushes that up to mid-on. So Ian Holland is on. Quite sure who's off for Hampshire at the moment. Doesn't matter at the moment.
I think it is Liam Dawson.
Oh, right.
I did see him waving towards the pavilion.
Okay.
I can't see him on the field.
So that would be a giveaway. Just after 5:15 here at the Utilita. As Abbott comes in again. Bowls. Bedingham pushes that length ball out into the covers, fielded by Ali Orr. It's over number 29 of the Durham innings. The deficit now between these two, 402. Stanley back with us tomorrow as well. I think it could be more of the same of this. This wicket looks a goodie at the moment still, even though there's a little bit there every now and then for the spinner. Abbott just angles that ball into Bedingham, but he's safely negotiated that as he pushes that out to mid-wicket. Gubbins the fielder. Brad Wheel looks like he's warming up. Maybe Liam Dawson might be having a break.
Yeah.
Is that Dawson on the boundary at the far end? Waiting to come on? I think it might be.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah. Abbott's in again. Comes in and bowls, and Bedingham pushes that up to Fuller at mid-on. Not seen him yet. Are we going to see him today, do you think, with 14 overs left? Is this his pitch? I think if these two are batting near the end, might be worth an over or two of Fuller, do you think?
Yeah, no, definitely. I'm pretty sure we will see him at some point. He probably does provide maybe that X factor in terms of his pace. Probably the quickest bowler that Hampshire have got on their side. So yeah, I think maybe 1 or 2 overs.
Here's Abbott again then to Bedingham. Bedingham punches up to mid-off. Plays with a nice straight bat, Bedingham, as does Alex Lees.
Well, one of these two is the wicket that they need. They need to open that, open and end up somehow.
Yeah, they've still got some batting to come, Durham. Tony Robinson, Graham Clark. Still some good batting to come. Now Fuller looks like, well, he's just done a bit of exercise there. Does that mean he's coming on? As Abbott comes in again and bowls. Length ball to Bedingham, who quietly plays that out on the onside. And that's the end of the over. And I think I'll take a quick break here. So Stanley Marissa is going to continue. And then he's going to be joined by Martin Emerson.
So Liam Dawson is back on the field. It was him that just left the field for an over or two. Actually, just an over. Ian Holland departs. And Dawson is back into the attack, so just a short break from him. He's got figures of 1 for 41 of his 11 overs. Picked up the wicket of Colin Ackerman. LBW from Liam Dawson, who's bowled all his overs from the pavilion end. And he's going to continue over the wicket to Alex Lees, who's looked good for his 45. Durham on 101 for 2. Slip in a short leg. Dawson bowls, and Alex Lees, the big burly figure of Alex Lees, just pushes that one back for no run. Just 13 overs after this one remaining in the day. Pretty good day for Hampshire. Dawson bowls and Alex Lees pushes this one back again, so they'll be pretty happy with how things are. Big first innings total. Picked up a couple of wickets. So on the whole they will be pleased if they can finish this last session with maybe a couple of wickets. Have Durham 4 down possibly by the end of play. So Lees pushes this into onside again and no run.
Just been waiting to do an update for Radio Newcastle. It took a while because the FA Trophy final at Wembley, when Gateshead are playing in it, that was running a little bit late. It's just half time now. Gateshead have scored just before half time, so the lead 1-0.
Excellent. Dawson bowls to Lees. No run.
And rounding up all the football scores as well. So Luton Town, who were celebrating around about this time last year as they beat Sunderland in the playoffs, got to the final, won the right to try and exist in the Premier League, and it looks like their existence has come to an end today.
Sadly. Dawson bowls to Lees and down the ground and pick up a single.
So the 3 teams who came up look like the 3 teams are going back down again.
Yes.
I think they need a mini league between the Championship and the Premier League to try and give teams hope of survival.
It's very hard.
Anyway, it's hot at Wembley and it's hot here.
It's
22, 23 degrees at the minute.
Liam Dawson to David Biddingham, and again a straight bat and no run. Ends that over. 30 gone. 102 for 2 Durham.
Martin Bowley, who sent the picture of the multicoloured straws earlier, saying I was clutching at straws at the suggestion that perhaps the ball might have been going a little bit down the leg side on the Ackerman dismissal, which was my thought at the time. Kev put me right though and said it wasn't, so that's what matters. Anyway, I just asked if the straws are full of sherbet. Can you remember those sherbet straws? Can you still get them? Used to have 3 or 4 of them and you'd be chasing buses down the high street for 5 hours at a time.
Looks like it's going to be a change of bowling, Martin.
So we've had 6 partnerships now of more than 50 in this game. James Fuller's coming into the attack for Hampshire. How many bowlers have they used now? Is he the 5th or have we had a 6th?
Yeah, the 5th, I think.
5th. Check the scorecard. I can easily tell myself by looking at the scorecard. Yes, he's the 5th. Give you the bowling figures in a minute. Here he comes then. Right arm round the wicket to Lees, who looks to cut and has gone down on one knee and played that one-handed, and from his point of view has luckily missed it. I've been clipping that to the keeper. So bowling wise so far, Abbott none for 18 from 8 overs, 2 maidens. Wheel none for 20s, only bowled the 3 though, they went to the spinners very quickly. Dawson 1 for 42 from 12, including a maiden. And Felix Organ 1 for 21 from 7, including a maiden. So Durham 102 for 2, trail by 401. Fuller delivers that 4 right into the block hole, and that was very tinny. It was played away up to mid-off by Alex Lees. Now, never looked at this earlier today, but when we were talking about Hampshire cruising towards 500 and possibly beyond. Hampshire's highest score against Durham's 514. So that was in a draw in Portsmouth in 1994. Included 164 from a certain Mr. Paul Terry, 53 from some guy called Kevin James. Spelt the Kevin wrong, he spelled it with an A. Around the wicket comes Fuller. That's gone off to point, no run there.
Does he remember it?
The extras column did better than Kevin. It totaled 66, including 56 in no balls.
Wow.
Can you remember that game, Kevin? Portsmouth 1994. Paul Terry 164. You got 53. Hampshire made 514 in a draw. It's not one of the draws that stick out in the memory. No. Durham's highest score against them was 515 at Chesley Street in 2003 when winning by an innings and 115 runs. Just gone off down towards third man for 1 run from Lees. So that would have been a second division game when Durham got those runs. Martin Love scored 273 in that one, which is Durham's highest individual knock in the county championship. So they weren't far off breaking their record for the highest total against Durham today. It's a beautiful sunny afternoon here. As Fuller comes over the wicket now to Beddingham. Beddingham plays that short, made a wicket, no run there. Just needed something from Durham's point of view, something to steady the ship, and that's what these two have done. I said Beddingham would try and bat himself out of trouble, take on the bowler, and he did. He hit a few fours, and then Lees joined in. He's quieting down a bit now, Beddingham. He's only on 20 from 42, but they're doing a job for Durham, seeing out the deliveries, eating up time, and steadily building this partnership that came together with a score 48 for 2. As this is pushed to the cover area, no run there.
Yeah, well, they had
now it's 103 for 2. So
had a little tricky spell, didn't they, when Felix Organ and Liam Dawson were putting together some decent overs, creating a few chances.
Well,
then they settled down quite nicely, didn't they?
If Ollie Robinson comes out and does what he's been doing this season, he's had 5 half centuries in a row, plus I think he got one for the England Lions and before that as well. And then let's not forget Matthew Potts, who was a night watchman at Edgbaston a few weeks ago. Got into the 140s, not out.
That's a good effort. It's definitely another string to his bow, obviously, with his bowling, and if he can score some handy low order runs, then wouldn't do his England chances any harm, as Liam Dawson has 2 mid wickets for Alex Lees, the left-hander. A straightish one and a square one, and a gap in the offside, which Alex Lees says thank you and pushes this into. They're going to pick up 2.
149 not out. Potts got at Edgbaston, and then he was back at number 10 the following game. But
did he bat well?
He did. He
Yeah.
Played his own game. Came in with Durham in a bit of disarray. There was something like 12 for 2 in the first few overs of their innings late one evening, and then he was still there the following night when it was in the draw.
Dawson bowls to Alex Lees, who picks out one of those 2 mid wickets. I quite like this field, actually. There's a point and the next person on the offside is a mid-off, so there's a big gap, asking Alex Lees to drive through that, and with the ball turning into him, could potentially be a dangerous shot. Dawson bowls and Lees pushes this into the onside, and they're going to pick up a single, and it's going to be 50 for the number 19, Alex Lees. Warm applause.
Started the season with a century at Edgbaston, then got 48 not out in the last match, and now another 50 to his name.
Yeah, he's looked good. It's exactly what you want from your opening batsman. Assured. As Dawson bowls to Beddingham, who pushes this in to the onside, back to Liam Dawson for no run.
He now has 50 50s and 2500s.
Very good player, Alex Lees. Liam Dawson bowls to David Bedingham, who pushes this one into the offside off his back foot. No run. 106 for 2. 1 ball remaining, and this is the 32nd over. Short cover in front of the batsman's eye as Dawson bowls, and again no run. That ends that over. 106 for 2. Hot workout here, some refreshments being run out for the bowlers. Just trying to stay hydrated. It's been a really warm day. Perfect day for cricket, perfect for watching cricket. It's been a good crowd today. They've been treated to some really good cricket, actually. Seen a couple of centuries. Well, they saw one yesterday and another one today from Tom Prest. So Hampshire piled on the runs. But Durham are putting on a pretty good show here in reply to that.
How many overs left tonight then? 11. Full around the wicket to bowl to Lees. That's too high. It's possibly inside edge onto the thigh pad, but it was nipped back hard and high. Maybe a bit of back handle on that as well. What was signalled? No ball signalled. I thought the umpire had his arm out to his right there. Not gone on the board. Just gone down as a single to Lees, so he did get some bat on it. Did you see his arm out to his side there?
Oh, I was actually looking at the replay. I thought it looked like a reasonable shot. Sliding down the leg side.
Fuller in. Oh, it's a bit of a false shot and a strange delivery. It was wide of off stump. Pitched just short of a length, but never really got up. It's almost like it hit a dead patch, and Bedingham was playing it fresh air there.
It's very easy on the eye, David Bedingham. Looks like he's got a lot of time to play his shot. Probably disappointed with that. Slightly wafty shot outside off stump, but no harm done.
Durham toured Zimbabwe this year for their pre-season tour, but I don't think he was on it. He was away with South Africa. This is played to point.ball. But they were, when he first joined up with the club in 2020, they'd gone to Harare and Bulawayo, and they'd only been there 3 days when lockdown was on the verge of being announced, and they came home.
Oh wow.
And then he spent his first few months as a Durham player basically in a flat on his own in Chesley Street.
Wow.
So everybody went into a lockdown, and it was the July that year when eventually limited cricket was allowed. This is played to short mid-wicket.
Yeah, I think they have. Is this their second time out in Zimbabwe for their pre-season?
They were there last year as well.
Yeah.
They won. They took part in and won the Zimbabwe domestic T20
They
this
did.
year, which was interesting.
Did you see the scorecard of that?
It was a strange final, wasn't it?
They-
The scores in the other games seemed fairly well balanced, but
Yeah, I think Durham bowled out Mashonaland Eagles for 15 or something, or 13 or something. It was something really low.
Next ball from Fuller, played by Bedingham. Down into the covers. I've got no idea as to what the quality of domestic T20 cricket is in Zimbabwe and how it will have any reflection on Durham come the T20 here, which begins again at the end of this month.
I mean, the standard is not bad. Yeah, you get results like that. I think we've seen that in the Big Bash before. Teams getting, I think it just seemed to be one of those days.
Yeah. Fuller bowls. Forward comes Bedingham. And that is the end of the over. Just the one run from it. That was the first delivery, which nipped back in on Lees, and then the rest were dot balls.
But by all accounts, actually, I was actually keeping an eye out on the Durham pre-season tour to Zimbabwe, and I mean, it's great exposure for the cricketers in Zimbabwe, and also it's a really good location for pre-season cricket. Really, some nice grounds out there, and some decent competition. So, yeah. And having gone twice, they obviously seem to enjoy it. I think they've got a good relationship, actually, the two boards, which is always good.
Umpires are having a chat about something here.
Yeah, it's the second time they've had a brief chat. I'm not sure what it could be about. Maybe... Actually, I don't know. But what we do know is there is a change of bowling from the pavilion end, and it's going to be the leg spin of Nick Gubbins, the occasional leg spin. He comes around the wicket and bowls, and Alex Lees pushes this into the onside. And they trot through. Alex Lees ends up walking the last bit of that single. He's been out in the field for nearly 2 days. Well, he's been out there for every single over of this match.
Have any other touring teams played in the Zimbabwe domestic T20 like Durham did?
I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I think Durham are the only ones that have been out there for a pre-season. As Gubbins bowls to Bedingham, who pushes this into the offside, and they pick up another single. But I do know that quite a few county players spend the season in Zimbabwe. I know Nick Gubbins spent some time out there last year. And a few others. Ben Compton has. Gubbins bowls, and this is tickled down the leg side, and this might run away. It's coming towards us, and it does run away. Kyle Abbott gives up the chase, and it's 4 runs for Alex Lees, who continues on his merry way.
What would be the size of Zimbabwe compared to Great Britain, for instance?
Land size?
Yeah.
I think they're probably quite similar.
Right.
I guess just different shapes. Zimbabwe is probably wider as opposed to Great Britain is longer.
Yeah.
But in terms of land mass, I'd say it's the same size. And Alex Lees drives nicely. Might not go all the way to the boundary, and a little bit of confusion. It does go to the boundary. So 2 fielders were actually converging on that. One running towards the ball, and one running across to the ball. And I think there was just a bit of confusion. It looks like it was maybe Brad Wheel out there and Tom Prest, but the end result is 4 more runs for Alex Lees. As he drives again, and he's going to pick up a single. So the Nick Gubbins experiment is just producing a few runs here, a few unwanted runs really, but also worth a try just to see if he can somehow potentially break this partnership, which is going really nicely for Durham. Getting towards a 100-run partnership. Still a little way to go, but they've batted beautifully, both of them. Over ends, and 11 from that Nick Gubbins over.
I don't want to be an Aurora borer, but it is being suggested this afternoon the Aurora, as measured over the UK, is stronger now than it was at this same time yesterday, which suggests tonight might be more spectacular than last night.
Wow.
So I might stand in the hotel car park and see even less than I did last night. Less is more, if the saying's right. So you could be in for a treat again this evening. Point your cameras skyward and see what you get. Full around the wicket from the hotel end. Ball cut down into the ground, bounces quite high and off down towards third man by Lees, who's quickly back for the second, and good running there, because I think Bedingham had settled for one there, but Lees was running to the wicket keeper's end, the danger end. If you want to tweet, it's at Marty Cricket on Twitter, or you can email wearecricket@yahoo.co.uk. We have 8.5 overs remaining on day 2 here in Southampton on the BBC. Comes in again, that's defended. If this is West End, but it's not the western side of Southampton, what's it west of? Eastleigh? Is it the West End of Eastleigh? follow around the wickety balls. Ball played up to mid-off and collected there by Kyle Abbott. Dot ball. Plane just taken off from Southampton, circling around in front of us over the Solent. It's west of Eastleigh. Follow balls. Dot ball, just gone to point, so it's west of the Eastleigh. Southwest of Eastleigh. Yeah. Well, doesn't Eastleigh Council own the ground now? They have a share of it. What's happening here now?
Probably a ball.
The Hampshire players have decided they're not happy with the ball, so the umpires have come to have a look at it. Meanwhile, Lees has signalled to the Durham dressing room for a drink, so somebody's running down the steps there. The players' dressing rooms are at either side of the pavilion up on the second tier, and they've got these black screens, so as you come out the dressing room doors on the side where the steps are, there's some black screens to shield them from the sun. And there's a few of the Hampshire team sitting on that backroom staff. You know, I presume they're Hampshire. They can't. Would Durham have taken both ends there for viewing purposes? Have a look and see who's out there. Yeah, it's Hampshire backroom staff, I think. So how old's this ball then? 34.4 overs.
Is there any ball change yesterday, or?
Yeah, well, I remember Kevin saying, yeah, they're changing the ball because they haven't had a wicket. So they haven't had a wicket in 72 runs and 125 deliveries, so they're changing the ball. So one ball yesterday lasted 14 overs and then another was 36, I think. The ball changes
Continue.
regularly bring wickets though, don't they?
Yeah, it's weird how quickly the balls do go out of shape, though. It's not like the ball's being hit to the boundary that often, or it's being up against the advertising boards. It's just maybe it just goes out of shape.
Must be another bad cow. So Lees has 63, Beddingham 21. The ball has been switched. The spare box of balls is now back on the edge of the advertising hoarding, which runs in front of the side screen down below the pavilion. There is a fixed area down below the pavilion for the sight screens, a bit like the far end, the city end at Birmingham, but they're playing further across, so the sight screen at that end at the moment is sheeting across the seats. The change ball is played out into point by Lees. Off Fuller, no run. Is that a dog or a bad impression of a dog?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure.
About half an hour to go after this, with 8 overs remaining in the day. So 6:15-ish finish. Last ball of the over. Fuller bowls a short one, and Lees drops his hands out the road and watches the ball go through about chin high, taken by the keeper. Change in the commentary team, so Stanley steps aside, and the boy Kevin with an A is coming back to join us. Do you want to switch sides, Kevin? Or, I don't mind. I will do if you want. Go on then. So 8 overs to go tonight here on the BBC. And Liam Dawson comes back into the attack. So I think we've only just seen the one over from Gubbins. Dawson caused a bit of trouble earlier today when he got Ackerman just after tea for 2. Ball skidded in and hit him in the pads. And prior to that, the only other wicket to fall was Borthwick just before tea, bowled by Felix Organ when he was on 33 after a fairly lively start from Durham. They were 45 for 1 at that point. This one's played out by Beddingham through mid-wicket, and it's gone down the tunnel where the ground staff are sitting in the shade.
No, you're in the shade.
Yeah.
I thought that was too generous of you, really.
What?
To say, do you want this side?
Oh, did you not realise the sun was baking
on
that?
Oh, yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I prefer this side anyway. 76 partnership these two have put on there.
Well, actually moving across here, even though the window's shielding us, you can still feel the heat more than you can there.
I bet.
Dawson bowls, and Beddingham's a bit slow to get going here. He's going to have to get a move on, and he does eventually get there. Throw coming in from Gubbins out in the covers, but it was Lees who was calling him through there, and I'm not sure Beddingham thought there was a run in that. He was hesitant to get going, and I think a direct hit may have had him in trouble. 125 for 2. Lees plays this along the ground and all the way over to wide long on for 1. The haze is just sort of sitting inland, isn't it? There's obviously a bit of a sort of breeze off the coast, just blowing the cloud inland a little bit.
Yeah. Blue sky all the way to Portsmouth.
Yeah.
Who'd have thought it?
Halcyon days. This is defended by Beddingham. Goes back to the bowler. 1 ball after the other. Blue Sky Over Portsmouth was the Proclaimers' difficult second album after they got lost on the 500-mile walk.
Is that right?
At the point where they wanted to go another 500 mile, but they took the wrong turn. Last ball of the over, and it's played back to the bowler. That is it then for that over. So 7 to go. Durham 126 for 2.
England women have won the first T20 international against Pakistan women.
There was a cracking catch I saw on Twitter from the keeper earlier.
Was there?
Just got an inside edge and very low, sharp catch. Full stretch down to the left-hand side.
I think there was a bit of a collapse from Pakistan, actually. England 163 for 6. I mentioned earlier that none of the Southern Vipers players got any score of note. Pakistan all out for 110. England win in that game by 53 runs. They lost 5 wickets in the 80s by the looks of it, Pakistan. In fact, they lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They lost 6 wickets for 10 runs. Here's Fuller round the wicket to Lees. Lees drives and just eases that into the gap on the offside. I think we can give that one up. It's a nice shot. Use the pace of the ball, just lent into the shot and let the ball do the work. Lees moves on to 68. So well done to them. Lauren Bell finished with 3 for 22. Southern Viper bowler. And it was 4 wickets for 12 for Sarah Glenn. 2 main bowling performances there. You mentioned Division 1 scores recently?
No.
Apologies if... oh, you haven't, right. So, Kenton 97 for 2, replying to Worcestershire's 618 for 7 declared. Lees drives backward a point. Chase for Felix Organ. Down at the 3rd boundary. Does well, slides into that with his knees. Nottinghamshire 240 for 5. In reply to Lancashire's 331 all out. And Surrey are 279 for 3. Replying to Warwickshire's total of 343. Those are the Division 1 scores, as are all those games still going on, by the way. I suppose they would do. It's only 10 to 6. I was thinking a bit later than that. Here's Fuller again. Slightly slower ball. It's come across that. Was the umpire going to be happy with that as he fields that? I don't think he is.
What's in it? Have you seen the Worcestershire scorecard? See, Gareth Roderick got 117 at the top.
Yeah.
There was a 72 from Kashi Fali. Didn't play against Durham. He was injured. Adam Ho's got 90. But then look at this. Down near the bottom, Jason Holder 123 not out, Matthew Waite 100 not out.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So they had been 393 for 7.
He's on the back foot.
So they've declared on 618.
What number was? Wow.
Waite was number 9.
Holder 8.
Yeah.
Wow. You'd be almost thinking, oh, we're nearly through them, lads.
Yeah. And instead they were in for a long wait.
Worcestershire. I think we only played them once, actually, this year. Here's Fuller around the wicket again. Leaves that alone. Good carry. Good take. Ben Brown having to have 2 arms outstretched to his right as the ball just seemed to just kiss the surface. Every now and then it does. Good carry from a length. Fuller is into his 4th over. Last ball of his 4th over. None for 10. He's been quite consistent out there. But hasn't quite found the ball that we know he can do from time to time. Just something a little different from the other bowlers. Bowls again. Lee's drives, doesn't time that one at all. Goes back to the bowler. End of the over. So we have 6 to do here at the Utilita, with Durham 132 for 2, trailing by 371. How many wickets today? We've had 8 wickets today.
2 in the morning session, then 4 after lunch. Then that was the end of the Hampshire innings. 1 more before tea, and then 1 just after tea.
Rapidly getting to halfway in the game. We've had 12 wickets.
Yeah.
Not looking like a result, is it, at the moment?
Not really.
No, it isn't.
Unless something dramatic happens.
Yeah. No. And I don't think either of these sides will give, not at this stage of the season anyway, they won't give each other an inch. Pretty sure they won't. They might do. Depends. One side forges ahead a little bit tomorrow. You never know.
Here's Dawson in his sunglasses, bowling to Beddingham, who leaves it. Went past the off stump to the keeper. 132 for 2. Dawson again, left arm round. Beddingham meets it on the bounce, plays it to short extra cover, no run there.
These two have played exceptionally well, haven't they?
Fletcher Middleton fielding there. Yeah, they have. Steadied the ship. Two dot balls so far in the over. Dawson bowls again, and Beddingham just pushes that gently into the offside. And loitering in there is Gubbins. Dawson bowls again. Quicker delivery, bit of bounce in that one, and Beddingham watches it go into the keeper's gloves. Two deliveries of the over to go. First of them is played back up towards mid-off to Gubbins along the ground. Sorting your golf swing out there.
Oh, just trying to get loose. Oh.
They're bringing you on next from the hotel end. Last ball of the over, and that is defended. It rolls back to the bowler. It's a maiden.
Practicing my neck muscles, looking up to the sky later.
Yeah. Well, take a rug into the back garden and pillow and just lie on your back looking up at the sky.
That's a bit bright, our back garden, I think. Brightish, anyway. I'm not sure it's the best place. It's Eurovision tonight as well, isn't it?
I'll be giving that a wide berth. I am mildly worried that I've been invited to a barbecue by some acquaintances tonight near here, and it's just dawned on me it could be a Eurovision barbecue, couldn't it?
Are you still going?
Well, I'll not know till I get there.
That's true. You can always make a polite excuse.
Well, if it is a Eurovision barbecue, let's get that chicken on early doors and get down the road again.
Not a fan then?
Absolutely not.
Felix Organ back into the attack. That over from Nick Gubbins was obviously didn't work. 1 over for 11. Straight on the money there. Felix Organ bowling to Alex Lees.
Ooh, Solihull Moors have equalised against Gateshead in the final at Wembley. It's 1-1.
Fascinating.
It's for all of those who've travelled down from the northeast to be there.
Here comes Organ again. Lees on the back foot. Nothing for Organ in those first 2 deliveries. Produced a decent ball to get rid of Scott Borthwick just before tea. I think it strained a little on Scott Borthwick. May just have played a fraction inside the line as well, but nevertheless, it was a good delivery, but hasn't had too much to get excited about after there. He's on the back foot there. Lee strokes that out to backward a point. 1 or 2 behind. The stumps got excited there, hoping for an edge. Lees is on 70. Got a silly mid-off in there. He's very close. He's on the back foot and almost too close there, Fletcher Middleton. He's got a hand on that one, part hand. It's Organ again and bowls. Lees is forward. I don't think these batters are going to be doing too much now. I don't think we're going to see too many balls hit over the top now. We may do, we might get the odd one, but I think they are here for tomorrow as we get down to the final 25 balls of the day. And that's played back to Organ. That's a maiden. Organ's bowled 2 maidens in his 8 overs. 1 for 21.
On paper, that margin of victory for England's women against Pakistan, 53 runs. That's quite sizable, that, isn't it?
Isn't it? So there was a bit of a collapse there, wasn't there, from Pakistan? That was at Edgbaston, I believe.
Yes.
So well done to them. They can't change that side now, having won that game. So all the Vipers will keep their places, even though they virtually all missed out. Bouchier, Wyatt, Kemp, Dean all missed out with a bat. Heather Knight with the major score.
4 overs still to go today. Day 2 in Hampshire. Dawson bowls to Beddingham. That one skids through, and Beddingham's late on that. He cuts down on the ball and plays it to point safely.
Not doing too much overtime tonight, are we?
Good.
Yeah.
Bowler in again now. It's defended. I don't think I got out of here until about 10 to 7 last night, I think it was.
Is that right? That's not too bad.
No, but I remember by the time I got back to the hotel and I was getting the bike out the boot of the car, I was starting to think to myself, getting a little bit late now. But Beddingham pushes this up to mid-on for 1 run. So what's a powder monkey then? You've got the Powder Monkey Brewery, the Powder Monkey this and that. There's the Powder Monkey Sports Stadium, one at a non-league football ground down there.
This is the first I've heard of it.
It's obviously to do with munitions and gunpowder.
Is it?
Yeah.
You saw that last night?
Yeah.
Oh right. Oh gosh, no. This is all new.
It's
Different
on
language
your
to me.
doorstep.
Different language to me. This. I never go further east than West End.
Next ball bowled by Dawson to Lees is returned to the bowler along the track. Do you never go south of here, do you not? Huh?
Go
South of here?
south, that's the Solent.
Well, the motorway heads in a southerly direction, doesn't it? This one's turned away to mid-wicket, no run there.
What, New Forest to Portsmouth?
Do you never go down towards Portsmouth or anyway, down that neck of the woods? No, rarely. Hailing Islands down that way, isn't it?
Even less.
You pass it on the motorway, don't you? Big stride forward here from Lees to get on top of that one and defend it. End of the over, just the one run from it.
I don't know many that go to Hailing Island.
I know somebody who lives there.
Do you?
Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah.
Oh, look at you.
Well, I presume she still does. It's many, many moons ago.
Nice golf club there, right on the sea. Chat between Gubbins, Vince and Organ. This ended with the three parting ways back to their positions. Organ's taken his jumper on. He got a jumper on, Organ. What's he doing with a jumper on? Oh. Handing it to the umpire. I presume he's been doing that the whole time he's been bowling, but it's the first time I've noticed it. 85, this partnership now between Lees and Beddingham. Beddingham faces Organ. That's whipped to mid-wicket. Good stop from Nick Gubbins. Into the final 3 overs of the day, and we are just a fraction over 6 o'clock, according to the scoreboard. So we'll be finishing about 10 past this evening, which is not a bad effort at all. Yes, Alex Lees will be able to catch a few extra songs from the Eurovision contest.
I think this is a night I normally turn the phone off and don't bother looking at Twitter or Facebook.
Here's Organ. That's driven up towards mid-on. I heard one the other night, actually, one of the semi-finals. Can't remember which one. It was quite catchy.
Will you be putting your spandex and your glitter on tonight, won't you? Sequins?
If I had some.
Yeah. I
know the rest of my family will be
just
watching.
Wear your dinner suit again from last night.
Sorry?
You could just wear your dinner suit from last night, make it a black tie-do.
Could do. Full delivery, which is driven off the bottom of the bat.
A lot of dust coming up there.
Yeah, there is. Lees is facing currently. Still got that silly mid off. It's very close, Fletcher Middleton. Shadow almost coming across the line of. In fact, he is going across the line that Felix Organ is bowling. Bowling to Lees once more. Lees drives just wider mid on for a single, fielded by Fuller. 135 for 2. Looks like Kyle Abbott is going back. That's mid on. Flighted and driven but not timed. Only half fielded by Felix Organ, so they'll come through for a single. And that's the end of that over from Organ. Conceded 24 from his 9 overs. Got the wicket of Scott Borthwick before tea. Liam Dawson got the wicket of Colin Ackerman after tea. Those are the only 2 successes for Hampshire so far. And we have 2 overs left in the day.
Little chat going on in the middle between 2 batsmen. Durham's run rate is around about the same as what Hampshire's was, 3.3.
What's happened to that run rate I heard about in Division 2 then? You guys were the Baz ballers of Division 2.
They were, they.
What's happened to it then?
They got maximum batting points 8 times. I'd never done that before. Dawson bowling to Beddingham, who steps back into his crease, plays that nicely off the hips, and it's gone down the tunnel for 4. I think it's possible that they're just being a bit more cautious on these dodgy First Division wickets. That might be what it is.
I didn't realise that the Second Division wickets were so good.
Yeah. .140 for 2. Dawson left arm round, flights that in. Beddingham
Plays it out through towards deep mid-wicket for 1. Back in the day, Kevin, I know it was a long time ago, but where were the best tracks that you played on? You had Lords as your home ground for a while, didn't you?
That was pretty good.
That was a nice way to be
flat,
spoiled, I suppose.
I suppose most of the test wickets were.
Yeah.
Definitely, yeah. Oval. Had a bit more bounce, the oval.
Oh, now what? Has that taken anything of the bat? It's gone away for 4. Was there any nibble in that? It's a leg by. It's come off the front pad. So Lees went forward to play this. It's turned a long way in. I'm not even sure he clipped the pad. It might have just clipped some clothing or something. It's gone between him, the stumps, and the keeper, and away for 4 leg byes.
Ooh. Woke everybody up, that one, didn't it? Whoa, where did that one come from? Not seeing too many of those.
Maybe caught you by surprise as you were sticking your slippers on. Dawson bowls. And forward comes Lees, and the ball trickles back to the bowler. 1 to go in the over, is there? Or 2 to go in the over? 2 to go in the over. And then we're in the final over of the day. Appealing for LBW, a quicker delivery. Lees has got his arms in the air and says, no, I'm outside the line of the stumps there, and he looks furious to be given out, but he's gone for 71, LBW, and that was a much quicker delivery from Dawson. It's pitched outside of off stump, but it's moved on in towards middle. He's got his arms in the air as if to say, look, I'm outside the line of the stumps there, how can that be out? But he's gone. And Durham could really have done without losing him with just 7 balls to go.
Well, I
that
think
might
I need
bring
to see
Potts
that.
out now.
Yeah, well, there you go. Like Watchman Centurion from earlier in the season. I think I need to see that once or twice more. Here it is on the replay if you're watching the live picture feed. Slow motion. Oh, I tell you what, when it hits him, when it actually hits him, that's closer than it looks just after it's hit him. He's on the back foot, and then he moves.
He doesn't really offer a shot, does he?
And I think he has to be careful here, Alex Lees. I don't think that the square leg umpire Alex Wharf and Lees were having a conversation as he was walking off. So I don't know whether Alex Lees might have to be a little bit careful there.
Partnership of 97 comes to an end for the Durham 3rd wicket from 168 balls, and they trail by 358.
Well, that's a big wicket at this stage of the day. If it was in the next over, of course, the players would walk off, but as it's in the penultimate over, we are still...
Looks like Ollie Robinson coming out.
No, it is Potts.
No, it is Potts, is it? Doesn't look tall enough to be Potts.
There you go. Ollie Robinson is saved for tomorrow, assuming that there's not another wicket. 149 not out. Well, I don't know. It's been announced as him, but I'm not sure that's definite.
Yeah, well, there you are. Then he'll still be batting tomorrow night on 150 then.
Well, that's an interesting one, isn't it? I'm sure if you're a Durham fan and you're watching that, or you're certainly watching that, it's a bit difficult otherwise, but you might just say that Lees is a bit unlucky. I think, yeah, I don't think it's stone dead, that's for sure, but there is definite movement after the fraction of a second after he's hit. He moves a little bit outside of stump, and I think he's then looking at himself in that position. I don't think he's taken into account when it actually hit him, the moment the ball hit the pad.
So Potts to face Dawson, left arm round, and he's on top of that one and fends it off. So Beddingham will be on strike for the final over, and Durham 145 for 3 here on the BBC.
Good partnership nevertheless, though. 97. They didn't look in too much trouble either, did they? There's the replay again on the live picture feed. There he is. I mean, Lees is standing there with his hands out, bangs the bat on his pad. I think that might, at the end of the day, he might be called, or the captain might be called by the umpires just to have a word. It was a bit too obvious the way Lee's thought about that. Right, here we go. Final over then. It'll be Beddingham to face. There was a short leg in, a slip. Here's Organ. Beddingham whips that away past short leg. And Potts will do the job that he's been sent out to do and face the majority of the bowling between now and the close of play.
If they see their way through this over, then what it boils down to is 2 days in, we've seen 13 wickets and lots of runs. So 600 odd runs.
If we were to have the same amount of wickets between now and the close of play, we won't get a result. So, who knows? Tomorrow,
Another day.
it might just change a
Might
little
just
bit.
do a bit more. Spinners might get a bit more out of it.
Just a little. As I say, it'll never really deteriorate here. It never really does. You think, oh yeah, by day 4 it'll be doing this, but it very rarely does, unless you prepare an out-and-out turner here, which has happened on the odd time.
I remember back in 2016 staying here and having a pint with Dale Bankenstein, and he was on about trying to develop more spin bowlers, and they were trying to go for more spin-friendly tracks here.
Yeah, they go through one of the various theories.
Crowding the bat now for Potts.
Yeah, they are, they have to. Slip in a gully, silly mid-off, short leg. Flex Organ with 5 balls to try and find a breakthrough. Potts is forward. It's a nice drive that hits Alior. Silly mid-off, not too painfully, fortunately. For 4 balls left, I think that is. Scoreboard chain 5. Maybe it is 5. No, it can't be, because there's been 2 balls this over there. It's just clicked over. Organ again. Potts is on the back foot. So 149 not out he made, didn't he, in that game against Warwickshire as night watchman?
Got a couple of people responding with powder monkey.
Yeah, it is.
Angus says it was the term used given to the young boys who carried the gunpowder from the magazine to the guns on the old sailing ships.
Okay. It's round the wicket to Potts, he's pushing forward. Okay.
Because down that way there's actually the Museum of Explosions as well.
Do you know, you've come out with a lot of things today after your visit last night that I knew nothing about. And it's not that far away. Organ again. Potts is forward. Exemplary forward defensive.
Anth says Gosport was massive for munitions. There is an explosives museum, he says, yeah. Never been in, but I've walked past many times. I was past signs for it last night. There was a hovercraft museum and a submarine museum as well, I think.
There used to be a military hospital down there as well, I think. I think that there was a few problems there a few years back. That's pushed out in the covers. Beddingham was looking for a single there. It was the last ball of the game.
That's your allotment.
Yeah, so that is the end of day 2 here, with Durham on 146 for 3, with David Beddingham on 35. Matthew Potts yet to open his account, and Durham trail by 357. Scott Borthwick for 33, Colin Ackerman for 2, Alex Lees for 71. The Durham players out in the first innings. A wicket for Felix Organ and 2 for Liam Dawson, including that one right at the end, Alex Lees for 71. Earlier, Hampshire bowled out for 503, with Tom Prest completing a second championship 100, having been 65 not out overnight. Ben Brown with 67. 4 wickets for Callum Parkinson, 4 for 176. There was 3 for Peter Siddle. And that is where we're at in the game.
So, just do the maths here. What did you say, 146?
Trail by 357.
Yeah. So 649 runs, 13 wickets, 2 days of cricket in the heat.
Beautiful. We wouldn't rather be anywhere else. Have a good evening this evening.
Yeah.
And Stanley, thank you very much. Stanley's back tomorrow. Stanley, Marissa. I'll be back tomorrow. Martin will be back tomorrow. Join us again just before 11 o'clock.